Chapter 23 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. The most capricious gift of heaven is sleep. That is a very bad expression, unphilosophical, not logical, but yet it expresses what I mean, perhaps, better than any other form I could have used. A gift cannot be capricious, though the giver may, and yet, in this instance, the giver is never capricious, and the gift, as if instinct with life, and will, and perversity itself, seems to have no rule, no regularity, no consequence of effect. One is always inclined to repeat or copy the opening of Young's Night Thoughts when one speaks of sleep, and yet the owl poet, soft and solemn as he was, did not always direct his thoughts aright. Sleep does not always his ready visit pay where fortune smiles, nor does he always forsake the wretched to light on lids unsullied by a tear. Far, far from it. Shakespeare knew the world, waking and sleeping, better than Young, for sleep does often knit up the ravelled sleeve of care, and bestows his balming blessing, as the gift of heaven, upon wearied eyelids and aching hearts and careworn brains, which naught of earthly could ever soothe. Ay, and he does so too in circumstances where the blessed boon could never be expected, unless man could calculate finely and to the utmost nicety all the varied shades of the heart's feelings, all the different hues of the mind's thoughts, all the delicate outlines of the body's sensations, and balance the harmonies existing through the whole as in a goldsmith's scale. Ralph Woodhall lay down to rest, mark me, I say, not to sleep. Sleep he never calculated upon. His mind was as busy and as active when his head touched the pillow as his body had been during the 4 or 5 days preceding. But his body was weary, there was a dull numbness in his limbs, an oppressive weight upon his corporeal energies that pressed them down, and he thought he could find repose, though not slumber. In a moment, however, there came a vacancy of thought, a dead leaden lapse in mind's existence, a space in which intellect and feeling were still and silent. Suddenly the mind or the heart, I know not which, woke up, and the body itself was roused by the start of its companions. He raised himself upon his arm, gazed wildly round upon the darkness, half remembered, half forgot where he was, sunk slowly back upon his pillow, and slept profoundly. His sleep was long as well as deep. The morning sun rose and shone into the room. The summer birds began their song, and carolled at his window all unheard. His servant came in, gazed at, but would not wake him, and retired, saying to himself, "Would that I could sleep so." The breakfast table was laid in the small room below. The church clock even struck 9, and Ralph was sleeping still. It was not exhaustion of body, for he was accustomed to hard and robust exercise, often repeated, long continued, but it was exhaustion of body and mind together. The immortal spirit, bound up in the fleshy clay, partakes of the infirmity of its fellowship, and that which, liberate from earth, must necessarily be unconscious of weariness or needful of repose, when linked in the bond of life with dust, feels a part of the weight which hangs upon its mortal brother. Both were weary with Ralph Woodhall, both slept. There was an utter vacancy of all things in that dull, leaden repose. There was no movement, no tossing to and fro, no murmuring of the lips, no dream, no thought, no feeling, waking. All was still. The beating of the heart went on. The mere mechanism of life was there. The wheel was not still. The silver chain was not broken. There was existence without life, without the living life, deprived of which existence is but a gap in time. It was nearly 10 when he awoke, but then the shortened shadow on the floor, the brightness of the sunshine as it streamed through the window with its warm yellowish unimpurpled light, showed him how long he had slept, and he proceeded to dress himself eagerly and in haste. As he stood by the window at the toilet table, bestowing no great pains upon his attire, for mind had by this time recovered the full mastery of her mortal ally, he saw a horseman crossing with speed the open space of the park, which lay between the house and the little bridge that spanned the river some half a mile further up. The man was dressed in the livery of Lady Danvers, which, as most liveries were in those days, was somewhat gay, if not gaudy, and the horse seemed tired enough to require frequently the whip and spur. Ralph took no great heed, for his mind was busy within its own peculiar sphere of thought, and sent forth few scouts to notice what was passing without. He saw the man gallop up to the terrace and pass round to the back of the house without any comment, even merely mental. He did not ask himself who he could be, why he rode so fast, or what intelligence he brought. It was but to him that a something had arrived at the mansion, that a horse and a man had passed rapidly before his eyes, and that they were gone. He was still absorbed in the thoughts of the preceding day when a gentle knock at the door roused him, and turning round he saw Mr. Drayton entering with some letters in his hand. "I beg pardon for intruding, sir," said the steward, with a bow of profound respect, "but a servant has brought some letters from my lady, among which is this one for yourself, marked with the utmost speed. I therefore made bold to break in upon your rest, for your servant told me you were still sleeping." "I thank you, Mr. Drayton," replied Ralph. "I have a good deal overslept myself. What says your lady?" "But little to me, sir," replied the steward, "except to give you this letter immediately, and to send the other to Lady Di Fullerton, who often stays here. But I thought this needed immediate notice, and therefore, as I have said, I brought it up." Ralph took the letter with more indifference than Mr. Drayton thought altogether proper towards the hand and seal of his fair, influential mistress, and then, having opened it, he read as follows: "I write to you in haste, dear friend, for since you left me I have heard much which requires to be spoken of between you and me immediately. Some mistakes have evidently been committed. Where or how, I cannot stop to inquire, and it is needful, before you take any step whatever, that you should consult with someone, even though it be so humble a counsellor as myself. There are more dangers surrounding you than you at all imagine, very different from those which alarmed me on the day that you left me, and which have now passed away from my mind. These cannot be explained by letter, but you must now, I enjoin and require you by courtesy and gallantry, which I know you possess, if you would but show them, to remain a close prisoner in my house till you see me without doing act or deed which can bring any one to know where you are concealed. I may add that there are warrants out against you for crimes less merciable than the simply fighting of a duel, and that you must not be found at present, till the doubts and fears which shake men's minds have passed away. Do not suppose that I will keep you long waiting, although I do not choose to commit the facts of which I am cognizant to the peril of a letter, but I am following you as rapidly as may be, bold in my independence, and, I trust, in my right purposes. Nevertheless, to escape the world's forked tongue, I have written to an amiable but antique cousin, married and widowed, to come over to Danvers's new church. Should she arrive before myself, show her all courtesy and kindness, and believe me, if you will let me be so, your kind sister, Hortensia Danvers." Ralph studied the letter with much attention, read and re-read every sentence several times, and ultimately resolved to abide by the counsel it contained, and to await the coming of his fair hostess ere he took any step whatever. It was evident, so he argued, that Lady Danvers was disabused of the idea that he had killed his cousin Henry in a duel, but what were the circumstances of peril to which she alluded, he could not divine. Could it be, he asked himself, that the influence of Lord Woodhall, attributing to him his son's death, had been exerted with such effect as to have a factitious accusation of some other offence against the laws brought against him to secure vengeance? Such an idea would never occur to any Englishman in the present day, and the very mention of it would be laughed to scorn. But we must recollect that this was no vain and improbable fancy in the times of which we are speaking. Trumped-up charges for the purpose of destroying a political adversary or a private enemy had been for more than 20 years, and still were, as common as daisies, nor had any such villainy yet reached its height, for the 3 succeeding years displayed an amount of villainous practices of this kind which probably never before, and certainly never after, stained the history of any Christian country. Courts of law, too, were notoriously corrupt. Judges were bought, sold, and influenced. Scroggs and Jeffreys had befouled the judgment seat, Attorneys general were at the beck and call of every political enmity or court intrigue, and corrupt sheriffs selected, packed, and instructed the juries of the day on the basest motives for the most infamous purposes. It was no chimera of the imagination, then, that Ralph Woodhall dreaded, but a real and substantial danger, which might affect any man who had incurred the enmity of power and influence. There could be no great harm done, he thought, by delay, and he determined not to send the letters which he had written on the preceding evening till Lady Danvers had arrived. On questioning the man who had brought her letters, he found that she might be expected in 2 days more, and, to follow her directions exactly, he took a strong resolution to confine himself to the house till after he was made fully aware of the peril that menaced him. But alas for human resolutions, and for the young man's above all! Ralph was uneasy and restless. The anxiety of his mind left him no repose. He tried to read, and the fine library of Danvers's new church afforded ample opportunity, but he soon found that the delight in books was for the time gone. He thought of Margaret and of his poor cousin Henry, and with a feeling of sympathy and pity of old Lord Woodhall himself. He knew well that the first effect of his son's violent death would be to produce rage and a thirst for vengeance, which might be turned against him by the slightest accident. But he knew also that this would subside, and that profound grief would take the place of anger, and very probably affect the old man's health, if not his intellect. He paced up and down the room. He gazed forth from the window, full of thought. He tasted very little of the dinner set before him. He looked at his watch often to see how the dull day went. In fact, to use a vulgar but significant expression, he could settle to nothing. At length, as the sun began to go down, he felt that longing for the free open air which is so hard to be resisted. He persuaded himself that there could be no harm in wandering out into the park. He would go no further, he thought, and as he had seen no one throughout the whole livelong day, but the servants coming to and fro, or a gamekeeper with a gun on his shoulder crossing the wide expanse within the walls, his walk, he fancied, was likely to be solitary and uninterrupted. Resolution soon gave way under such reasoning, and out he went, wandering quietly along, and soon losing himself amid the scattered trees and undulations of the ground. It is very pleasant to lose oneself sometimes, to shake us free from everything habitual, to lose sight of houses and men, and the busy scene of mortal coil, to comrade with nature, and see naught but nature's handiwork around, and Ralph certainly had ample opportunity of doing so, for quitting the path and taking his way across the green turf, he was soon out of sight of the house, and wandering on among the old fantastic hawthorns, with the fern waving its plumes up to his knees, and here and there a chestnut or an oak spread its green branches over his head. Every now and then a rabbit or a hare would dart away from his foot, and cunningly gallop through the tall concealing fern, marking its course by a long wavy line. A herd of deer here and there would stand and gaze at him as he passed, keeping him at a fearful distance, or trot away with increasing speed if he came suddenly near. A solitary doe, too, started up as he approached her lair among the longest leaves, and scampered off in a different direction from the herd. And Ralph would moralise upon her somewhat in the vein of Jake's, asking himself what she had done to be thus shut out from fellowship with her kind, what offence she had committed against the laws and proprieties of the deer. There were all these things around him, but there was no trace of man. If the scene had ever been embellished by man's hand, the vestiges of his handiwork had passed away, and it all seemed nature's doing. Clouds, too, were flitting over the sky, large, grand, fleecy summer clouds, low down in the air, and looking like the island of the Laputan sages. Ralph's fancy played with them too. He made flying thrones of them, and winged chariots, and longed to have some enchanter's spell to call down to receive him and float away upon that soft, calm coach, till he could step gently down at Margaret's side. This pleasant amusement of the mind, this refreshing solitude, had no long time to last. After walking about half a mile through the fern, the wall of the park appeared in sight, and Ralph, turning a little to the left, resolved to follow its course and return to the house by the other side. He soon heard voices speaking beyond the wall, however, and judged rightly that beyond it lay some public road. An instant after, as he looked on, he saw a figure leap the wall at the distance of about 100 yards, further up the hill, and immediately crouch down among the fern and long grass which was there particularly tall. Ralph paused for a moment to watch what would follow, and standing under an old chestnut tree, could see without being seen. Running feet were heard immediately after, and then the head and shoulders of a man appeared above the wall. After gazing quickly round, the last comer exclaimed, "He has run on! He has run on! He must either have taken down over the bridge or among the cottages by old Mother Diamond's." Thus saying, he let go his hold of the wall and disappeared, and Ralph could hear the sound of many persons running fast and calling to each other as they went. His curiosity was excited by the scene he had witnessed, and he connected it in his own mind with some vague information which gaunt Stilling had brought him in the morning on a rising on a seaboard of Dorsetshire, which Ralph had judged from the man's account to be of no greater importance than a riot in a country town. He walked straight forward then toward the spot where the man who had leaped the wall lay concealed, when the stranger started upon his feet with a large horse-pistol in his hand, warning him to stand back. "I will not be taken by a single man," he said. "I will die first, with arms in my hand." "I do not seek to take you, my good friend," replied Ralph in a calm tone. "I have no commission for such a thing, but you had better put up your pistol, for if you should be foolish enough to fire it, it would bring back to the spot those who apparently are seeking you, and servants and gamekeepers enough to render your other arms useless." "Then will you swear not to touch me if I do put it up? Not to attempt to take me, I mean?" said the stranger, after having eyed him attentively for a moment. "I will give you my honour," replied Ralph, "and that must satisfy you, but I should much like to know, if you please, what you are doing here within the walls of this park, where I imagine you have no business, and where you are exceedingly likely to be apprehended as a deer-stealer." "I am the most unfortunate of men," cried the other, "and only escaped one peril to fall into another. Sir, I assure you I came not to steal your deer, but merely to escape from those bloodhounds of a tyrant who are following me to death." Lamentable as his reply was, there was something almost ludicrous in the tone in which it was delivered, and Ralph smiled slightly as he replied, "The deer are not mine, my good friend, nor am I the proprietor of this park, but merely a guest at the house." He was going on when the other interrupted him with a theatrical gesture, saying, "Then I beseech you, sir, if you have any generosity or chivalry in your disposition, aid an unfortunate stranger who is only persecuted on account of his political and religious opinions. I have committed no crime. They can charge me with no other fault than that of hating tyranny and popery." "If that be all your offence," replied Ralph, "there is many a man in the land who would be chargeable with the same, and myself among the rest. But I really know not how to serve you, unless it be by leading you to a way out of the park, in a different direction from that which your pursuers have taken. I saw a gate a few minutes ago up the stream. They have gone down below toward the bridge, and will very likely search the park when they find themselves disappointed there. You had better follow me, therefore, as fast as possible, in order to have a fair start." Without delay," replied the stranger, waving his hand in what he conceived a very graceful manner; and pursuing his course onward by the wall, Ralph conducted him toward a gate of the park, which was visible from the house. As they went, the stranger, who seemed somewhat given to babble, entered into more conversation than the young gentleman perhaps desired. Nor was the style exactly well suited to compensate for the defects of the manner. His language was a mixture of bad French and somewhat vulgar English, with the assistance, every now and then, of a word or two of Low Dutch, and in this jargon he went on to inform Ralph of a variety of particulars which, had our young friend's loyalty been very rampant, might have induced him to cause his arrest upon the spot. He boasted that a fortnight would not pass before the crown of England was upon the head of a good, true Protestant king, that the whole land was rising in favour of the legitimate heir to the throne, and that the army itself was full of disaffection to the reigning monarch. Ralph interrupted him as soon as he could, half inclined to believe that he was insane, and only anxious to get rid of him as soon as possible. But before they reached the gate toward which their steps were directed, they were encountered by a gamekeeper, who stopped full in their way, looking at them both sternly as they approached. Suddenly, however, the man's face changed, and he exclaimed with a laugh, "Ah, Tom Dare, when did you come back from beyond sea? I thought you dared not venture. Why, do you know, man, you are proclaimed, and all the lads of Taunton are looking for you." Tom Dare, as the keeper called him, had at first shrunk into himself in evident consternation, but the last words seemed to rouse him, and resuming his high-flown tone, he answered, "They shall soon find me, for I am going there tout droit." "But who is this gentleman?" asked the keeper, looking at Ralph with some degree of suspicion, and addressing his question to the man he called Tom Dare. Ralph, however, took upon himself to answer, saying, "I am a guest of Lady Danvers, my good friend, and finding this person in the park, I undertook to show him the way to the gate." "Oh, sir, you are the gentleman staying at the house," said the keeper, doffing his hat. "As to Tommy Dare here, the sooner he is out of the park the better. Indeed, I don't know what he does here at all." To this uncivil speech Mr. Dare only replied by a rueful shake of the head, and by some muttered words in regard to a certain lady of Babylon who had a very unpleasant reputation. In the meantime he sped on, however, the gamekeeper turning in the direction of the gate also, as if to see him out of the park. There was an air of doubt and hesitation about the keeper's face, and once or twice he muttered to himself, "I don't know, I'm not sure, but I ought, but hang on, one's own townsman. No, I can't do it." As soon as they came in sight of the gate at the upper part of the park, both Ralph and the keeper stopped, and the latter said, "There's the gate, Master Dare, and I'll give you a word of advice. Take care of your neck if you get to Taunton, and don't believe you'll find the folks bide any nonsense there, especially when there are riots going on in the country." Mr. Dare, who was a step or two in advance, waved his hand solemnly, and Ralph thought he could hear the word "fool" uttered in a low tone. The fugitive hurried on, however, and passed the gates, and Ralph turned back with the gamekeeper on his way to the house. "Who is that man?" he asked as they proceeded. "He is a bad fellow, sir," replied the gamekeeper, somewhat abruptly. "His name is Thomas Dare, who had at one time a little money in Taunton, my native town, but he could not keep himself quiet, for he was a great talker and orator, as they call them, and got a number of folks into a scrape in the last king's reign, then left them to shift for themselves, and ran away to Holland. I am not at all sure that I ought not, by rights, to have apprehended him, for he is a proclaimed outlaw, and he is here for no good, depend upon it." Ralph made no comment, but strolled back again toward the house, feeling a little dissatisfied with himself for not having adhered to his resolution of the morning. The sun was setting when he reached the door, purpling the slopes of the park, and making the river glow like a ruby. Another day had passed, and as he stood there and looked for a moment round, he could not help thinking of how different was the scene, and the spot, and the circumstances in which that day had gone by, from anything he could have anticipated but a few weeks before. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. The mansion of Danvers's new church, when Ralph entered it, seemed silent and solitary enough. It was too large for a small household, such as now tenanted it. The steward's apartments were far away, the rooms of the inferior servants still further distant, and entering the small saloon in which he had passed the morning, Ralph felt as if he were the only inhabitant of the house. The evening light, now tinged with the grey of night, shone in at the window. The paintings on the walls had become dim and indistinct. Shade after shade came melancholy over the sky, and the ticking of a clock upon the stairs would have been the only sound that broke the stillness, had it not been for the note of a distant blackbird singing from beneath a bush. Ralph felt his spirits depressed, and was not sorry when one of the old servants entered the room, bearing 2 letters in his hand. "This is for you, sir, I suppose," he said. "Harry has just brought it back from Lady Di Fullerton, with this other for my lady against her return." Ralph took the letter, which the man handed to him, a small, delicate note, perfumed and sealed, but it was too dark by this time even to read the address, and he had to wait till lights were brought. When they had been set upon the table, he bade the good man send his servant to him. "He borrowed a horse from Mr. Drayton, sir," replied the man, "and rode away about 12 o'clock. He has not come back yet, I believe." I remember," replied Ralph. "He asked leave to go see some of his friends." And then, turning to the note, he examined the back, which bore, "To the honourable gentleman at present residing at Danvers's New Church." Within were written a few complimentary lines in the French language, expressing the regret of Lady Diana Fullerton that she could not have the extreme pleasure of doing the honour of her relative's house to Lady Danvers's guest, as she had been for some time too seriously unwell to venture out of her own dressing-room. Plenty of polite and courtly expressions were employed, but the main fact was that there was no chance of Lady Fullerton being able to give her society and countenance to Hortensia during Ralph's stay at Danvers's New Church. To say the truth, Ralph did not very much embarrass himself with reflections upon this derangement of Lady Danvers's plans. He was young, inexperienced in the world, and a college life of those days was not at all likely to open the eyes of a young man to the proprieties of society. He saw no more reason why he should not stay in the same house with Hortensia than stay in the same street, and it must be remembered also that that horrible cloak of decorum, which but too frequently covers, like charity, a multitude of sins, was a thing hardly known in those days, when the frenzied licence of the Restoration was but just giving place to the colder and more covert debaucheries which succeeded. He quietly tore to pieces Lady Diana Fullerton's note with very little reverence, and casting the subject from his mind, let his thoughts rest again, with some of that impatience for action which is peculiar to youth, upon the death of his poor cousin Henry, and the anguish which he knew Margaret must be feeling both for her brother and for himself, if she believed him guilty. He longed to fly to her, to console her, to comfort her, to assure her of his innocence, and of his ever-enduring affection. But how rarely is it that fate allows us to do anything that we would long to do! Had not even the warning of Lady Danvers kept him in inactivity, he would not have dared either to visit or to write to her whom he so much loved. He did not know if their attachment to each other had been really made known or not, for although he had at first imagined that the anxiety of the Duke of Norfolk and Hortensia to remove him from the vicinity of Lord Woodhall was occasioned by a discovery which he knew would excite the old lord's highest indignation, even without any of those insinuations which Robert Woodhall was too likely to add, yet that anxiety was now explained in another manner, and his and Margaret's mutual love might be still unknown, and their happiness perilled by any indiscreet act. Thought, so rapid in itself that it can girdle the great earth ere the Leviathan can swim a mile, makes time often pass rapidly along with it. The evening wore away insensibly, broken by only one solitary ramble through the galleries and rooms which he had visited the night before. That ramble, indeed, occupied some time, because there were many of the pictures which interested him, and more than once he stood with the light in his hand, gazing at the face of departed greatness or beauty, and comparing what he knew of the life passed away with the permanent expression of the countenance. It has always given me a strange sensation to go through an ancient portrait gallery and see the faces of the dead looking down at me from the wall, living, as it were, again in the spiritual world of the art. Their acts may be recorded on the page of history, their thoughts, their words transmitted to us even in their own hands, but there are voices without substance, vague shadows of a name. It is only the hand of the painter or the sculptor that can give us the definite and the clear. On the broad brow, in the liquid eye, in the curl of the lip, in the dimpled cheek, in the poise of the figure, in the very fall of the hand, we read more of men's character, or more of its truths, than in all that they have written, even than in all that they have done. Men write for the world, and often act for the world. Circumstances control them. Events rule them. Few, if any, are not at some time, if not at all times, acting a part. And even where passion has spurned all governance, and the fiery deed of love or hate has seemed in its bright glare to reveal the very inner secrets of the heart, still no one can tell how that heart may have been affected by events of which we know nothing? How many motives, sensations, feelings, passions, accidents may have prompted and mingled with the deeds which we only see in their harsh whole? But upon the face and form we are fond to think that nature has herself written the description of her handiwork. There, with some experience, and but very little skill, by indications as small as the letters of a book, we can read much of the mind, the heart, the character, which no other page can ever display, and at the same time the likeness of the fleshly tabernacle of the spirit stands before us, so that all which can be known of the mixed being is at once in presence. O great Lavater, every one is more or less a physiognomist. Ralph gazed then upon those faces with association very busy in his mind, or again he would pause before a sunny landscape, and let the eye rest upon the golden skies, or wander through the far prolonged vales, or pause among the deep groves of trees, watching the nymph bathing in the limpid stream, or the ancient armament sailing up, amid columns and trophies and palaces, to an imagined city, and the poetry of painting would wake in his heart as many bright images as ever were called up by verse or the lyre. Again he would go on, and, feeling free in the solitude, he ventured once more into Hortensia's own apartments, but this time he got no further than her picture. It had certainly something fascinating in it, for he stood and gazed on that bright face, bursting through the branches in its wild, gay youth, and comparing it, line by line, with the features which memory preserved, and as he did so imagination was busy too. He asked himself what were the events, what the course of life, which had subdued and chastened the light hilarity there displayed. What was it that, unlike Undine's love, had given a soul to the wild spirit sparkling there? He did not puzzle, though, he did not satisfy himself. He enjoyed the wanderings of his own imagination round the pleasant theme, and when at length he turned away to retire to rest, he said to himself, "She must always have been very lovely." Let us not ask if Hortensia shared his dreams with Margaret. We have no right to lift up sleep's shadowy curtain and see the fairy sports of fancies freed from the control of will and reason. He slept, and doubtless he dreamed too, but he woke early, ere the sun had so far climbed the eastern hill as to overtop the wood, and while the slant rays were still pouring in golden splendour through the branches of the trees. As he paused to look through the open window after having dressed himself, his eye passed over the park to the valley beyond, and where the open ground stretched out from the banks of the stream up the sides of the hills, he was surprised to see a number of horsemen, in groups of 2 or 3 together, cantering lightly hither and thither as if in sport. It was no season for hunting, but he thought that perhaps they might be flying a hawk, and he watched them with some interest till he convinced himself that that supposition was incorrect. A moment after he saw a single figure on horseback riding up the broad road from the great gates to the house, and as it came nearer he recognised his servant Gaunt Stilling, who had been absent since noon of the day before. "Perhaps he brings me some intelligence," thought Ralph, and descending to the small saloon, he ordered his breakfast to be brought. Still Gaunt Stilling did not come, and at length, after having waited ample time for him to tend his horse, his young master sent for him. When he appeared, Ralph was a good deal struck with something strange in the man's looks. He seemed worn, fatigued, and thin, and his apparel was dusty with the road. But that was not all. He was gloomy, abstracted, more taciturn than usual. Even in the midst of a sentence he would fix his eyes upon the ground, and seemingly fall into a deep reverie. "Do you know who those horsemen are, whom I saw just now riding down in the valley?" asked Ralph, after a few other questions of no moment. "No, sir," replied Stilling. "I saw them, but did not heed them." "They seem at one time to be hawking," said Ralph. "Have you heard any further intelligence from Lyme, Stilling?" "None, sir," answered the servant. "I have been 40 miles the other way. I met that scoundrel Thomas Dare this morning, who might have told me perhaps, but—" and he left the sentence unconcluded, remaining, as it were, lost in thought. "But what?" asked his master. The man started up and looked up. "Oh, merely that I was busy with other thoughts, sir, that the man is a rascal, and that we passed each other with only Give you good day, Master Stilling. Go to the devil, Thomas Dare." Something had evidently gone wrong with Stilling, but as he did not seem inclined to speak of it, Ralph, though he felt interested, merely said, "I hope you had good news of your family, Stilling." "The worst in the world," replied the man abruptly. "I thought the worst had come some time ago, yet this is worse. But so help me heaven—" and again he broke off his speech and relapsed into silence. This time, however, his silence was not without significance, for he clinched both his hands tight, as if struggling with some strong passion. "I am very sorry to hear this," replied Ralph in a feeling tone. "Can I do anything to assist you, Stilling? I need not tell you that I am most willing, if it be possible." The man looked up more brightly, and replied, "Not at present, sir, but the time may come. Hark! There is Lady Danvers, I suppose. I heard of her upon the road." The sounds which had attracted his attention were produced by horses' feet upon the gravel, and the moment after the great bell rang out loud. Without taking note of the fact that there had been no sound of carriage wheels, Ralph rose hastily and ran through the hall to the door, in order to assist his beautiful hostess as she alighted. He was surprised to see, however, when he opened the door, a party of some 10 or 12 horsemen, 3 of whom had dismounted, while another, far taller and much handsomer than any of the rest, was in the act of alighting also. One groom held his horse, another supported his stirrup, and there was something dignified and graceful in his whole air which instantly attracted Ralph's chief attention toward him. He wore a star and broad ribbon, and over his heavy riding boots a pair of golden spurs, and his whole dress was splendid, though subdued in colouring by good taste. Before any questions could be asked, the steward and 2 or 3 of the old servants were by Ralph's side, and finding that he had been mistaken in his expectations, the young gentleman retired into the house, leaving Mr. Drayton to reply to any inquiries. Ralph heard a fine melodious voice, however, ask if Lady Danvers were then in Dorsetshire, and Mr. Drayton replied in the negative. "I have a letter for her from an old friend," replied the stranger, "and would wish to add a few lines myself, if you will furnish me with materials for writing. Nay, more, I am inclined to tax your hospitality so far, sir, as to ask for some refreshment for my men and horses, and some breakfast for myself. You know me, I presume?" "I do, your grace," replied Mr. Drayton, "and of course whatever the house affords is at your service." "Well, then, I will walk in here and write," replied the other, advancing toward the room in which Ralph then was. Mr. Drayton seemed puzzled how to act, but before he could decide, the stranger had entered the room and stood face to face with Ralph Woodhall. He bowed courteously, but with a look of some surprise, and the good steward thought fit to take upon himself the task of introducing Ralph as Mr. Woodhall, a friend of my lady's family, sir, who was staying for a time at the house. He did not mention the name of the new visitor, but while he hurried away to procure pen, ink, and paper, the gentleman who had come in seated himself calmly at the table, and entered easily into conversation. His very appearance was a recommendation, and his demeanour was so graceful that even had his conversation been less happy than it was, there would still have been an irresistible charm about it. But his words were well chosen, his expressions what I may call picturesque, if not poetical, and there was a touch of that vivacity which often passed for wit at the court of the second Charles. He asked a number of questions, but none of them impertinent or intrusive. He spoke of the house and the grounds, and the beauty of the park, said he had been there when he was a boy, but had nearly forgotten it, and expressed a wish, before he went, to walk over the house. "I shall have much pleasure in conducting you, sir," replied Ralph, "for during the short time of my stay here I have more than once wandered over the building, and felt much interest in all that it contains." "Then you are not well acquainted with the place?" said the other, but without waiting for a reply to what was in reality a question, he added, "Let us go. Doubtless they will be a long while in finding pen, ink, and paper. I have always found it so here in Dorsetshire since my return." They walked out into the hall together, where 2 or 3 gentlemen stood booted and spurred. They uncovered their heads as soon as the other appeared, and one of them, advancing a step, addressed him, saying, "It is all clear, your grace, on the way to Taunton, and the intelligence in that quarter is satisfactory." "Good," replied the other. This want of cavalry is inconvenient. What says Mr. Dare as to the levies about Taunton?" "He had not yet reached the town, my Lord Duke, when his messenger came away," was the reply, "but he promises much, more, I fear, than he will perform, for his reception in some of the small villages by the way has been so good that he looks upon it as a conquered country already. He is a braggadocio, if ever there was one." "He is a good creature, notwithstanding," replied the Duke, "light and gay in danger, and cheerful in all circumstances. A little given to boast and assume, perhaps, but still his gaiety and confidence throw a light upon our expedition, which I wish we had a little more." "Shall I give any orders regarding the march to-morrow?" inquired the other gentleman. "I think not," said Ralph's companion. "We must wait for these Taunton levies, or some surer information. It will not do to leave all resources behind us till we have the certainty of support in advance. But make yourself easy, gallant friend. Time, I trust, will be our ally, and not our enemy." There was something uncommonly easy and placable, though confident, in the speaker's tone and manner; and Ralph, though he had divined from the first that he was speaking with the Duke of Monmouth, began to doubt whether his supposition was correct, for he had not calculated accurately how far adversity contained both the highest and the lightest spirit. After this brief conversation they passed on through the house, speaking calmly and cheerfully of the various objects which it presented to their eyes, as if there were no such thing as strife and warfare and bloodshed in the world. The Duke walked the suites of splendid rooms and the long drawn-out lines of corridors as if he were treading the drawing-rooms of some peaceful palace, with a calm sort of meditative gentleness not unmixed with dignity, which beseemed him well. In his whole demeanour, carriage, and appearance he was every inch a prince, and his very abstinence from all reference to political topics seemed to Ralph a recommendation of his cause. He appeared as tranquilly confident of his rights as if nothing more was required than to show himself to win all hearts in his support. Had he always maintained this happy trust, he would have been a greater, a happier, perhaps a more successful man. The Duke asked several questions, however, tending to elicit his young companion's opinions, and finding him a staunch Protestant, though of the Episcopal Church, and a strong enemy of all tyranny, civil or religious, he ventured gradually to allude distantly to his own enterprise, and to hint, without asking it, that the assistance of every gallant gentleman was an object he desired. Ralph was silent, from very many varied motives. He neither gave encouragement nor the reverse, judging more sanely than the Duke of the circumstances which surrounded them, and entertaining many doubts whether, if Monmouth, by one of those strange accidents which sometimes influence the course of great events, should succeed in dethroning James, his own elevation to sovereignty would be acceptable to the great body of the people of the realm. To himself, notwithstanding the fascination of Monmouth's manner, he felt that such would not be the case, and he knew that in the hearts of Englishmen there is a fund of steady, determined loyalty, a hereditary love for the ancient line of kings, which it requires the insanity of great oppression to shake or overthrow. The Duke of Monmouth, for he it was, did not press the subject by any means far, seeming to feel it beneath him to canvass for the aid of any individual. He might know, too, that much eagerness displays small confidence, and at this moment of his career it was a part of Monmouth's policy to appear full of good assurance. He returned to the small room below, then, after commenting in the tone of a connoisseur upon some of the pictures, and in that of a gay courtier upon others, and finding writing materials ready, sat down and wrote a few lines upon a sheet of paper, in which he enclosed another letter he had brought with him. He sealed and then addressed the whole to Hortensia, Baroness Danvers, and then placing it in Ralph's hand, he said with a gay smile, "I will trust this to your good care for speedy delivery, sir. If you be a lover, it comes from no rival. If you be a friend, it comes from a friend no less sincere. If you be a relation, there are lines within it from one who has loved the person addressed as sincerely as any relative could love. Nay, my good sir," he continued, turning to Mr. Drayton, who entered, followed by several servants bearing food in a rich service of plate, "you treat my humble state too royally, but the time may come when I can acknowledge your courtesy better. Mr. Woodhall, will you partake?" The Duke's breakfast was not half concluded when one of his followers from without came in suddenly and without ceremony, and spoke a word to Monmouth in a low tone over the back of his chair. The Duke started up, and gazed at him for an instant with a look of horror and consternation. "What!" he exclaimed. "What did you say? Shot Thomas Dare in the streets of Lyme on a dispute about a horse?" "Too true, indeed, your Grace," replied the other. "Shot him dead. The ball passed through his brain." "By the Lord that lives," cried Monmouth, "these turbulent men shall find that he who claims to rule a realm like this can at least rule a handful who pretend to obey. Have out the horses there. I must not lose a moment." Ever energetic and often right in purpose, Monmouth hurried to depart, only to show how weak he could be in act, how amenable to the weak counsels of others. Brave as a lion in the field, often timid in the council, not without skill as the general, ever misled as the politician and the man. As, about to mount his horse, he turned away from the door, he looked round to Ralph with a pleasant smile, saying, "Remember my commission. I trust to you." "I will not fail, your Grace," replied Ralph. They were few and simple words, but their effects were more important. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. "Ah, poor gentleman," said Mr. Drayton, as the cavalcade passed quickly down the tortuous road through the park toward the gates. "I remember the time well when he went through the western counties in a sort of triumph like, when men and maidens turned out of every village and every town to meet him, when his horse's feet trod upon nothing but flowers, and the ringing of the bells kept all the country in a noise. Feasted at Longleat, met by all the gentry of the land, harangued by every corporation, the people made an idol of him, and the great men could not show him too much honour. I fear he will find it different now." "Do you think the people have lost their love for him, then?" demanded Ralph, anxious to hear more of events which were passing so near, without any certainty having reached his ears. "Not a whit, sir," answered the steward. "Not a whit, if you mean the common people. They are more constant than gentlemen think. Why, they are flocking into Lyme in thousands, I am told. But with the gentry it is different. They courted him for interest, at least one half of them, and now for interest they will keep aloof. The Tories will stick by the crown right or wrong, and Whig gentlemen have a great notion of looking well before they leap. I would take any fair bet that the good Duke will not find 5 men above the rank of a yeoman to join him before he fights a battle and wins it, if ever that should happen." Ralph made no reply, although he doubted not that Mr. Drayton's anticipations were too true. He inquired, indeed, what was taking place in the country round, but the rumours, which were all that the steward could relate, were, as is always the case on such occasions, confused and various, and after a time Ralph begged the worthy man to send him his servant Stilling, in order to renew the conversation which had been broken off by Monmouth's arrival. Mr. Drayton seemed to hesitate for an instant, and then said frankly, "I think you had better let him alone, sir, just at present. Something has gone very wrong with him, that is clear. I saw him a minute or two ago walking up and down the stable yard and pinching his hands one in the other as if he would have screwed the blood out of his fingers' points. Poor fellow, I remember him a gay, blithesome lad in an attorney's office at Dorchester. A good education he had, Gaunt Stilling, but then the old lady got him a commission in the Tangier regiment, and he went away. He's mightily changed now, and yet he can't be much over 30. "So much?" said Ralph in a tone of surprise. "But tell me, Master Drayton, do you know anything of the cause of his present distress of mind? You seem to be well acquainted with his family." "I have known them many years, sir," replied the steward with a grave face. "As to what is the matter now, I don't exactly know anything. The carrier brought over word some 3 weeks ago that his sister had been sent away from Lincolnshire by the old man to get her from a young gentleman who wished to wrong her. The father brought her half the way, and her uncle went the other half to meet her. Now I fancy Gaunt has been over to see her. It's a bad business, I'm afraid, and the gentleman's name they talked of was the same as yours, sir." As he spoke he fixed his eyes with an inquiring look upon Ralph's face, and the young gentleman felt himself redden as he recollected all that he had seen and heard at Coldenham. He fancied, too, that there was some suspicion in the steward's eyes, and he hastened to reply, "Not mine exactly, sir, for there is no other of the name of Ralph Woodhall that I know, and I never saw poor Stilling's sister but once, and then only for a moment." He spoke somewhat sharply, and Drayton replied in an apologetic tone, saying, "I beg pardon, sir. I did not mean at all that you were the gentleman. Indeed, I knew you were not, but I thought it might be some relation." "Possibly," replied Ralph, not quite satisfied yet. "I know nothing of this matter, however, for, with the exception of the poor cousin whom I have lately lost, and his father, I have been on no terms of intimacy with any of my male relations." "They are of high rank, sir, I believe," replied the steward in a tone of inquiry. But Ralph merely bowed his head, thinking it not necessary to enter into any part of his family history with a mere stranger. After a moment's pause he said, "I will take your advice, Mr. Drayton, and leave poor Stilling alone for a time, but I think it would be as well to divert his thoughts after a short period from painful subjects of contemplation. I wish, therefore, that you would, without my sending for him, let him know that I wish him to go out in the afternoon and ascertain what is going on in the country. Tell him that I desire very precise and accurate information as to the movements of the Duke of Monmouth's forces and those of the king, for it cannot be supposed that a large body in actual rebellion will be suffered much longer to move about the country unopposed." "I don't know, sir," answered Mr. Drayton, shaking his head, "but sometimes governments are taken napping, and I think the only chance for the good Duke would be to push on upon London at once. Bold counsels will bring many a man to his standard, for there is something catching in boldness as well as in fear. I doubt, however, that Stilling will learn much, for I have men all about who will bring me any tidings that are to be got, and they bring me nothing certain." "I should wish him to go, nevertheless," replied Ralph. "It would serve to occupy his mind, and may, perhaps, furnish us with information even more valuable to your lady than myself." The steward bowed and withdrew, and for an hour or two Ralph amused himself as best he might. To have seen him one would have supposed him of as idle a nature as ever existed. He opened no books, he had no inclination or application to read. He looked at no pictures unless it were those of imagination. His mind had harder realities to deal with than those which any canvas can display. The greater part of his time was passed in gazing forth from the windows upon the wide wavy scene without, which afforded, as it were, a stage sufficiently extensive and ample for all persons in the drama of fancy to play their several parts before his eyes. Oh, how memory and imagination conjured up, from the depths of the past, from the depths of the future, scenes and characters which might all bear their share in the tragedy about to be performed in the land. A gloomy anticipation, a dark but too true shadowing forth of the stern, terrible acts that were about to take place, visited the young man's mind, and he felt that sensation of awe, that sublime, dreadful expectation which is experienced by a spectator viewing from a height the thunder-cloud marching onward over a sunny land, soon to be left desolate, or the tempest riding over a calm sea, and piling up the glassy waters into surges full of shipwreck and of death. The minutes glided by almost unnoted, and then, seating himself again at a table, a strange fancy seized him of writing down the thoughts of the moment, the reflections, the anticipations, which rose one by one as he considered the circumstances that surrounded him. It was a dangerous amusement. Written thoughts, as undigested, as carelessly recorded, as immaturely gathered, as inconsequent and undirected, had aided not a little, in the last reign, to bring the head of the gallant sick to the scaffold. But yet the impulse was upon him, and he did not even strive to resist it, but eat and thought, and wrote, and thought, and wrote again. The day had declined, and evening was not far off, when Gaunt Stilling entered the room abruptly, saying, "There has been a bit of a battle, sir, at Bridport, and the Duke's troops have been repulsed. It was ploughman against ploughman, and the Duke's ploughman would have won the day if Lord Grey and his horse had not ran at the first fire." "Who is Lord Grey?" asked Ralph in a quiet tone. "Oh, the Duke's general of horse," answered Stilling with a laugh. "A gentleman very bold in words, and brave enough, they say, in presence of a hangman or a judge, but he does not like the nasty smell of gunpowder and a shoe's push of pike." "Have you any other tidings?" inquired his master. "Oh yes, plenty," answered Stilling. "The Duke of Albemarle, who is more, by the way, of a monk than his father, is marching to attack the Duke with the militia. He will be beaten, of course, for where Monmouth is in person the people will fight like wolves, and he is no bad general either. That will be a feather in his cap, and may bring some people in. But then Feversham is marching down with 3 or 4 regular regiments, my old comrades amongst the rest. Now Monmouth is worth 20 Frenchmen, and Feversham is only fit for a court supper. But then there is Churchill, with the Blues, already in the field, and he will give the good Duke some trouble, or I mistake my man. But I forgot to tell you, sir, that my Lady Danvers was coming down the hill as I passed, and she will be here in a minute or two, for they were going at a great rate, not liking, I suspect, the sounds of war that were whizzing all around them." "Indeed!" exclaimed Ralph, starting up eagerly. "I will go to meet her. She comes by the western gates, I suppose?" "Oh yes, sir, by the west," replied Gaunt Stilling, gazing after his master as he hurried toward the door. And then, as the young gentleman disappeared, the man muttered between his teeth, "Fickle, fickle, like all the rest. What matters it what falls upon him? They are all alike. This girl has captivated his eye, and little cares he how many hearts he breaks. Ah, what a cursed thing it is to be a gentleman, and what fools those are who strive to rise above humble station, to be a prey to the next bigger beast than themselves." In the meanwhile, without hearing or heeding his servant's comments, Ralph had snatched up his hat which lay in the passage, and hurried out down the walk toward the great gates. The little cavalcade was already in sight, the great lumbering vehicle, and the horsemen who accompanied and followed it. It were vain to say that Ralph did not behold it joyfully, or that the coming of Hortensia was not pleasant to him. At the very lowest estimate, it was an agreeable relief to the dull monotony of the life he had been leading. But then there was much more. Her grace, her beauty, the charm of her manner and her conversation, shed a light around, like that of the sunshine, which brings out the beauty of even the dullest scenes, when it can reach and enrich them with its varying splendour. With her, too, he could consult, confer, and determine, and action, which seemed to him like life, promised to commence with her coming. With well-pleased looks, then, he hurried on, and met the carriage half-way through the park. He did not approach unmarked, for, whether she expected him or not, Hortensia saw him afar, and bade the coachman stop. When he came near, she alighted, looking, as he thought, more beautiful than ever, and placing her hand within his arm, directed the rest to go on, saying she would walk up to the house. There was a sweet, tender placidity in her look, a gently moved calmness, which was very lovely in itself, and as she leaned upon Ralph's arm, while the servants hurried on, obeying with due discretion the orders they had received, she looked up in her young companion's face, as if to see how much he had suffered, what ravages thought and remorse had effected in his appearance since they parted. Her first question, however, referred to things very different from the subject which was uppermost in her thoughts. "I hope," she said, "that my cousin, Lady Di Fullerton, has taken good care of you. Ralph, I have been a sad, weary time upon the journey, but coaches move slowly." "I doubt not, dear Lady Danvers," replied Ralph, with a faint smile, "that Lady Diana would have taken good care of me if she had been here, but—" "Is she not here?" exclaimed Hortensia in an eager tone, with the blood suddenly rushing up into her cheek, more from surprise and the sudden pressure of many strange considerations in her mind than from any great disappointment or annoyance. "Why did she not come? She must have received my letter." "She was too ill to come," replied Ralph, "but I fear my stay may have been inconvenient to you, perhaps not quite right." "There can be no harm or danger in my going forward at once on my way." "Ralph!" exclaimed Hortensia in a somewhat reproachful tone, "you do not think me so weak, so foolish? Surely if my good name be so frail a thing as not to bear the giving shelter in an hour of danger to the son of my mother's dearest friend, it were little worth the keeping. You stay, Ralph, you stay, if you have any regard for me. No, no, it matters not. I asked my good cousin out of deference to the cold world's opinion. Having done that, I have done enough." Well may prophets, and by their tongues the great creator of the human heart, declare that it is the most deceitful of all things. For anyone who has ever rendered the secrets of the dark, mysterious cavern of his own bosom objective to the analysis of reason, must have recoiled from the scrutiny deterred by the fearful complications which the eye at one glance can perceive. How far, and how far willingly, Lady Danvers was deceiving herself it is hardly necessary to inquire. It is quite unnecessary, and would be useless, to attempt to trace all the tortuous and darkling passages by which the deception crept along. Certain it is, however, she had persuaded herself that the son of her mother's dearest friend, of her adopted sister, stood toward her almost in the relation of a brother, that she could not do too much for him, that she could do nothing within the bounds of modesty and honour that was not justifiable and justified in the bright, clear, piercing eye of heaven. Strong in the rectitude and purity of her own purpose, she cared little for the dull, dark, earthy eye of the world. But she little recollected that there is a misty, shadowy land between the pellucid light above and the coarse darkness below, where the phantoms of associations hover between the two, ever beheld from the one realm and sometimes too clearly displayed to the other. She did not ask herself, she did not venture to ask herself, what personal feelings, what mortal affections were stealing in and mingling unperceived with the calm, unselfish, soulful memories which had first drawn her thoughts to Ralph Woodhall. She knew not, she would not know, that there was any difference whatsoever in her feelings towards him, as they walked there in her own park side by side, from those with which she had first beheld him at the Duke of Norfolk's house, a stranger in all but memories. She loved to call him to herself, to think of him in her own mind as her brother Ralph. O cunning heart, how skilful art thou even in snatching the artifice of indistinct words to veil thy workings from the deceived eye of thy master. She would not have called him Mr. Woodhall now for the world. It would have broken the spell, destroyed the illusion. He would have been no longer her brother, but her lover, or him whom she loved. The very thought that her heart could have been so far given, as it really was, to one who had never sought or asked it, would have been death to her, for with all the warm tenderness of her feelings, the deep, strong, enthusiastic tone of her affections, she had every quality of a true woman, that nearest approach to the angel which the latter world has ever seen. Let the cold argue against such things. Let the worldly argue, ye bound up, moulded, fettered, in the strong conventionalities of a false and factious state, ye who are tutored from the nursery to the altar, to bend your wills and crush your hearts before the great world's God, convenience. In that age, base, corrupt, debased as it was, one of the worst that earth has ever seen, in the reaction, in the rebellion of man's heart and soul against the iron tyranny of a cold and false fanaticism, there were glorious instances of pure and true devotion, of strong and deep affection, of passion above licence, of morality beyond decorum, which are rarely seen now when the fire of fanaticism is extinguished, and the rigid rules of a cynical religion have been superseded by the gilded but unsubstantial fetters of an eye-serving propriety. Nay, more, the more licentious chronicle of the scandals of that age, the witty scoffer at every virtue, the pleasant companion of every vice, has been the one to record some of the brightest exceptions to the system in which he moved and had his being. The freedom of the times, the liberty of thought and action in which she had been brought up, the independence of all conventional forms except those of courtly ceremony, which prevailed during the whole time of her youth, the very dangers, difficulties, intrigues, cabals, slaughter, agitation, and extraordinary circumstances which marked the latter years of Charles II, had rendered Hortensia independent, from a very early period, of the world's opinion, and in the case of Ralph Woodhall she had already paid it more deference than she was ever inclined to pay. True, had she asked her own heart why she had yielded thus far to a power she contemned and despised, she might have found there was a weakness in her own bosom which counselled caution, but she would ask her own heart nothing, as I have before said, like an unskilful general in the certainty of some strong points, honour, uprightness, purity, and truth. She thought her position impregnable, and made no allowance for the easy slope of passion or the covert ways of love. Thus onward she walked with Ralph, repelling the very thought of his quitting her house on account of what the world might say, with utter scorn. I know not whether the thought ever presented itself to her mind that there was an easy way of silencing the tongue of scandal by uniting their fate for ever. I think not, but I am quite sure that such a thought never crossed the mind of Ralph. However, if she was satisfied, he had no cause to be otherwise, for he was not such a Quixote in delicacy as to fear that which, with her better knowledge, she did not fear. He laughed gaily then, more gaily than he had done for many a day, saying, "Well, dear Lady Danvers, I only sought to show my devotion to your will by my readiness to go, rather than put you in unpleasant circumstances. But at the same time I must tell you that no such dangers exist in my case as you have been led to suppose. My poor cousin Henry, by whosoever hand he fell, owes not his death to me. I would have sacrificed anything but honour rather than have crossed swords with him. My long absence from the inn, which perhaps you may have heard of, and which may have given time, though barely, for me to return to Norwich, can be every moment accounted for." "Ay, that is what has puzzled me," said Hortensia, before he had quite concluded what he had to say. "Two different accusations have been brought against you, at first sight incompatible with each other. The one that you went back to Norwich, fought and slew your cousin Henry; the other that you passed several hours in comforting and consoling the unhappy family of the poor nonconformist minister. But I made anxious inquiry of the people at the inn, and none could tell me at what hour you returned. They said you must have stabled and groomed your horse yourself, and I concluded that some mistake had been made about the hour of the duel, for everything I had heard before we set out, and everything contained in the Duke of Norfolk's private letter to myself, seemed to prove that such a duel had taken place." "I never quitted the town," replied Ralph. "I never took my horse from the stable, and in regard to the duel, I had not the most remote idea that such a lamentable event had taken place till I arrived in these domains." "Nay, I doubt you not in the least," replied Hortensia. "But though guiltless of your cousin's death, and though you could prove your innocence completely, which might be more difficult than you imagine, your situation would still be one of imminent peril, and you must not think of stirring from this house so long as you can be here in safety. How long that may be, in these distracted times, who can say?" "But what is the peril, dear lady?" asked Ralph. "My innocence of my cousin's death can surely be easily proved, for I can account for every moment of my time." "Did anyone see you return to the inn?" asked Lady Danvers. "I made inquiries, and all the servants of the house assured me that such was not the case." Ralph mused for a moment or two, and then replied, "It is very strange. I do not recollect having seen anyone. I entered by the door from the stable yard, saw a light burning in the entrance, took it up, and went straight to my own room." "At what hour was this?" asked Hortensia. "I cannot well say," replied Ralph. "It must have been after 10, but I think before 11. "The Duke's letter to myself," replied Lady Danvers, "said the hour of the duel was some time between 10 and 12. Now, Ralph, consider upon what nice calculations your fate might depend. Those who know you well will have no doubt. Those who do not know you, a prejudiced judge, perhaps a packed jury, will at all events suspect, and if they do suspect, your death would be the consequence." "Nay, I cannot think that," answered Ralph Woodhall. "Duels occur every day, and where there is no dishonourable act accompanying them, we never hear of any such severity." "But you deny the duel," said Lady Danvers. "You cannot admit that it took place if it did not. Yet certain it is that your cousin sent you a challenge for that very hour, that he met someone, that the meeting took place at night, that there were no witnesses, and that he was killed. Your very denial of the meeting would be construed into a consciousness of guilt in the transaction." The colour had been mounting higher and higher in Ralph's cheek every moment, as he saw the extraordinary complication of circumstances which rendered it difficult for him to prove his innocence, and was almost led to fancy that Hortensia believed him guilty still. "Upon my honour as a man, and my faith as a Christian, dear Lady Danvers," he said, I had no share in this transaction whatsoever." Hortensia laid her beautiful hand gently on his arm, and replied, looking full in his face, "And upon my honour and faith, Ralph Woodhall, I believe you, but I mention other perils besides these. The magistrates, it is true, dismissed the charge against you of attempting to rescue old Mr. Calloway, the nonconformist preacher, but hardly had you left the town when it was discovered that you had passed a considerable portion of the night with the family of that poor persecuted man. You know how severe the laws are upon that subject, and how tyrannically they are exercised. It was proved that several other persons had visited the house that night as well as yourself. They were all arrested and committed to prison. A new charge of attending a night conventicle contrary to law was preferred against you, and a warrant was immediately issued for your apprehension. The case would be a perilous one at any time, but since this rash insurrection by the Duke of Monmouth, the great leader of the Calvinistic party, the dangers would be incalculable, even were not the matter complicated by other serious accusations. Nay, nay, you must stay here, Ralph, till we may find means of getting you out of the country. Monmouth must be mad, I think, or fearfully misinformed." We often find that when the mind is bewildered by considerations too intricately tangled and commixed to be easily separated and reduced to order, it receives the first pretext that presents itself to fly to some other theme, however irrelevant or unimportant, as if to refresh itself before it returns to its more laborious task. Such was probably the case with Ralph Woodhall, for without pursuing the subject of his own fate further, he said, "I forgot to mention that the Duke of Monmouth was here this morning, and stayed for more than an hour." "Indeed!" exclaimed Lady Danvers in a tone of no very great satisfaction. "I wish he had stayed away. I can never forgive him." "He also left a packet for you," said Ralph, "committing it to my charge, and saying that it contained a letter for you from an old and dear friend who still loved you well." "Alas, alas!" replied Lady Danvers. "Poor Henrietta! Where once she loves for ever. Love has been her ruin and her blight, for she was never taught that there are higher and holier things than even love. Let us go in, Ralph. I must read her letter, for she is still very dear to me." End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. "At the house of Lady Danvers, say you, on the far edge of Dorsetshire?" said the voice of an old man, tremulous and eager with strong passion. "Yes, my dear lord," replied Robert Woodhall, "at Danvers's new church, a place where a strong-armed man could pitch a crown piece into 3 counties. He has doubtless chosen that retreat, partly because he fancies a warrant may be easily evaded, partly—" "But are you sure, Robert? Quite sure?" asked Lord Woodhall. "Do not let us make another mistake." "I am quite sure," answered his young cousin. "I have the news from 3 of our own people who have seen him there. You know my mother's place lies at no great distance, and the whole country round rings with the rumour that he is to be married to Lady Danvers, the cause probably of his taking the life of a better man than himself." "Married to the gallows first!" cried Lord Woodhall vehemently. "Call a servant boy. Bid him bring my hat and cloak. I will away to the king. Monmouth lies about there, they say. He was last heard of marching toward Exeter. Feversham and Churchill are after him, and the troops may serve our purpose as well as the king's." "Shall I attend you, sir?" said Robert. "No, no," answered the old lord. "Stay here till I come back. Go and comfort poor Margaret. She bears up a little now, but still weeps often. It will gladden her heart to hear that there is a chance of catching her brother's murderer at last." A slight, hardly perceptible smile curled upon Robert Woodhall's lip, but, turning away to conceal the emotions of which he was conscious, he called Lord Woodhall's servants to their master, and then saw him deferentially to the door. There are as great varieties in love as in any other passion, seldom found altogether pure. It is mixed with 1,000 various alloys, some more, some less congenial to itself. Now it must not be supposed that Robert Woodhall was altogether without love of a certain kind for his fair cousin Margaret. True, it was of a coarse nature, even in its very origin. Her beauty, her fresh, warm, healthful loveliness, had its attraction for a man who, even before he could count manhood, had sated himself with licentious pleasures. But even this baser sort of love was mingled with many other feelings. Ambition had its share, and avarice, and, strange to say, spite and revenge too. He saw that Margaret did not love him. He felt intuitively that she would never love him, but that conviction diminished not in the least the ardour of his pursuit. It prompted a desire to pain, to grieve her, whenever he could do so without appearing as the active agent, but took not the least from the desire to possess her as his wife, nor shook his resolution to attain that object by any means, however base. Quietly walking up the stairs, he entered the room where she usually sat during the morning, but found it vacant. He sat for a few minutes, gazing forth from the window into the street, till the door opened and Margaret herself appeared. With a cold inclination of the head, she was about to withdraw immediately, but her cousin called to her, saying, "Margaret, Margaret, I have something to tell you from your father. He wishes you to stay with me till his return, when he will give you further tidings." Margaret obeyed at once, entered, sat down, and drew an embroidery frame toward her. "Very satisfactory intelligence has been received this morning," said Robert Woodhall, "which my lord your father has gone to make the most of. We have discovered the place where poor Henry's murderer lies concealed." The tears rose in Margaret's beautiful eyes, but still she would not hear Ralph called by such a name. "You have no right, sir," she said, "so boldly to announce my cousin Ralph a murderer till he has been proved so." Robert Woodhall saw her emotion with infinite pleasure, but he answered in a quiet tone, though with a slightly curled lip, "I did not know that there was any doubt of it." "Great doubt," replied Margaret. "I, for one, do not believe that Ralph would ever draw his sword against poor Henry, and there are others, wiser and better able to judge than myself, who do not believe it either." "Indeed!" exclaimed Robert Woodhall, with unfeigned surprise. "Pray, who?" "For one, the Duke of Norfolk," answered Margaret. "You astonish me," said Robert, musing. "Then pray, whom do you and the good Duke suspect?" There was something contemptuous and bitter in his tone, which kindled a momentary anger in Margaret's breast, and she answered, "No one in particular, Robert Woodhall, but we should suspect you just as soon as poor Ralph. Pray, where is he, if you have discovered?" One of his slight, shrewd, sarcastic smiles came upon Robert Woodhall's face, and he answered, "He is at Danvers's new church, the seat of the fair Hortensia, to whom he is about to be married, if the hangman does not previously perform for him a ceremony of a different kind." "Unfeeling, heartless man!" exclaimed Margaret, rising, with her face flushed, to quit the room. But Robert placed himself in her way, saying, "Your father wishes you to stay here until he returns. Why do you call me unfeeling, Margaret? I did not intend to either offend or grieve you." Margaret returned and seated herself, but when he again asked the question, she replied, "If my father wishes me to remain, I will remain, but I remain not to converse with you, Robert Woodhall. I tell you, I doubt you, nay, more, I do not believe you. More than once I have detected you in saying things that were untrue. I will now know, as soon as my father returns, whether it was his wish or will that I should remain with one whose society is unpleasant to me." The pale, somewhat yellowish tinge of Robert Woodhall's face gave way to burning red. He felt that he was understood, unmasked by a woman, by a mere girl, and there is no offence so bitter to a villain as to have his character unveiled. "I will repay you," he thought, "I will repay you." But at the same time he would have given a good deal to have escaped from the room in order to meet Lord Woodhall ere he saw his daughter, and to guard against the questions she might ask. He suffered some minutes to pass, however, for the purpose of covering his manoeuvre, but then rising, he said, "Your father is longer than I expected. I fear I must go. I have an engagement." Grief is a great teacher of the human heart, and Margaret had learned much since first she was presented to the reader. "Your pardon, Robert Woodhall," she said. "You stay here till my father returns. What you have told me is either true or false. If it be true, you are bound to remain with me, as I was commanded to remain with you. Nay, not a word. Sit down, or I will call those who will make you." She was nearer to the door than himself, and she moved toward it, and laid her hand upon the latch. Before Robert Woodhall could recover from his surprise, the voice of the old lord sounded below, and the next moment his step was heard upon the stairs. Margaret stood quietly by the door. Her cousin did not venture to move, but few human hearts have felt the rage which filled his at that moment. A minute later Lord Woodhall entered the room, and ere he could speak of anything else, Margaret exclaimed with a boldness unusual with her, especially in speaking to her parent, "My dear lord and father, this gentleman tells me that it was your command I should remain here with him till you returned. I beseech you tell me whether this is true or false. I do not believe it." "False!" cried the old lord sharply. "I never said such a word. What is the meaning of this, sir?" "Only a little lover's artifice, my dear lord," replied Robert Woodhall with a pleasant smile. "I did but stretch your words a little. You said I was to go and stay with her till you came back, and I chose to read your meaning that she was to stay with me." "Lover!" said Margaret, with a bitter emphasis, and was turning to quit the room when the old lord detained her by the hand, saying, "Oh, is that all? Stay, stay, Margaret. This is no very unforgivable offence. Stay, I have news for you." "I hope good news, my lord," said Robert Woodhall. "The king, I trust, has entered into your views?" "As warmly as heart could wish," replied the old nobleman. "Feversham has received his commands to order Colonel Kirke to occupy Danvers's new church with his regiment, and to arrest the fugitive. The object is to be concealed, and the occupation of the house and village to pass for a mere military operation till they have got the murderer in their hands. Otherwise he might escape us again, boy, in the troubled state of the country." "Your lordship calls him murderer," said Robert Woodhall quietly, eager to make mischief between the parent and the child. "But Mistress Margaret objects to my use of that term, and says she does not believe Ralph Woodhall committed the act." "How is that? How is that? Not believe?" cried Woodhall, turning toward his daughter, and dropping her hand. "The Duke of Norfolk does not believe it, my lord," replied Margaret. "I received a letter from him this morning, with the trinkets I left behind me in my room at Norwich. He says that he has reason to believe some great mistake has been committed, and that my cousin Ralph is quite free from all participation in the deed." "Who does he suspect, then?" demanded Lord Woodhall. "I will bring you his letter, my father," replied Margaret, fixing her eyes firmly upon the face of Robert Woodhall. "You will there see that he suspects a very different person, and will comprehend why to remain in that gentleman's society was most unpleasant to your daughter." "What does he say? What does he say? No need of the letter just now," cried the impetuous old lord. "I can read that afterward. Tell me the substance of what he says." "I have told you part, my father," replied Margaret, "but he adds that it is clearly proved there was no quarrel between Ralph and poor Henry, though there was between Ralph and Master Robert Woodhall. He says they parted perfectly friends at supper, that they never met afterward during the whole night, that no challenge was ever actually delivered to Ralph, and that he has good reason to believe, from circumstances which have lately come to his knowledge, that my cousin never returned to Norwich after he himself had sent him away to escort Lady Danvers on her journey. He says, indeed, that to have done so, in the circumstances of which he is personally cognizant, implies almost an impossibility. The Duke adds," continued Margaret, with a voice which trembled a little at the gravity of the words she was about to utter, "that undoubtedly Robert Woodhall attempted to produce a quarrel between Ralph and my poor brother, and he remarks that Henry's death could be of no possible advantage to Ralph, but that it might be to other persons." Lord Woodhall glared round with a look of bewildered rage, but Robert caught the ball at the rebound with great skill. "His Grace of Norfolk must think that you take a great interest, Mistress Margaret, in your poor cousin Ralph," he said. "But that is of no matter. Strange as it may seem, my dear lord, I am very glad that this foolish suspicion has been so plainly stated. An innocent man laughs at such things. He does not run away from investigation. Indeed, did not the Duke's dislike of myself blind him, he could not fail to see how ridiculous all this is. Henry's own letter to the Duke himself, which you have seen, shows that the challenge was given and accepted, and I can prove easily not only that I never quitted my room that night, but that I did all in my power to dissuade Henry from the course that he was following. He was headstrong and would have his own way. My servant can prove many of these facts. He is in the house. Call him up and examine him. I wish no previous interview with him. I have no lesson to teach him." The man was called, but he had already taught himself his own lesson, and he mentioned those facts only, of all that occurred at Norwich, which could show his master's character in the fairest light. Lord Woodhall was quite satisfied, but Margaret was not. She had a sort of instinct in this case, and it led her right. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Some days had passed at Danvers's new church, and I must not dwell upon their passing. Time warns me to be brief, as worthy clergymen say in long composed sermons, where no reference to time existed in the act of composition. But time and the end of the volume, apparent to the view, which are to an author what time and the end of life ought to be to every man, warn me that I must be brief. Several days had passed at Danvers's new church since Hortensia Danvers and Ralph Woodhall had entered that house arm in arm. Fill up the time as you will, reader. I cannot dwell upon it. Very little passed of any consequence. We well know how bulky trifles will become when they are trying to pack closely the portmanteau of the present. A child's toy will take up more room than a volume of philosophy, and a blown india-rubber ball occupy 10 times more space than all the essays of John Locke. Those days had been filled with trifles. They formed a period of little or no progress. Country gentlemen had come in, esquires and justices and barons and lords of high degree, to offer their services and compliments to the young, graceful, beautiful Lady Danvers upon her return to her ancestral home. Country gossips had flocked thither to see and hear and know all that was going on, for certain reports had been carried about by the tongue of rumour as to the sojourn of a young and handsome cavalier within the walls of Danvers's new church. At first Hortensia was somewhat puzzled what to do, for with all her readiness, which proceeded more from simple purity and rectitude of purpose, enlightened by a bright, clear mind, than any worldly wisdom, she could not help feeling that she was commencing a struggle against a very muddy but turbulent torrent, called the world, which would require a stout heart to stem it. If she refused to receive such visitors, she was certain to subject herself to misconstruction. If she appeared with Ralph, there was still a danger of misconstruction, and peril to him likewise. She resolved to receive them all, and she did so, with quiet ease and calm, though somewhat cold demeanour, which rebuked curiosity, and put calumny at fault. She would not suffer Ralph, however, to appear, impressing upon him strongly the necessity of concealment for his own safety, and taking such means as her knowledge of the country, and her more general experience of the world and the world's ways, enabled her to adopt, of finding some means of conveying him secretly to the coast of Holland. Every morning servants on horseback went out to different ports on the western shores of England. Every evening servants returned, bringing no satisfactory tidings. Nearly 1/2 of life is consumed in emptiness, and 3/4 at least in emptinesses and disappointments taken together. So it was at Danvers's new church. But still a little progress was made, a very little. Nevertheless, it is worth while recording. It may be asked if Hortensia, when the consciousness came upon her that she had to swim, as it were, against the stream of the world's opinion, did not sometimes say to herself, Ralph's arm may at any time save me and bear me safe to shore. I do not think she did so, for it was a subject upon which she did not like her thoughts to rest. She was fain to believe, and did believe, that she was actuated by no feeling but one, a sincere, unmingled desire of freeing a man whom she esteemed, the son of her mother's best friend, from perils and difficulties undeserved. And yet there were various little incidents, very indefinite, very intangible, A word dropped now and then, a deep fit of thought after the name of Margaret Woodhall had been mentioned, a grave and solemn earnestness of manner in protesting that nothing on earth could have induced him to draw his sword against Henry Woodhall, which, like the light gusts of the evening wind, bringing up misty clouds upon the western sky, cast over Hortensia's contemplated future a vague, uncertain gloom, from which she was pleased to turn her eyes and rejoice in the sunshine of the present. When she and Ralph spent the evening alone together in her wide, tastefully furnished withdrawing-room, sometimes reading authors whom we venerate as the fathers of the poetry and prose of England, but who were then hardly consecrated by the hand of time, or singing and playing upon instruments then in vogue, music which might strike us, perhaps, in the present day, as poor in the harmony, but which had a freshness, a vigour in the melody, that is rarely to be found in this all-steaming age. True, in the darkness of the night Hortensia would often lay awake for hours, not indulging in apprehensive or regretful thoughts, not even, like the patriarch, struggling with the angel of hope to win a boon at last from the giver of all happiness, but watching, like a warder upon a tower, to prevent the entrance of any of the enemies that flocked continually forward to obtain admittance into the fortress of the mind. Sometimes, wearied with this dark, silent strife, she would wake her maid, who now slept in the same room, and bid her strike a light and give her a book to while away the tedious hours till daylight came. This done, the maid would creep again to bed, and fall in a moment into dreamless, heavy slumber, the envy of the high-born lady lying near. It was thus one night, I call the period of darkness night, when Hortensia, after reading for some time, placed the book beneath her pillow, raised her fair beautiful arm as children would do, under her head, and with the rich curls of her unfilleted hair falling over her, and partly shrouding her face, was trying to obtain a brief, refreshing draught of that sweet, calm morning sleep, which often visits us just in the sober-coloured dawn of day, when she heard the trotting of a horse, and the moment after the great bell rang sharply. No one answered, and several minutes passed, but then the bell rang again, and shortly after slow and tardy steps were heard pacing the marble hall toward the great door. A grey light was by this time stealing into the room, and Hortensia, partly roused again, exclaimed between sleep and waking, "Alice, Alice, someone is ringing the great bell. Throw on some clothes and go and ask what is the matter." The girl was already awake, for she had slept long and well, and the ringing of the bell had roused her. She was soon partly dressed and gone, and Hortensia heard her talking with the old porter over the balustrade of the staircase. The interrogatory seemed to deviate into a gossip, and when the maid returned, saying, "Nothing but some letters, my lady, brought by a messenger for Mr. Ralph Woodhall," Hortensia was fast asleep, and unconscious of the words spoken. When she again awoke, some 2 hours afterward, she made further inquiries, and on being informed of what had occurred, hastened to dress herself as rapidly as possible. On descending to the breakfast-room, or little hall as it was called at that time, in her dwelling, she found 3 letters addressed to Ralph Woodhall lying undelivered on the table. The porter had not thought it worth while to wake the young gentleman, he said, and Hortensia at once dispatched a messenger to her guest, who appeared soon after with the letters open in his hand. "Any news? Any tidings?" asked Hortensia eagerly. "The sight of those letters frightens me, for it is clear someone has discovered the place of your retreat, and our secret is no longer safe." "It has been discovered indeed," replied Ralph, "but how I know not. However, 2 of these letters are to warn me that this place is no longer safe for me. There is one of them." As he spoke, he gave into the hands of Lady Danvers a sheet of somewhat coarse paper, on which were written a few lines in a bold hand. She read them attentively, and then, raising her eyes to his face, inquired, "Who is this person who signs himself Moribah?" "I can hardly tell you," replied Ralph. "He is a strange, solitary being, of whose history I know nothing, except that he was a college companion of the Duke of Norfolk, gave himself up, from a very early period, to the study of judicial astrology, and seems, by that or some other means, to have obtained a very strange degree of knowledge regarding the fortunes and feelings of a great multitude of persons. You will see in another letter, which I will show you in a moment, that he takes no slight interest in my own affairs, and has done me justice in matters where even those who loved me well were inclined to doubt me." "But from whom is that very long letter, if my curiosity be pardonable?" asked Hortensia, pointing to a sheet of foolscap closely covered. "This is from my good father," replied Ralph with a smile, "and if you will take the trouble of deciphering the first few sentences, you will see, dear lady, that one brought up in such principles was not likely to take his cousin's life in a duel." Lady Danvers took the letter and read what follows: "Dear son, I have been in a state of anguish of mind not to be described from Wednesday last, the 22nd of the month, till this present Tuesday, the 28th. I had heard, and that from authority which appeared not to be doubted, that you had been mad enough to engage in a duel, notwithstanding all the principles which I have endeavoured to instil into your mind, that you had killed your adversary, and that the slain man was your cousin Henry. Now I have ever held, and endeavoured to teach you to hold, that duelling is not only murder, but murder of the most aggravated kind. The slaughter of the man may take place by accident, by a hasty blow in a moment of passion, in self-defence, when suddenly assailed, or in a general tumult or commotion. But in these cases the law of man, and let us not doubt the law of God also, deals leniently. But in the case of a duel, there is no sound and legitimate excuse whatsoever for the man who slays another. He has time for reflection, therefore the act is deliberate and premeditated. He goes out to kill, and he kills, nor is it any mitigation whatsoever of his offence that the adversary came there with the same purpose toward himself, for the crime of the one can never excuse the crime of the other. Still less is it an excuse that duelling is a custom of society. For every Christian and every philosopher must perceive that this custom of society is in itself a criminal one, a proof of its barbarism rather than its civilization, and he who sanctions it by example commits, in addition to the particular crime of murder, a general offence against society and mankind by encouraging and perpetuating a criminal habit which all good men should unite to put down. Thus, to the eyes of God, and to the eyes of all reasoning men likewise, the act of killing another in a duel is the most aggravated kind of murder, for the evil is not confined to the offence, but spreads round in a diffusible poison, affecting detrimentally the whole mass of society. There are but 3 occasions in which any man is justified in taking the life of another: in actual defence of his own life, in defence of his country, and in obedience to the laws of his country. All other cases are murder. Now you may easily conceive, my dear son, how much pain it gave me to think for 1 whole week that my son was a murderer. I have this day, however, received from a person calling himself Mortimer, whom you must have heard of in our neighbourhood, the most strong and solemn assurance that you are innocent of this terrible offence, that you did not fight your cousin, and that he was slain by some other hand. I believe the information to be correct, for my informant is above suspicion. But yet I beseech you, if it be possible, write me the same assurance, that my mind may be freed completely from anguish such as I have never known, nay, not even when it pleased Heaven to take from me your beloved mother." The writing went on for several pages further, but Lady Danvers stopped there and returned the letter to Ralph, saying, "I agree with him entirely, Ralph, but to return to this Mortimer, what can he know of anything that is taking place here? He tells you that immediate flight is necessary to your safety, that you have but 2 days to execute it after the receipt of this letter, yet the letter is itself nearly a fortnight old." "I have still surer information than that," replied Ralph. "Here is another letter which I will show to no eyes but your own, dear Lady Danvers. After all your kindness and generosity toward me, however, I can keep back no secret of my heart from you." Again Lady Danvers took the letter he offered, and read. It was brief, hastily written in a woman's hand, and to the following effect: "An opportunity has suddenly presented itself, dear Ralph, of sending you a few lines, and I seize it, first, to assure you that, notwithstanding all that men accuse you of, I do not believe one word of the tale. Your love for Margaret would never suffer you to slay her brother. Secondly, I write to tell you that dangers of various kinds menace you where you are. Your place of concealment has been discovered. Orders will be dispatched this very night to the troops marching against the Duke of Monmouth to occupy Danvers's new church as a military post, and apprehend you if you are found there. Fly immediately, and if possible, till the storm is past, take refuge across the sea. The dear and beautiful lady with whom you are will doubtless be able to provide you with the means of escape, and if so, will merit more than even at present the eternal gratitude of your own Margaret." Strange and beautiful were the changes of expression which came over the face of Hortensia Danvers as she read those words. The very first sentence called the warm blood rushing into her cheek, like the light of the morning sun kindling the white clouds on the horizon. Then the glow faded away again. Back to the heart every warm, thrilling drop was withdrawn, and her beautiful face remained pale as that of a marble statue, while her eyes fixed upon the lines as if every word had been a fate to her who read. Even after she had done, she held up the letter still in her hand, gazing at it in deep silence. "I must tell you, dear Lady Danvers," said Ralph, in his inexperience not reading her looks aright, "I must tell you that my cousin Margaret and myself have loved each other warmly from childhood, and that it was the hope, a hope almost insane, of winning her father's consent to our union that led me forth to seek my fortune in the wide world." "Here, take it," said Hortensia, putting the letter in his hand. "I will be back directly. All this news confounds me. I must think, alone and in quiet. I will be back soon, and we will decide upon something." Again the warm blood rushed into her cheek, as if some sudden thought, for which she took shame to herself, crossed her mind secretly, and she added in a faltering voice, "To have my house occupied by troops! I will be back presently." For nearly half an hour Ralph walked up and down the hall alone, but then with a slow and somewhat languid step Hortensia rejoined him, and seated herself near the table. Not a trace of tears was upon her cheek. She had evidently not been weeping, but she was still as pale as alabaster, though her eyes beamed with even more light than usual. Was it that there had been a deadly struggle of passions in her heart, that she had been the victor, that the light of triumph was in her eyes, but that the exhaustion of combat well nigh overpowered even the conqueror? Perhaps so, but certainly she betrayed no evidence of the struggle in her manner toward Ralph. She was as kind, as warm, as eager as ever. He had still the roll of letters in his hand, and pointing to them, she said with her sweet smile and musical voice, "I must do something, Ralph, to win this dear girl's gratitude, as she trusts to me. Let me see the letter again." He gave it to her. She read it through, and then murmuring, "May she be happy," pressed her lips upon Margaret's name. When she gave it back to Ralph, there was a single tear upon it, and that was all she shed. "Now," said Hortensia gaily, "we must to council, to see if we cannot outmanoeuvre our enemies. There is further down the coast a little port called Seaton, where there used to be large and very safe boats which they called luggers. I was a great favourite there with the good fishermen when I was a child, and methinks if we can reach that port it would be very easy to hire one of these boats, if not to convey you to the coast of France or Holland, at least to land you at some other English port where you may find a vessel ready to sail." "Perhaps I had better set out at once," said Ralph. "My horse is quite fresh now, and with someone to guide me I could reach the port rapidly." No, that will never do," replied Lady Danvers. "The country is all covered with troops, and you will be stopped to a certainty. I will tell you how we must manage. During the day we will send forth people in all directions to ascertain what roads are clear. Then, toward evening, we will set out in my carriage, as it were for an hour's drive round the place. No one dare stop me, and after that we shall have darkness to befriend us. We can take the roads we know to be open, and as your friend Mortimer gives you 2 whole days, we shall be within the limit." Nay, said Ralph, "I will not have you peril yourself for me. That must not be, dear Lady Danvers." "Well, I will convey you part of the way," said Hortensia. "Let your servant ride on to Seaton, obtain information there, and meet us on the road. One of my people can mount your horse, and when you need the beast, the man can get upon the carriage to return. This will be the surest way, and if we obtain good intelligence, I shall run no risk, nor you either, I trust, Ralph." So it was settled, and the same evening Ralph and Hortensia began a pilgrimage which will require a chapter to itself. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. There had been very few visitors to Danvers's new church during the morning. Something had kept everyone away but the parson of the parish, and an old lady of the village, who held a sort of middle station between the gentry and the yeomanry of the country, and prided herself upon knowing all the affairs of both. Trustworthy servants, however, had been coming and going all the day, and they brought intelligence which showed that a considerable circuit must be taken round the town of Axminster, in order to avoid the two contending parties in the western counties, then actually coming to hard blows with each other. About 4 o'clock Gaunt Stilling set off on horseback for Seaton, the way to which he knew well, and his business at which place was explained to him easily. He was to meet Lady Danvers and Ralph a little to the eastward of Axminster, and let them know the result of his inquiries at Seaton. But his instructions were totally independent of the various scouts which had been sent forth, and the rumours which Hortensia received from the latter were somewhat contradictory, especially toward the close of the day. Nevertheless, about an hour before sunset, the great lumbering carriage was brought round to the door. The lady and Ralph entered it, and, followed by several armed men on horseback, they took their way toward the upper gates, by a road not quite so much frequented as either the lower road or the footpath which crossed the park below the house. It was a soft and not unpleasant evening, such as one often finds in that climate, with a misty, hazy sort of air, through which the sun struggled from time to time, shedding a rosy light over the whole scene around. Hortensia was somewhat silent and evidently anxious. I do not mean to say frightened, for she was unconscious of any personal danger, but the perils of her companion seemed to weigh upon her, and when she did converse, her whole conversation consisted of inquiries, consultations, and advice as to the best means of passing on undetected till an assured place of safety should be reached. Every consideration seemed merged in that one. There was no longer the light, lark-like flight of fancy which had often, in the leisure hours preceding, carried away the mind of Ralph Woodhall into far ethereal fields of space. There was no longer the calm, thoughtful, yet not unimaginative wandering of the spirit through more familiar scenes filled with association, where, side by side, they had gone on over the leas, through the meadows of ordinary life, drawing as much essence of dream from a cowslip, or a primrose, or a violet, as bolder efforts of the fancy would extract from the high mountain or the floating cloud. All was now hard, dry matter of necessity and business. That was the only difference between the communion of the preceding days and that of the present, but it was great. The edge of the sky grew rosy, the sun set, the night came, the misty clouds from which had dropped occasionally large tears upon the earth passed away like gloomy thoughts from a bright mind, and star by star came out in the refreshed sky and looked down upon the earth in melancholy calmness. Alone and side by side, Hortensia Danvers and Ralph Woodhall wended slowly on. I must not pretend to look into her bosom. The eye of man never did. There may be some women who can divine what mysterious things were passing therein, but even of women not all. It were vain to say that at that moment, which to him seemed the real parting moment, Ralph Woodhall did not feel many strong emotions at the thought of being severed, perhaps for ever, from one so beautiful, so gentle, so generous, so kind. It is too rare to find pure disinterested friendship on the earth for one of a high heart to meet with it untouched. He forgot himself, his fate, his peril, the pressing urgency of petty circumstances, the momentary dangers that beset his way, the trifling incidents that at every step might change his destiny for good or ill. He thought only of Hortensia, and yet with such thoughts that Margaret might have seen them all, joined them, and shared them. There was a deep silence for a considerable length of time. Had there been any other soul within the carriage not sharing in their thoughts, to him it would have seemed very long. To them it was all too brief for the crowded feelings they forced into it. At length Ralph could refrain no more. He took Hortensia's hand in his, he pressed it to his lips, and said, "Oh, dear Lady Danvers, how can I ever thank you sufficiently? How can I ever explain to you all I feel? Your kindness, your many acts of kindness, have come upon me like a torrent, so rapidly that I have had no time to breathe or think till this moment. And now, when I still feel the full force of all, we are going to part for God knows how long." "Hush!" said Hortensia, in a low, agitated voice. "Hush!" And for a single instant she leaned her fair brow upon his shoulder. Then raising it calmly, she added, "Ralph, my dear brother, we must not think of anything which can withdraw our attention from the present perilous hour. If you escape happily and well, as God in his great mercy grant, tell your Margaret, with Hortensia's love, that she did all in her power to save and aid you. Nay, tell her," she added in a more cheerful tone, though there was a touch of fluttering effort about it too, "nay, tell her that in after years perhaps, when storms have vanished and the skies are clear, Hortensia will come to visit you both in your happiness and claim the gratitude she promised, and then rejoicing will talk of days of sorrow and of peril passed away." Silence fell upon them again. Was that a sob? It was very like one. Whatever it was drowned the moment after in the rattle of musketry, and there was a flash too, distant but near enough to show suddenly the tower of a large cathedral-looking church, long lines of houses, and stacks of chimneys, and undulating hedgerows, and wavy outlined trees. The next moment, not in one volley, but in an irregular running fire, shot after shot was heard, sometimes single, sometimes two or three together, sometimes as if from whole platoons, while quick reiterated flashes ran along all the hedgerows within sight, and then the roar of a cannon or two was heard, with a shrill sound of fifes and drums. In an instant Ralph's hand was upon the door of the carriage, and before Hortensia could beseech him to forbear, he had sprung out. "Here, Jones, give me my horse," he cried. "Turn round the carriage, and away back with all speed. What, is the lane too narrow? On before there seems a wider space." "Stay, I will ride on and see. Coachman, you must get your mistress out of this peril as speedily as possible. Come after me slowly. Someone put the cushions against the front windows. You, men on horseback, gather round the carriage. Take no part with any one, but defend your lady." Then, dashing forward, he was for a moment lost in the darkness, till his voice was heard shouting, "Here, here is room to turn," and the coachman hurried on his horses at the utmost speed to a place where a wide open space, with a gate leading into a field, seemed to give a chance of wheeling round the lumbering vehicle. At that moment, however, just as the four horses, somewhat restive with the noise and confusion, were plunging and rearing, and a man on foot was striving to turn the heads of the leaders round, a whole evolution was interrupted by a number of men in military garb, but not array, running as if for life up the lane, and dashing against the horses and the carriage. One of the fugitives exclaimed, evidently mistaking Ralph, who had his sword drawn, for someone else, "All's lost, my lord, all's lost. Monmouth has won the day, and the men are running like devils." Thus saying, he flung his musket into the ditch and ran on, only to be succeeded by another still more terrified, who had already denuded himself of cap and weapons, and was struggling to get out of a military jacket which seemed to cling to him like the coat of Nessus. He cried, "Monmouth, Monmouth, the Protestant religion for ever, and damn papacy and prelacy and the Pope of Rome." "Here, draw up across the lane," cried Ralph, addressing the horseman who accompanied the carriage. "Keep a sufficient space clear for the coach to turn. Let another footman go to the head of the horses. Get them quickly round. Soothe them, soothe them." At that moment a sharp volley came up the lane, and one of the balls rattled against the carriage. Ralph spurred instantly toward the side, but ere he reached it his horse staggered and sunk upon its haunches. "You are not hurt, Hortensia?" he said, springing from the saddle. "Oh God, you are not hurt?" "No, no," she cried. "But you're wounded, Ralph." "Not in the least," he answered. "It is but the horse," and running forward, he aided with better skill in turning the carriage round. While thus employed, a party of horsemen of distinguished mien galloped up the lane, and one of them, with a hat loaded with plumes, paused for an instant to ask, "Whose carriage is this? In heaven's name, how came you here?" "We were going to Axminster," replied Ralph, "but suppose it is in the hands of the Duke of Monmouth, we can hardly get the carriage round." "As difficult as I have found it to take Axminster with 2 regiments of boobies and a handful of ploughmen," replied the other. "I fear we cannot stay to help you. If you fall into the hands of Monmouth, give him the Duke of Albemarle's compliments, and say I hope we shall meet again some day soon." "Come, come, my lord, this is no time for jesting," said another of the horsemen, and the party rode on, leaving the ground clearer than it had been before. A few moments only were now required to turn the carriage completely, but the lane was deep and muddy, and little progress was likely to be made, while it seemed certain that pursued and pursuers would still be urging their course along the very path which it was necessary to follow in order to reach Danvers's new church. Ralph gave a look at his horse, but the poor beast was now stretched out with his head flat in the clay, and it was necessary to drag him out of the road before the carriage could pass. This consumed some time, and several fugitives hurried by, exclaiming as they went, "They are coming! They are coming! You had better make haste." At length the carcass of the horse was removed, and taking the pistols from the holsters, Ralph approached the side of the carriage, saying, "I know not whether I can best give you protection by mounting another horse or riding by your side, or—" "No, no, come in," said Hortensia. "I need someone with me. I am foolishly frightened." Ralph instantly opened the door, but turning to the men ere he entered, he said, "Draw round as close as possible. Each keep a cocked pistol in his hand. Bid everyone stand off, saying we are peaceful travellers avoiding the affray. Be firm, but forbear any violence. Now, coachman, drive on as fast as you can go." Thus saying, he entered the carriage and seated himself by Hortensia's side, while the coachman plied the whip with terrified vehemence, and the horses dashed on quicker than probably they had ever been known to go before. In the rumbling and rattling of the wheels, and their grating through the stones and mud, the sounds from without, though there was still firing and shouting and running going on all around, were not very distinctly heard, but there were some clear, sweet, musical tones fell distinctly enough upon Ralph's ear. "Oh, Ralph, tell me, assure me that you are not hurt," said Hortensia. "I am sure I saw you reel upon the horse as if a ball had struck you." "It was the horse who staggered and fell," replied Ralph. "I can assure you I am not hurt at all." "Thank God," said Hortensia with a deep sigh, and Ralph went on to add, "I feared you might be hurt, for I heard a bullet strike the carriage." "Did it?" said Hortensia. "I was not aware of it. It did not come near me, and I was looking out, and thinking how wildly you men expose yourself unnecessarily, more than of anything else." "Not unnecessarily," replied Ralph. "Depend upon it, it needs some one to command under such circumstances." "And that you did right well, most certainly," replied Lady Danvers, assuming a tone of gaiety not very congenial to her feelings. "I could have fancied you a general, and think, indeed, you should have been a soldier. But what are we to do now? What is to become of us?" "We must go back to Danvers's new church at once," replied Ralph. "We have no other choice, and I must try my fortune alone early to-morrow morning. It is strange we have heard nothing of Gaunt Stilling." Hortensia did not reply, and after a moment Ralph added, "The firing seems further off now, to the east of the town. I strongly suspect Monmouth will not pursue his advantage. His troops are too raw. Is anything the matter? You do not speak." "No, Ralph, no," she answered. "My heart is very full with many mingled feelings, some joy, as for instance at our escape from danger, some apprehension, some sorrow, but I trust that to-morrow will bring better fortune, and that, ere night, I shall hear that you are safe, Ralph." She called him Ralph twice in the same short answer, and it was pleasant to his ear, but she had remarked that from the moment when he sprang from the carriage he had given her no name whatever, except once that of Hortensia. He would not, he dared not, call her so again, after the first excitement was over, and yet, with the warm sound upon his lips, he could not bring them to utter a colder name. Their thoughts were both upon the same subject at the same moment. The sound of the firing had nearly ceased. The fugitives who were still passing were few and scattered, and the moon was rising slowly in the east, and silvering over the heaven behind a wooded hill and a tall, ancient-looking farmhouse upon a high, stony bank, when suddenly a loud voice cried, "Halt! Who goes there?" The coachman instantly pulled in his reins, and Ralph, putting his head out of the carriage, replied, "Friends, whose post is this? Stand off, for the men are armed, and we want no more confusion." "What friends?" demanded the sentry. "Lady Danvers and her servants," replied Ralph, knowing the announcement could do no one any harm but himself. "She is seeking to return to her own house, as she finds she cannot get to Axminster. Who commands at this post, fellow, I ask again?" "George Monk, Duke of Albemarle," replied the militiaman stoutly, "and I can tell you, you must stop till he says that you can go on, for if you come a step further I will shoot one of your great coach horses." End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. The sentinel who spoke the words with which the last chapter concluded was placed in a little hollow way, or cut in the steep bank through which the lane had to wind on in order to pass over the hill. He was evidently a country boor of the Duke of Albemarle's militia, unacquainted with military service, and as likely as not to put his threat of shooting one of the coach horses in execution. But before Ralph could think of what was next to be done, or Lady Danvers could say a word, a figure was seen to drop down from the bank behind the poor soldier, seize him by the throat, and with very little ceremony wrench his musket out of his hands, taking special care to allow him no opportunity of discharging it in the struggle. "A pretty fellow you are, to stop a lady's carriage on the king's highway," cried a voice which Ralph recognised right well. "There, go and tell the Duke what you've been doing, and get well punished for your pains. He never told you to stop Lady Danvers's carriage, I'm sure." Thus saying, Gaunt Stilling shook the powder out of the pan of the man's musket, and giving him a kick behind, sent him running up toward the farmhouse I have mentioned. "Quick, my lady," said the servant. "You had better drive back to Danvers's new church as fast as possible. You cannot pass any other way. I will overtake you soon. Jog along, master coachman." He sprang up the bank again as he spoke, and the carriage moved forward. It is probable that the Duke of Albemarle, who was of a more jovial temper than his renowned father, only laughed at the sentry's mishap. Certain it is, he gave no orders for pursuing the carriage of Lady Danvers, and Ralph and his fair companion continued their journey uninterrupted. That journey was slow in its progress, however, and it was nearly 2 o'clock in the morning before the carriage entered the park. The moon, which had risen clear, had become dim and cloudy, not altogether obscured indeed, but partially veiled in thin clouds, amid which her rays formed a broad yellow halo, auguring ill of the coming weather. The beautiful park itself, the dark trees, the solemn old house standing on its eminence, all had a sad and gloomy aspect in that sort of dreary twilight, and with a wearied frame and a heart not happy, the buoyant spirit of Hortensia fell. She sat silent and thoughtful by Ralph's side, and more than once felt that she could weep and find relief in tears if she were alone. She restrained them, however, and strove to look cheerful when Ralph at length aided her to alight at her own door. "Ah, my lady," said Mr. Drayton, "I am glad to see you back, for rumours have come in of a battle near Axminster." "In the midst of which we have been, Drayton," replied his lady. "Oh, a mere skirmish, madam," said Gaunt Stilling, advancing from the hall door; "but I have some news to give you and my master, for which I will crave your attention as soon as may be." Come in here," said Hortensia, turning toward the little room in which Ralph had made his principal abode during her absence. "If you are going to use the coach to-morrow, my lady," said the coachman, coming up the steps, "I had better get the carpenter and the blacksmith up at once, for 2 bullets have gone right into the hind axle-tree." "We can use some other lighter carriage," said Lady Danvers thoughtfully. "The vis-à-vis—" "Lord bless you, my lady, it would be knocked all to pieces," said the coachman. And besides, that can't be, for it is in London, and all the other carriages for that matter. Well then, Harrison, get this mended as well as you can, without sending up to the village. Now, Master Stilling," and accompanied by Ralph, she bade the man who followed shut the door. "I am very sorry, sir," said Gaunt Stilling, addressing his master, "that I could not get back in time to stop your going out, but I was met and turned at every point like a hare by the greyhounds, so that I was 3 times as long as I need otherwise have been. However, it's quite useless going to Seaton, for an embargo has been laid on all the boats, and the Tory magistrates are strong in the village. I have found out, however, from some of the old boatmen, that there is a much better chance in the Bristol Channel. You mustn't go to Bristol itself, for Lord Pembroke is there, and he has probably got his orders with regard to you. But if you can cut across to any of the little ports, or to Bridgewater, you are sure to find a ship, and seamen ready enough. It will cost a good sum, though, they say." "That matters not," said Lady Danvers. "But are you sure that he can pass?" "There is nothing sure in this world, dear lady," said Ralph, "unless it be woman's kindness. But in such matters we must take our chance, do the best we can, and leave the rest to the will of heaven." "If I could have a fresh horse tomorrow, my lady," said Gaunt Stilling, "I will undertake to make sure of a path. My own beast will rest in the meantime, and my master and I can set out at night. Only it would be a great deal better for you to stay here, if I may be so bold, for we shall get on twice as fast on horseback, and not draw so many eyes." "But it may be dangerous for him to remain here," said Hortensia, and looking round to Ralph, she asked in a low voice, "May I tell him what we have heard?" "Oh yes, we can confide in him entirely," replied Ralph, adding, "The truth is, Stilling, we have information that this house is to be occupied by the king's troops, with a special injunction to apprehend me if I am found within its walls. Orders have been already sent to Lord Feversham to that effect." "Lord Feversham is a gentleman, if not a soldier," answered Gaunt Stilling with a laugh, "and he will do everything ceremoniously. It would be no hard matter to bamboozle him. I would undertake to pass my master upon him for a cardinal in disguise. But I thought, sir, you had 2 whole days to come and go upon." "What, then you have heard from our friend in Lincolnshire too?" said Ralph. "Yes, sir," replied the man, "and you may depend upon what he says. Lord Feversham is near 3 days' march upon the right, at least he was this morning, and if you can but keep yourself still and quiet in the house, there is no fear till I come back. He has no horse to spare, and he could not move infantry down in time. Let them go as fast as they will. My plan was to let them get in advance of us, and then pass in their rear. But if they are to occupy this house, that will not do, and we must get in the rear of Monmouth instead. He is certain to move forward from Axminster, I suppose, after his successful skirmish, which he fought cleverly enough, if he had but known how to draw good use out of it afterward. I shall hear what he is doing, however, tomorrow, and if he marches toward Bath, as I think likely, we can easily cut across behind him, and get to the coast before a battle is fought." "Do you think, then, he will fight a general battle?" asked Ralph. "Oh, beyond doubt," answered Gaunt Stilling. "His men are bad enough, it is true, and badly armed too, but then it does not require old Greeks to beat a coxcomb like Feversham. They tell me, however, that Churchill is there, and Oglethorpe, and the Tangier regiment, and Dumbarton's, and it would require men who had smelt powder to fight those fellows." There was a knock at the door at this moment, which interrupted the conversation for a time. The worthy steward, partly moved, perhaps, by curiosity, partly by anxiety for his lady's health, having come to inquire whether she would not take some refreshment after her fatiguing journey. Brief consultation between Ralph and Hortensia during supper confirmed the resolution, already half taken, to follow the counsels of Gaunt Stilling, and Lady Danvers even submitted to the necessity of letting her young guest seek safety alone, without offering a word of objection to that which she believed would prove most favourable to his purpose. A horse was accordingly ordered for Stilling, to be ready early on the following morning, and Ralph and Hortensia parted to seek repose. The following day broke dull and heavily. Drops of rain fell from time to time. The sky was covered with a mantle of grey cloud, The whole aspect of nature was well in harmony with the feelings of two dear friends about to part in peril and anxiety, to part with a dark, uncertain future before them, without any knowledge to guide hope as to the when and the where and the how they were ever to meet again. How often is it, even when hands are clasped and eyes are bright with expectation and lips murmur hopefully, "We shall soon meet again," that grim fate stands sternly by and puts in the dark word of contradiction. Never! But there are sadder partings, partings where the word of fate is heard like thunder, and partings where, though the word be not actually spoken, yet the frown upon the forehead of destiny fills the heart with dread, and wild, unhopeful doubt. Such was the parting for which Hortensia prepared herself, but, happily for her, there was much to be done to fill up the intervening hours. The best horse of her stable had been selected for Ralph's use to supply the place of that which he had lost, and then she had to persuade, to insist, to argue with him on the matter of receiving from her the means of hiring a vessel, at whatever cost, to carry him to the Dutch coast. It is very strange. 3 days before he would have had no hesitation whatsoever in profiting by her kindness at once. But now he strove to avoid, to evade it. He assured her he had enough, that he had all he wanted, even while he was calculating in his own mind what amount he could obtain for the various trinkets he possessed. I will not try to look into his motives, for he would not look into them himself, although he carried his refusal almost to a point of coldness. It was only in the end, when Hortensia, with a faltering voice, said, "For Margaret's sake, Ralph," that he yielded, even in part, and accepted assistance which she thought infinitely small. She made up her mind, however, as to the means of foiling his false delicacy, as she called it, and she proceeded to execute her plan as soon as she was left alone. It is true that she would fain have had him stay with her the whole day. Each minute seemed valuable. They were the last drops in the flask. But he had to write a letter to his father, and though it was not long, the time that it occupied was the dullest of the day to Hortensia. To occupy a part of it, however, she sent for her steward as soon as she was alone. "I know not, Master Drayton," she said, "what rents you have got in, but there are circumstances existing which will speedily require more money than I have brought with me. I dare say you recollect quite well my mother's friend, Mistress Woodhall, for you must have been with my father before her death." "Oh, quite well, my lady," replied Mr. Drayton, "and a beautiful creature she was." "Now this young gentleman that is here is her son," continued Hortensia, "and I feel toward him, and would act toward him as a sister, if he would but let me. From circumstances not necessary to mention more than I have done before, it is needful that he should go to Holland as fast as possible. Now you can easily judge that to hire a vessel for that voyage will, in these present times, cost very dear. He thinks he has got quite enough. I know that he has not, but he will accept no more. Therefore I must contrive to place the necessary funds in the hands of his servant Stilling, if you think the man is to be trusted." "Oh, perfectly, my lady, perfectly," replied Mr. Drayton. "How much does your ladyship think will be required?" "Not less than £500, replied Lady Danvers. "I have not so much in the house," said Mr. Drayton, somewhat surprised, "but I will easily procure it in the course of the day, and will get all that I can in gold, as most convenient to carry. But the tenants often pay their rents in great heaps of silver, which takes hours to count. When will it be needed, my lady?" "Before nightfall, at all events," replied Lady Danvers. "When you have got it, Mr. Drayton, give it into the hands of the good man Stilling for his master's use. You had better, perhaps, take a receipt for it, and tell him to employ it at once, in case of any difficulty being made about the hire of a vessel. You are sure you can trust him?" "Oh, quite sure," replied Mr. Drayton. "He is very moody and somewhat passionate, but as honest a man as ever lived." When this conversation was over, Hortensia passed the next half hour as best she might, sadly and thoughtfully enough, walking up and down the terrace before the house, in despite of the drops of rain which fell from time to time. At length she was joined by Ralph, and strove steadily to appear cheerful, if not happy. They conversed of many things, some bright, some dark, some pertinent to the occasion and the circumstances, some wandering far away into the realms where thought but too often did not keep pace with words. Thus passed away hour after hour, and though, to vary the time, Hortensia and Ralph sat down to the usual meals, but little food was taken, and thought and conversation went on as before. At length, about an hour before sunset, as they were sitting in a large, beautifully furnished corner room, which commanded 2 views of the park, they heard the sound of a horse's feet coming at speed, and Ralph went to the window, saying, "Here is Stilling returned, I suppose." "No, it is a stranger, in a military dress." The man pushed his horse up the terrace and rang the great bell without dismounting, and Hortensia, opening the door of the room, which was near the head of the stairs, listened eagerly. Slowly the old porter swung back the heavy house door, and a voice from without said, "Here is a letter addressed to the Right Honourable Lady Hortensia, Baroness Danvers. Come, take it, for I must be on to Dorchester." "Who is it from?" asked the old porter, not hurrying his step in the least.
"From the Earl of Feversham," replied the soldier. "I have had hard work to find this out-of-the-way place." "Won't you dismount and take a glass of ale?" inquired the porter, but the man replied, "No, no, I must not stay," and, turning his horse, he trotted quickly away.
"These are tidings, Ralph," said Hortensia. "Let us go and see what they are." And, descending to the floor below, she met the old man with the letter in his hand. She refrained from opening it till she and Ralph were again alone, and then perused the few lines it contained eagerly. They were written in French, the Earl's native language, and contained the usual amount of unmeaning compliment and prettiness. Stripped of all verbiage, however, the purport of the letter was to inform Lady Danvers, as in gallantry and duty bound, that the position of Lord Feversham's forces and his line of march compelled him, most unwillingly, to occupy her house and park as a military post of much importance. "I have the strictest orders," continued the Earl, "that your beautiful ladyship be not put to the slightest uneasiness or inconvenience. But as the receiving of a large body of infantry without notice might embarrass you, I have thought fit, in due devotion to your beautiful eyes, to overlook a little the strict line of military duty, in order to give you intimation a whole day beforehand, that the gallant Colonel Kirk, with the Tangier regiment, will crave your hospitality to-morrow at some period between the hours of 4 and 7 post-meridian. We trust very soon to come at the end of these rebellions, and, in the meantime, I commend myself, my lady, to your good graces and favourable consideration. Feversham." The eyes of Ralph and Hortensia instantly turned to the date of the letter, and, with a feeling of relief, they perceived that it had been written on the morning of the same day, so that 24 hours were clear before them. "Do you know anything of this Colonel Kirk?" asked Ralph. "Nothing whatever," replied Hortensia, "but I know the Tangier regiment does not bear the best name in the world." "Of its qualities," said Ralph, with a smile, "we can get full, though perhaps not unprejudiced, information from Stilling when he returns, for he once served in this very corps. He cannot be long now, I suppose." Nor was he, for he must have passed Lord Feversham's messenger very nearly at the gates of the park, and the letter had not been read 10 minutes when he entered the room. "Well, Stilling, what news?" said his master. "I was beginning to be somewhat anxious for your return." "Plenty of time, sir, plenty of time," said gaunt Stilling, "and my news is good. A schooner or a brig can certainly be hired in the Channel, and at no very hard rate. The way, too, is open, for Monmouth is moving to the eastward as I expected. The people behind him are all in his favour, and the magistrates are powerless. No warrants run there. Still, as parties of troops are scouring about here and there, no one knows where, it will be better to take the low horse road, which leaves Taunton and all those towns on one side. I was only afraid that some of the king's officers might have occupied the little hamlet at St. Mary's, in order to command that road, and that Monmouth might have left it behind unnoticed, thinking he could force it at any time. I find, however, that a part of Oglethorpe's corps, which was quartered there, retreated this morning for fear they should be cut off, so that the way is clear and easy to Bridgewater, where we shall be sure to hear of ships." "We shall have ample time, too," replied Ralph, "for Colonel Kirk will certainly not be here before 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon." "Colonel Kirk! Colonel Kirk!" exclaimed Gaunt Stilling with an air of consternation. "Is he coming here?" "So we were informed by Lord Feversham," said Hortensia. "Do you know anything of that gentleman?" "God's life, my lady, quite enough," replied Gaunt Stilling. "Pray forgive me, but who is coming with him?" "The Tangier regiment which he commands, I believe," answered Lady Danvers. "You know something of them, Mr. Woodhall tells me." "I know this, my lady," replied Gaunt Stilling, "that if they come here and Kirk at their head, this house is no place for you, or any lady or poor girl either. It is impossible, sir," he continued, turning to Ralph, "that Lady Danvers can remain here if Kirk and these Tangier men are coming. I served with them for 3 years in Africa, and if I had been inclined to disbelieve in the existence of a devil, I should have had no doubt afterward, for I had no more than 400 real ones all round me, and the arch fiend at their head. I beg your pardon, my lady, for speaking so plainly, especially as not long ago I was all for having you stay here, and letting Mr. Woodhall and myself find our way alone. But now I see it cannot be done. You must not remain an hour, nay, not 10 minutes in the same house with Kirk and the Tangier men. There is no knowing what they have done, and what they will dare to do. Oh, if I could but tell you all I know! You must either come with us or let us see you to some place of safety." Lady Danvers smiled somewhat sadly. "I fear I must not come with you," she said, "if you mean to Holland, but I have friends both in the neighbourhood of Wells and Bristol who will gladly give me refuge." "Then, madam, if you will take my advice," replied Gaunt Stilling, "you will take care of your plate and all the pretty little knick-knacks that I see lying about all over the house, or you will find clear boards when you come back again." "I will order all the rooms to be locked up," said Hortensia, "except those where the men must sleep." "The Tangier regiment don't mind locks, my lady," said Gaunt Stilling gravely. "There is always an excuse for breaking a lock, especially when there are non-jurors and dissenters about. Doors would open very fast, and with 200 or 300 witnesses you would have 200 or 300 accomplices. Ask Tom if his brother's a thief. No, no, my lady, take my advice, put everything of value into small drawers which would not hold an infant, or they'll break in to see if there's a dissenting minister. Consign all your plate to the plate chests, and when you come back you may think yourself very lucky if you do not find the eyes of your grandfather bored with a pike, or the portrait of your mother shot through with a musket, just to see if there be not a concealed door behind the canvas. Feed them well, or they will feed themselves better, and disperse all the women of the household over the parish, that is to say, under 80. The men must take care of themselves, and a hard time enough they will have of it. Some heads broken, if not driven in, before you come back, I will warrant." "You lay me out work for a long time, Master Stilling," answered Hortensia. "What is to be done, Ralph?" "Take his advice, dear lady," replied Ralph Woodhall. "Let me aid you in your arrangements at once and immediately. Then lie down and take a short repose, and let us set off before daylight to-morrow. We will see you safe to Wells, and I shall depart with a lighter heart." Gaunt Stilling did not appear to be quite satisfied, but he made no observation, and various servants being called, Lady Danvers explained to Mr. Drayton that she was under the necessity of quitting her own dwelling, as she had received information from Lord Feversham that Danvers's new church was about to be occupied as a military post by Colonel Kirk and the Tangier regiment. "Oh, bless my life, my dear lady, that's bad news indeed," cried the old man, rubbing his hands in an agony of perplexity. "Why, it is the worst regiment in the whole service, nothing like it in all the civilized world, a mere band of licensed robbers and plunderers, especially their colonel. Gracious, what shall we do with all the things that are about?" "We must lock them up safely," said Lady Danvers, "and that was one reason for my sending for you, Mr. Drayton. We must all set to work as hard as possible. The carriage and horses must be round at the door before 3. I will not take more men with me than is needful. My maid Alice must go, the rest of the women you had better disperse amongst the farmhouses and in the neighbouring villages till the storm has blown by, and you must take the best care of these men who are coming that you can. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. It was wonderful to see how soon, with a little order and a right good will, all the rooms were cleared of the rich and delicate ornaments which filled them. The girl Alice, well trained by her mistress, did good service in this way, and at length all was completed. 4 servants besides Gaunt Stilling were selected to accompany the carriage, and after a few minutes' quiet conversation with Ralph, Hortensia retired to seek some repose. Her last words were, as they parted, "This is a strange life, Ralph." How often it is that such little truisms give the clue to long, deep, intricate, undisplayed trains of thought, which have been going on in silence and secrecy for a long time before the commonplace result, in which most meditations end, is expressed. Lady Danvers's words led the mind of Ralph on a journey fully as long and various as her own had previously been travelling, and after giving a few directions to his servant, he cast himself into a chair and passed the night in a sleepless silence, till the faint grey of the early morning began to tinge the eastern sky. From time to time he had heard steps in the house throughout the night, and before the hour appointed, Hortensia was down and ready to proceed. There are various characteristics which give the men who possess them great power and influence over their fellows: promptitude and decision, even though they approach rashness; firmness and determination, even when they touch upon obstinacy; great knowledge of the world and wide experience are pre-eminent among these, and by a combination of all 3, Gaunt Stilling had obtained an ascendancy among the servants of Lady Danvers, which rendered him at once the leader and commander, as it were, of the little party which surrounded the carriage as it wended on. 2 men he threw forward in advance, at the distance of some 500 yards from each other, to gain intelligence and report to him in case of need. He himself rode a little before the carriage, and the other 2 men placed themselves one at each door, or portière, as it was the custom then to call it, one leading Ralph's horse by the bridle. The morning was peculiarly fine, bright, glowing, and beautiful, the colours of the sunrise unusually vivid, but the feathery clouds overhead soon began to mass together. The sun lost his splendour, became dull and heavy-eyed, and then disappeared behind a shroud of vapour. First came on a thick drizzling rain, then a heavy continuous pour, pitting the dry ground, and then forming miniature torrents by the roadside. The carriage was much more heavily laden than on the preceding journey, and slowly and laboriously it went on, wallowing through the thick mud, and often seeming to pause as if to rest itself in the gutters which channelled the way. Progress was very tardy. Hour after hour went by, and still every scene was familiar to the eyes of Hortensia. She knew this house and that farm, and the church upon the hill, and the little village inn with its jolly host, and she could almost tell the exact distance from spot to spot. The slowness of their progress alarmed her, and after going on for 4 hours, and indulging in a fit of deep thought, she turned suddenly to Ralph, saying, "Indeed, I think you had better mount your horse and ride away with your man. I shall reach Wells in safety, without doubt, but I fear every moment we may meet with Colonel Kirke or some other of the king's officers, and the consequences might be dangerous to you. Have you not remarked that one of the men has ridden back several times to speak with your servant? We are now approaching the turning towards St. Mary's, and really we had better part here." It cost her a great effort to utter those words, but it cost Ralph none to reply. "I will leave you on no account," he said, "till I see you safely in your cousin's house at Wells. I should ill repay your kindness were I to act so selfish a part. A lady travelling in such scenes of confusion needs all the protection she can have. The danger to myself I do not think great. If we are rightly informed, Kirke's men will be marching on a different road, and as to the men moving rapidly backward and forward, it is but to keep up the communication from front to rear. We move slowly, indeed," he added, "but I never expected to accomplish the journey in less than 3 days, and with these roads it will probably take 4. "4!" exclaimed Hortensia. Why, I have ridden the distance in 1. Heaven knows what may happen in 4 days." The words were still upon her lips when Gaunt Stilling rode up to the carriage and looked in, saying, as if in an inquiring tone, "I think we had better turn a little way up the lane to St. Mary's, sir, for I find from the reports that there is a good large party of the king's troops at a village about a mile before us. They halted there last night, but where they are going this morning the people do not seem to know. The carriage can get up the lane for about half a mile, and the 2 first sharp turnings will hide it from this road. There is a field near where we can wheel about when we have obtained intelligence that the troops have marched on." Ralph and Hortensia agreed to the proposal, and directions were given to the coachman accordingly. But Gaunt Stilling had reckoned without his host. Not 50 yards after the carriage had turned into the lane, a deep, unmended hollow, almost deserving the name of a pit, presented itself in the road. The horses dashed over, one stumbling and nearly falling. The heavy and overladen vehicle plunged in, with a shock first to the fore, then to the hind wheels. The injured axle-tree, not well mended, gave way, and the carriage stuck fast and immovable. It was evident in an instant that the accident was beyond repair, at least for a long time, and while Ralph and Hortensia stood by the side of the vehicle in no slight embarrassment and dismay, a distant beat of drums was heard, and one of the horsemen, who had been sent on the high road to bring his fellow from the front, came up at a quick pace, saying, "They tell me these are Kirk's lambs, my lady." "You had better avoid that flock, madam," said Gaunt Stilling. "We can all be seen from the road, and I would not have them find you here for a good deal." "But what is to be done?" exclaimed Ralph impatiently. "They are already marching, it would seem. The carriage cannot be repaired for hours, and Lady Danvers cannot go on foot." "No, but she can on horseback," answered Gaunt Stilling. "But there is no lady's saddle," replied Ralph. "Her dress is not fitted for riding." "Oh, that has all been taken care of," answered Gaunt Stilling with a grin. "If Mistress Alice followed my counsel, and the coachman Harrison did what I told him. I knew quite well we should have some accident before we had done, and that my lady would likely have to mount on horseback and ride for it. As to the drum, that's only the muster drum, and they won't march for this half hour. And, if people have not forgotten, there's a pad for my lady's riding on the carriage, and an Amazon skirt, as they call it, under the cushion." "The velvet pad is up behind," growled the coachman, who had been gazing disconsolately at his broken vehicle. "I put the skirt in," cried the maid. "I always do what I am told." "But what am I to do with you, my poor Alice, if I ride away?" said Lady Danvers. "Oh, never mind me, my lady," replied the maid. "I'm not a bit afraid of them. If they say a word to me, I'll scratch their eyes out. Or I can walk along down the lane till I get to some cottage, and hide myself there till they have plundered the coach and gone by." "Why, I should think you had known them of old, Mistress Alice, you hit them off so pat," said Gaunt Stilling. "But you won't find a cottage for a long way, I can tell you. However, if you and the men get into that little wood and hide yourselves there, it is 1,000 to 1 that they don't seek for you. The picking of the carriage will take them some time, and Kirk won't let them stop long." "I shan't get into the wood," said the sturdy coachman. "I'll stand by the carriage." "And I'll stick by the horses," said one of the men. "The girl can hide herself in the wood if she likes. I won't." "Then, my brave lads, I'll stay with you," answered Gaunt Stilling. "I know these men, and perhaps can do more with them than any of you. I know Master Kirk too, and he knows me. However, do not let us waste time in talking." And turning to Ralph, he added, "You and the lady and one of the men had better ride on, sir, as fast as may be. I will follow you as soon as I can, and reach you where you stop for the night. Perhaps we can get the carriage repaired so as to go on to-morrow. Harrison, get the pad on the lightest going of the horses. Alice, set your little fingers going about your lady's dress." "Marry, you're familiar," said the maid, searching under the cushions of the carriage; and at the same time Ralph replied, "But I do not know the way, Stilling." I do," exclaimed Hortensia. "Only tell me, is it the 2nd or 3rd turning you take to the right?" "The 4th, my lady," replied Gaunt Stilling. "Don't take the 3rd, or it may lead you into the lion's jaws. The 4th turning, and then ride straight on. You go in one line for 16 miles till you come to a crossroad with a good inn. There, my lady, I think you'll need rest, and there, God willing, I'll bring you news. Now, pretty Mistress Alice, have you got the skirt?" "Yes, here it is, but what my lady is to do without her hat and feather I can't tell." Hortensia smiled, but made no answer, and her extemporaneous toilet was soon completed. The pad by this time had been placed upon one of the servants' horses, and Ralph lifted his beautiful companion into the saddle, not without some haste and anxiety, for the sound of fifes and drums playing a march was distinctly heard, and it was clear that Colonel Kirke and the Tangier regiment were moving down the road. As soon as she was safely seated, he sprang upon his own horse's back, and Hortensia, shaking her rein lightly, with a look in which sadness chequered strangely one of her gay smiles of olden days, put the beast into a canter, saying, "Now, Ralph, for a gallop, such as I used to enjoy so much when I was a girl." End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. The roads were bad and heavy with rain which had fallen during the night, but still Ralph and Hortensia kept up the quick pace at which they had set out for some 6 or 7 miles. They spoke little, but the rapid motion seemed to animate and cheer them both, and at length Hortensia drew in her rein, her colour revived by the air and exercise, and a brighter look of hope in her beautiful eye. "I think we must have distanced them, Ralph," said Hortensia, "and we can ride on more quietly now." "I trust there is no danger at present," answered Ralph, "and though, dear lady, you seem as if you were boon companion of the huntress goddess, it may be better to spare the horses." "One of Diana's maidens, I suppose I was destined to be," replied Hortensia, and then, as if to take away the point from her words, she added, "I was ever very fond of hunting, I remember, when a child, except indeed the catching of the beast, which I could never bear. The sure scream of a poor hare, when caught by the dogs, banished me at length from the hunting field for ever." She fell into thought again for a moment, and then lifting up her eyes to her companion's face, she said, "We are very foolish, Ralph, I think, you, I, everybody." "Indeed," said Ralph, smiling. "Why think you so?" "Because," replied Hortensia, "not content with all the great and ugly evils with which fate has crammed this mortal abode of ours, we set up looking-glasses all round them in our minds to multiply them by reflection. Is not this foolish, Ralph?" "Methinks it is," answered her companion, "but I believe the reason of it is that we wish to see them on every side, to see if we can not diminish them or cast them out." "Vain effort," replied Hortensia. "Our path is straight on. We cannot turn aside from it. The ills that lie upon it must be encountered in front, and there is no use in watching for them till they are within reach. Let us be wise, Ralph, if it be but for this day. Let us enjoy the present as far as we can. You think no more of a dark past or a gloomy future, and I will cast from my mind many a heavy thought and anxious care, which the world's eye shall never behold. See, the sun is breaking out from behind the clouds, mottling the livery of the sky with gold. Let us fancy that in a calm, peaceful land, in a softened summer day, with nothing but prosperity round us, a happy home before us in which to rest, a short but bright vista of pleasant, youthful hours behind us, and light and loveliness on every side. Let us fancy, say, that we are taking a morning's ride for mere enjoyment. Can you do your part?" "I will try," replied Ralph, "and indeed, dear lady, as you say, it is the wisest plan. I have turned all the events of these last few days in my mind during this whole morning, and during the greater part of last night too, but thought has come to no result, and, as you see, the best devised plans are frustrated in the moment of execution. I really feel inclined to be a fatalist, and to think that destiny is leading me on blindfold, struggle how I may." "Perhaps so," replied Hortensia, "but you are already breaking our compact and moralising upon things that be. Let us get into dreamland, Ralph. It is the mind's best refuge. You never were in France or Italy or Greece, I think, never saw the 7 sober United Provinces, nor dwelt among the stiff and boorish aristocracy of Germany." "Never," replied Ralph, "never." But yet the very name of these places turned his thoughts, as Hortensia intended, into another channel, and the two continued, not without an effort, indeed, to discuss subjects the least possibly connected with their own fate or the circumstances of the moment. Often, very often, would thoughts recur to painful themes, the distant barking of a dog, the wild, joyous galloping of a horse in a neighbouring field, would startle them and alarm with the thought of fresh danger. But then, each time this occurred, the effort to banish the nightmare of the moment would be less difficult, till at length they nearly succeeded in forgetting all that they wished to forget. Thus the time passed more pleasantly, and the road seemed shorter and less wearisome than it might have done had they yielded greater attention to pains and anxieties. That which Hortensia counselled and was practising has been, through the history of the world, one of the great secrets of philosophy and fortitude. The Stoic bore his shame, the martyr his anguish, by thinking of something else, and great would be the blessing to man if he could attain to such mastery over his own mind as to give no more thought to any painful circumstances than is absolutely necessary to safety. Ralph's heart was well guarded indeed, or it could not have gone through that journey with Hortensia in safety, not so much from the beauty of her person, or the charm of her conversation, or the sweetness of her voice, or the high-hearted mind which seemed to pour a sort of halo of light around her, as from the deep thoughts of her, her character, her fate, which that long dreamy ride suggested. He was thinking of her continually, even while conversing with her on indifferent things, thinking of her, not in a manner that could have pained Margaret if she had seen all his thoughts, but thinking of her far more than Margaret would perhaps have liked. The words which gave his mind that direction were those which Hortensia herself had used in speaking of herself, when she promised, for the enjoyment of the moment, to cast away from her mind many a heavy thought and deep anxiety which the world could never see. And on this text he went on, discoursing with himself, as I have said, even while he was striving to keep up a gay, wandering conversation with her. The way seemed short, and neither Ralph nor Hortensia could believe that they had gone 16 miles from the turning of the road, when they saw at length a large, good-looking inn standing at the corner where two ways crossed. That which they were travelling themselves was a mere lane. The other, which traversed it, was evidently a high road, and Ralph said, "I hope we are right. We surely cannot have come so many miles already." Hortensia looked up at him with a gay smile, and pointing to his horse, replied, "The poor uncommunicative beasts know better, Ralph. See you, the horse hangs his head, and both think they will be much the better of corn and water. Hark you, Peter," she continued, turning to the servant who had followed them, "ride up to yon inn door and ask how far this is from St. Mary's. That will give us some indication of the distance we have come. But mind, mention not my name or Mr. Woodhall's on any account. It might be very dangerous to me, Peter, and I think you love your mistress well enough not to risk her safety by any indiscretion." "I won't say a word, my lady," replied the good man, pulling off his hat as he rode forward. In 2 or 3 minutes more, Ralph and Hortensia were seated quietly in a comfortable small room of an old-fashioned inn, with an old-fashioned landlord waiting upon them. He was full of attention, and often took his snowy nightcap in his hand, uncovering his bald head to guests whom he saw were worthy of reverence. "Dinner shall be placed before you, my lord and my lady, in a moment," he said. "You have just come at the nick of time, for we had a great banquet ordered for Master Jenkins and his friends. He was to be married the day after tomorrow to pretty Mistress Betty Parker of the Grange, but those soldiers who came down to join Oglethorpe's regiment last night carried him off with them for disaffection. Foul fool them! His only fault, if it was a fault, was too much affection for Mistress Betty Parker. He would have given her up his whole soul and substance, and as to his being a nonconformist, he was as good a churchman as any in these parts, was baptized by old Dr. Hicks, and confirmed by the Bishop of Wells. But I'll show you your bedroom, my lord and my lady. It is all quite snug and comfortable in here out of this parlour," and he threw open a door leading into a very nice room beyond. "You make a mistake, my good friend," said Ralph, while Hortensia's face glowed with painful crimson. "I am not this lady's husband, but merely protecting her on her journey in these dangerous times." "Well, sir, I hope you soon may be," said the pertinacious host. You couldn't have a better, nor she either for that matter, I'm sure. Good gracious, the lady's crying. Dear me, madam, I'm very sorry. I beg pardon 1,000 times. I'm a foolish old man, and must chatter." Never mind, my good man," replied Hortensia, drying her eyes. "It is I who am foolish, but I have been subject to much fatigue and anxiety to-day. We have very nearly fallen in with a band of these lawless soldiers who are about, and I was obliged to leave my carriage on the road, broken down, and ride on under this kind friend's protection." "Oh, well, if that is all, he can have the bedroom just opposite, where he can come to you in a moment if you want him," said the host, and again Hortensia's face glowed like a rose. "If I stay the night I may need that for my maid," she replied. "The girl will come on as soon as possible. I dare say you can find him a room somewhere else." "I have none so good," said the landlord. 25 is rather damp, and number 7—" Never mind," said Ralph. "Anyone will do for me. These must be for the Lady Hortensia and her maid. Now go and hurry dinner as fast as possible." The old man turned toward the door, but stopped suddenly and looked round with a bright expression, as if a good thought struck him. "Won't it be better," he said, "to have a bed put into my lady's room for the maid?" Exactly," said Ralph. "That will do very well." "Capital!" cried the old landlord, snapping his fingers with an air of triumph. "That hits it exactly. Then you can have the opposite room, and comfort them both if they should need it." Ralph could bear no more, and burst into a fit of laughter, in which, to say sooth, Hortensia joined, although she was not very sure whether she should laugh or weep again. The old man looked in some surprise, and left the room with a somewhat sheepish air. As soon as he was gone, Hortensia raised her eyes to Ralph's face with an expression of much anxiety, rendered almost whimsical by the faint glow of merriment that still lingered like sunset round their lips. "This will not do, Ralph," she said in a timid tone. "I hope my people will come and join us soon, but I fear I must not travel with you alone, though God knows, and you know, that our feelings toward each other would not shrink from the scrutiny of all the world." Ralph took her hand and pressed his lips upon it. "You have been pained too much on my account already," he said, "but I must and will see you safe to your journey's end, Hortensia. If your maid does not join you at once, I doubt we cannot engage some honest girl here to fill her place for the time, and accompany you on the way to-morrow. No one who knows you could doubt you for an instant." "But what may not Margaret think?" asked Lady Danvers, turning very pale. "Margaret's thoughts are all generous," replied Ralph, "and if she knew you as I do, she would almost worship you for your kindness to me." "Without a doubt or a suspicion?" asked Hortensia sadly. "Without a shadow or a cloud to dim her confidence," replied Ralph boldly. "Others might insinuate what Margaret would not believe, but I feel it now, dear Lady Danvers, to be a duty to you, to her, and to myself, as soon as I can find an opportunity, to write to my dear cousin and tell her all the generous, noble, disinterested kindness you have shown to me. It is risking a good deal, perhaps, but I think I can find the means of conveying the letter to her secretly." "Perhaps I may find courage to write to her also," replied Hortensia thoughtfully. "A woman in a woman's letter soon reads a woman's heart, and mine I don't wish to conceal, from her eyes at least. She will understand me." Ralph pressed her hand kindly in his own. His brow was clear and calm. His eye expressed, perhaps, esteem, regard, affection, but not passion, and he answered, "She will understand you as I understand you. She will be grateful to you as I am grateful to you. She will neither doubt, nor fear, nor hesitate, but comprehend you, most excellent and amiable of human beings, as you will ever be comprehended and loved by anyone who esteems you more than any other being upon earth, but her with whom his whole fate and existence has been linked from early childhood." Heaven knows what was in his words, but Hortensia bowed her head till it touched her hands upon the table, and burst into so vehement a fit of sobbing that Ralph, after in vain endeavouring to soothe her or even to attract her attention to himself, called loudly from the door for help, and soon brought the landlord's wife and daughter to the assistance of his fair companion. The peculiar situation in which they were placed prevented him from carrying her himself to her bedroom, but he had soon after the happiness of hearing that she was calmer and better, and for an hour or two he waited tranquilly, in the pleasant and quiet abode which they had found, for some news of all they had left behind them on the road. Hortensia had just rejoined him, had just made one of those excuses which women often make for any agitation they betray when emotion overpowers habitual self-command, saying that she had overcalculated her strength, and that the fatigue which she had lately undergone had affected her more than she had expected. "The truth is, I suppose, Ralph," she said, "I have been acting the fine court lady too much of late, and in cities and crowds have lost somewhat of the dairymaid health I used to boast of in days of yore. I must abandon such enfeebling scenes, and once more ride my 15 or 20 miles in a day as I used to do, for I am resolved not to be a languishing dame till my hair begins to turn grey, and not even then if I can help it." They were gazing forth from the window, which, looking over a low copse on the opposite side of the road, gave a beautiful view of that rich and beautiful country which extends for many miles along the borders of Somerset and Devonshire, a land which probably my eyes will never see again, but which will be present to my mind to the last hour of life. The Garden of England, well may they call it, and when they say that, surely they mean the garden of the world. The sun was shining fitfully, the clouds, broken, were drifting away on a swift wind, the trees and fields were sparkling with the past rain, and the soft exhalation of the warm earth marked out the aerial perspective of every far-reaching slope more tenderly than usual. From the refreshed earth the air rose up loaded with perfume, and the note of the blackbird poured rich and musical from the covert, as if to keep scent and sight and sound in harmony. They had not gazed for above 2 minutes, however, and Hortensia had hardly had time to ask her own heart how and why it was that nature's own world was so bright and beautiful and peaceful, while man's was so full of ruggedness and thorns, when the sight of Gaunt Stilling trotting up quickly to the door and quite alone called the attention both of herself and her companion. The man asked some questions quickly of an ostler who was standing by the horse-trough, gave him some large saddlebags to carry into the house, and then, dismounting, entered the inn. A moment after he was in the presence of his master and Lady Danvers, and Ralph argued at once, from the expression of his face, that matters had gone wrong with him. Nevertheless, his words did not convey any evil tidings. "Lucky you didn't stop, my lady," he said, addressing Hortensia, "for we were very likely to have a fight for it, and 2 shots were fired, which did no damage to anything but the carriage. However, we have saved it from actual plunder, though I believe Kirk's lambs have filched 2 or 3 things of no very great importance." "But where is the carriage?" asked Ralph, "and where is Lady Danvers's maid?" "It will be quite impossible to get the carriage repaired at all till to-morrow," replied Gaunt Stilling, "and it may be night then before it is ready, but we contrived at last to get it drawn up into the yard of a good farmer, who will take care of it, and the men and all, and Mistress Alice to boot, till they can set off to Wells. As to the young woman, my lady," he said with a laugh, "you should have taught her to ride, for we could find no possible way of getting her on here, or I would have brought her with me. We contrived a capital sort of pad saddle for her, and mounted her tolerably well, but no sooner was she on upon one side than she was off upon the other. So the matter was in vain, for I knew my horse would have enough to do to bring one here alone, otherwise I would have brought her on a pillion behind me. I have brought a heap of things for your ladyship, however, which the girl crammed into a big pair of bags I bought from the farmer." "Have you heard any news of the other forces that are marching?" asked Ralph. "It is absolutely necessary that we should get some accurate intelligence." "Hard to be found, sir," replied Gaunt Stilling. "I don't think much that there are more than 3 men among the king's troops who know which way they are marching, or what they are doing, and Feversham is not one of them. If Monmouth had but 1 good regiment of foot and a handful of horse, he would beat them all in detail. He must win a battle, or he's lost, however, for they're pressing him back upon the sea just by their dead weight." "But can he win a battle with such ill-disciplined and ill-armed forces as he has?" inquired Ralph. "I don't rightly know, sir," replied Stilling. "His men are bad enough in all conscience, but the king's are not much better. Feversham an idle, effeminate fop, vain, too, as a peacock; the men a set of drunken marauders only fit to scour a conquered country, and the officers for the most part a set of dissolute, enfeebled libertines, who know as much of tactics or campaigning as that table. Your cousin, Lord Coldenham, is one of them, sir. I think it would not take a very strong man to knock down a whole regiment of such, like a child's house of cards. But there is Churchill," he added, "and Oglethorpe, and Dumbarton's regiment, and the Blues. Monmouth will fall down there if they come across him. His only chance would be to beat Feversham first, and then push on to London. A battle won and a forward march would make many cold friends warm ones." "But have you been able to obtain no intelligence, then, which may guide us?" asked his master. "I care not for myself, Stilling, if I could see Lady Danvers safely at Wells." "Ay, that is the thing, sir," answered Stilling, "for the whole country is in a state of commotion, and it is almost equally dangerous to move or to sit still. The whole roads to the south and east are in a state you can form no idea of. Every sort of outrage is being committed. Nothing is safe. Nobody is respected. The landlords are ruined by having men quartered upon them. The villages are plundered. The farmers' horses are all taken to draw the baggage waggons and artillery. And you would suppose not only that martial law was proclaimed, but that the whole land was given up to pillage. It is as bad as Tangier, and it was only because Kirke knew me and I knew Kirke that her ladyship's carriage was spared. When I told him that if he did not keep up some discipline about the carriage at least, some secrets might come out which he might not like to have public, I could see him fingering his pistol, as if he did not know well whether to shoot me or bid his men march on. But I had a pistol too, and my hand upon it, and I think that settled the question with him. However, all I can say is, we must go on very carefully tomorrow, for nobody seems to know which way Monmouth has turned. I dare say we shall hear, however, as we proceed, and as to the rest, we must trust to the chapter of accidents. Now, with your good leave, sir, I will go and get something to eat, for I have neither had bit nor sup since last night, and my horse is nearly as badly off as his master." Gaunt Stilling withdrew, and Ralph and Hortensia were left alone to consult over the somewhat cheerless prospects before them. To stay where they were for that night seemed inevitable, and following Ralph's suggestion, Lady Danvers sent for the good woman of the house to inquire if some young woman could not be procured in the neighbourhood to act in the capacity of her maid for a few days. The landlady willingly agreed that her own daughter should sleep in Hortensia's room, and attend upon her that night, but no consideration would induce her to allow the girl to quit her home on the following day. Inquiries were then made in the village, which lay about a quarter of a mile down the road, but all proved vain. The terror which the various bodies of troops had occasioned rendered every parent anxious to keep his child at home, and Hortensia was obliged to make up her mind to undergo any evil construction that the world might put upon her conduct, as she was placed in a position from which, however unpleasant, there was no escape. It would be tedious to trace the adventures of the next 2 or 3 days, for they only consisted of embarrassments and disappointments very similar to those which have been already noticed. Whichever way Ralph and Hortensia directed their steps, intelligence reached them that some body of troops lay between them and the place they sought to reach, and turned at every point. Several days were lost in fruitless wanderings, which only brought them nearer to the Bristol Channel and further both from Wells and Hortensia's own dwelling. Sometimes a feeling of despair would come over Ralph, and he more than once thought of seeking out the quarters of his cousin Lord Coldenham, of whose presence with the royal forces he was now assured, and trusting to his honour to find means of conveying Lady Danvers safely on her way. But when he proposed such a plan to her, she rejected it at once in a manner which admitted of no further argument. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. In a room which we have before described in Coldenham Castle sat the same stately, proud-looking, majestic dame to whom Ralph Woodhall had paid a brief visit of ceremony before his final departure from his father's house. The unconcealed grey hair upon the broad, powerful, masculine brow added not less, perhaps, to the grave dignity of her aspect than the keen, finely cut features and the stern black eye. There was a look of some discontent upon her countenance as she opened one after another a number of letters which had been placed upon the table before her. But no doubt, no hesitation, no remorse, and yet she might very well have felt all, or either. "Not caught him yet," she said bitterly. "God's my life, thief-takers have lost their skill. But they must have him soon. I have tracked him to his lair, and it seems they have unearthed him. Surely they can run him down now. It must be this foolish confusion in the country about Monmouth which has favoured his evasion. Methinks I will go over myself. Men are but women nowadays, and it is time that women should act the part of men. I will soon find means to catch him. I fear me, Coldenham is too weak and soft, and the old lord too rash and hasty. Robert, though the best head among them, too politic and wily. He needs to see clearly and judge wisely and strike boldly. A keen sword is of no great use without a strong hand. I will soon do it if I go. And let me but catch him, I will so pile up crimes upon his head that he will need a wiser jury than England can afford to set him free." This was partly murmured in distinct words, partly thought, and while her meditation on that subject continued, she retained in her hand unopened the next letter of the pile, hardly regarding it. When she had done, she looked for a moment at the back and said, "The old man's hand! Why does he write to me, I wonder?" And tearing open the seals, she read the contents. They seemed to affect her more than she expected, for one of those strange changes came over her countenance which I have before described. "Ha!" she exclaimed. "Ha! How sits the wind now?" And turning to the beginning, she re-read the letter to an end. It was to the following effect, and much more brief than good Mr. Woodhall's epistles usually were. "My dear Lady and Cousin, I write to you because I am formed on authority which to me would be beyond doubt as proof of any other assertion, that, although no one should be better aware than yourself of the innocence of my son Ralph in the matter of his cousin Henry Woodhall's death, you are urging on our kinsman Lord Woodhall to persecute him with great severity, and also are engaged in seeking causes of offence which may render him obnoxious to the court, and perhaps even prejudice him before a jury. This information having been communicated to me without any injunction to secrecy, I think it but just to yourself and to my son, although I believe that some error must exist, to make known to you the fact, in order that you may at once give immediate contradiction to the report, should it be false. Should it be out of your power to contradict it, however, which I do not believe, I have to warn you that the consequences to yourself may be more dangerous than you imagine, that all your proceedings in this case will be at once brought to light, and that many things, now apparently buried for ever in the darkness of the past, may have to be brought forward in the eye of day. Trusting that, with the firmness and decision which belong to your character, you will at once deny the truth of the information which has reached me, I beg to subscribe myself, etc." Lady Coldenham gazed upon the paper with a look in which many an evil expression mingled with surprise. "Insolent old fool!" was her first exclamation. "Does he dare? Who could have told him of this? His fellow simpleton, Lord Woodhall himself, I suppose. Nay, nay, there can be no communication between them. It must have come from some other source, whence I cannot divine. The old man Stilling surely could not. Nay, how could he? He knows not of it. It is very strange. And this threat too. The son threatens, and he shall rue it. The father threatens, and he may rue it too. Deny the truth? Nay, I will confirm it with the firmness and determination which belong to me. It is time that I should know to what these menaces tend. If I am to have a foe, let me meet him in front." And, taking up a pen, she wrote hastily upon a sheet of paper a few bold lines to the following effect: "Sir, what I dare to do, I dare to avow. Your son Ralph murdered his cousin Henry Woodhall. I have urged, and shall urge, Lord Woodhall, the bereaved father, to suffer no weak remains of affection for an unworthy object, to prevent him from punishing the offender to the utmost. I, for one, should prefer to have a man hanged out of my family, rather than to have a murderer left living in it. Your cousin, Esther Coldnam. This done, and the letter sealed, she rang the silver bell upon her table, and as soon as a servant appeared, handed him the tender epistle, saying, "Dispatch that by a messenger immediately." "May it please your ladyship," replied the man, "Mr. Woodhall's messenger is waiting." "Then let him have it and be gone," replied Lady Coldnam. "His master can't have my answer too soon." When she was again alone, Lady Coldnam once more read her cousin's letter, and it seemed less satisfactory to her than even at first, for with all the evil passions which it evidently stirred up, and which painted themselves upon her countenance, there was an expression of doubt, of hesitation, of dread, which that face had seldom, if ever, before borne. She had great power over herself, however. She was resolute, persevering, undaunted in purpose. Little had she ever scrupled to do in life, for no fear had ever got sufficient hold upon her to deter her from any act on which she had determined. Whatever it was she dreaded on the present occasion, she suffered not the impression to remain upon her mind for more than a few moments. Then casting it from her as something that was used and done with, she turned to the letters again, perused all those which she had not read before, made notes upon such as referred to business, and then calmly and deliberately ordered everything to be prepared for a journey into Dorsetshire within 3 hours. Her own arrangements were very rapidly made, and the early time of dinner was approaching, when the peculiar servant who attended upon that room entered with another letter in his hand. Lady Coldnam took it and looked at the address. The moment she did so, a paleness came over her face, and the man could see that her hand shook as she broke the seal. He did not venture to remain, however, and retired with his usual noiseless step. But the door was not yet quite closed when he heard a cry, as if of pain, and then the sound of a heavy fall, and, running hastily back, he found his mistress stretched senseless on the floor. The letter lay wide open at a little distance from her, and he thought fit to look at it before he called for aid. Only one word, written in a fine, bold hand, in the middle of the page, was to be seen. It was, "Beware," and as he could make nothing of it, he called the waiting-woman and the housekeeper, and a number of other servants, who soon, by their united efforts, brought Lady Coldnam to herself. For a moment or two after her eyes opened, she lay quite still where they had placed her, and then, as if moved by some sudden passion, she started up, snatched the letter from the floor, and uttered some wild and whirling words which no one could rightly comprehend. "It is false," she cried. "It is a forgery. They are in a league to frighten me, but they shall find themselves mistaken. Ay, they shall find themselves mistaken." And after tearing the letter into 1,000 pieces, she sunk slowly into a chair and leaned her head upon her hand. "Is the coach come?" she asked, as if not fully aware of how short a space of time had elapsed since she gave her orders. "No, my lady," replied the waiting-woman, "it is not time yet, but as your ladyship has not been well, would it not be better to delay your journey till tomorrow?" "Not an hour, not a minute," replied Lady Coldnam sternly, and rising up from her chair, as stately as ever, she said, "You may withdraw. Let me know when dinner is ready." Chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. The sun set slowly and somewhat dimly, too, over a wide, extensive, melancholy-looking plain in the west of England. 2 persons gazed over the wide expanse from the windows of a tolerably comfortable farmhouse situated on the first slope of a rising ground to the eastward. Nothing could appear more dreary and hopeless than the aspect of the scene before their eyes. The general face of the country for some miles to the westward was completely flat, rather hollowed out than otherwise, looking much like a Dutch landscape, where a wide tract of country, rescued from the sea, continually forces upon the mind of the spectator the impression that at any time the sea may break in again and recover its own. I know few things more desolate in appearance than one of these Dutch landscapes late in the autumn or early in the spring. There is a sort of marshy, fenny feel in the very look, which makes the mind shiver and creep, as if it got the ague before the body was sensible of it. But even a Dutch landscape had the advantage over that which lay beneath the eye of the traveller. The manifold windmills, with their arms waving in the breeze, which gave a sort of merry activity to most of the Dutch pictures, were here wanting. The curious old manorial houses, very often furnished with drawbridge and portcullis, and with clumps of old trees around them, were not to be seen. Here and there, indeed, marked out by the falling of the light and shade, a little elevated piece of ground, apparently but a few yards wide, though in reality much more extensive, rose up as a sort of island a few feet above the dull level of the plain, and there most invariably appeared the spire of a little village church, with a low cottage or two scattered among the orchards, and the squire's or parson's house domineering over the rest. All these houses, however, in which men and women dwelt, in which every human passion had its sway, in which loves and hates and hopes and ambitions and envy and pride and jealousy and enmity and strife and mortal struggle existed as well as in the midst of courts, seemed to the eyes that looked upon them from the height no larger than the smallest of a child's playthings, so completely did they sink into insignificance, lost, as it were, in the vast expanse around. Dim, dim was the aspect of the whole scene. The setting sun, half veiled in cloud, yet partially seen through the grey covering of the sky, looked pale and wan, and of evil augury. No rosy glow accompanied his descent, till his lower limb touched the very verge of the horizon, and then 2 or 3 blood-red streaks marked the death of day, without affording one hope of brighter looks tomorrow. There were none of those strong contrasts, those deep blue shadows and warm yellow lights brought forth by the changeful aspect of the April or October day, but the utmost variation in the depth of hues served but to throw out, in the very relief, the little hamlet-covered elevations I have mentioned. Perhaps, indeed, this effect was produced more by the long lines of light mist that rose up from the lower parts of the ground than by any contrast of light and shade, and the dull, leaden, cheerless, rayless look of the whole was only rendered more oppressive by 2 or 3 tall wreaths of bluish smoke, which rose up here and there, several miles apart, marked out the distances, and showed how wide was the space beneath the eye. "Somewhere here," said Ralph, "must have lain, I think, the famous Isle of the Ethelings, so celebrated in our Saxon history, for this was the great marsh, at that time nearly covered with water in winter, into which the Danes could never penetrate." "It looks indeed a sad and gloomy place, the refuge of despair," replied Hortensia, and then, allowing her eyes to run forward over some 12 or 14 miles of ground, they rested upon a spot where, against the western sky, rose up a number of irregular white masses, crowned by a very tall steeple, which looked as solitary and melancholy as a column in a wilderness. "That must be Bridgewater, I suppose," said Hortensia. "I fancy so," answered Ralph, "but I cannot tell. We will ask the good farmer." And he was turning toward the other side of the room where stood the door, when Hortensia stayed him, saying, "Nay, do not leave me, Ralph. I am very sad to-night. I know not why it is, but I suppose these long journeyings and wearing anxiety have fatigued me much, fatigued mind and heart and soul and spirit more than the body, for these frail limbs do not feel so weary as after the first day's journey. But there is nothing like the weariness of the spirit. It matters little whether it be Bridgewater or not, let it be what it may. We shall learn more to-morrow." The moment after, with a little spice of that caprice which the weariness of the spirit that she talked of often gives, Hortensia added, "If that be Bridgewater, and the villages we see there be occupied by the king's troops, as the people say, they must have somehow passed us, and I should think that we could get across the country to Bristol or Bath early to-morrow. Of course, if Monmouth is before them, they will call in all stragglers and detachments, and the road in the rear must be clear." "I have good hope it will prove so," replied Ralph. "But if the intelligence we have heard to-night be correct, your own house at Danvers's new church must be free of these marauders." "Nothing is more probable than that Lord Feversham should order Kirke, as the people told us, to join him again by forced marches." "I wish Stilling would return," said Lady Danvers with a sigh. "We have fed so long upon the bitter bread of uncertainty that I am marvellous tired of the diet, Ralph." "He has not yet been gone half an hour," replied Ralph Woodhall. "Take my counsel, dear lady. Go and lie down to rest for a few hours, and as soon as Stilling returns I will send and let you know what news he brings. If I judge right, there will be someone up in the house all night, for the good people are evidently anxious and alarmed in consequence of the near presence of the soldiery." "If I sleep at all," replied Hortensia, "it shall be in this large chair. Though the back be as tall and as stiff as a monument, yet there, ready for any event, I shall rest more quietly than in a bed. I like this sober evening twilight, this sort of middle state of sight, where there is nothing very bright and nothing very dark, like the calm, even hue of happy mediocrity. Forbid me candles at any such hour as this. I could go on, methinks, musing and pondering in this light for ever, if it would but last, or till the night of age and death fell upon me." Her quiet melancholy dream ended with the opening of the door, and the good farmer's wife entered, saying in a broad Somersetshire dialect, "Come, young folks, don't you sit moping here in the dark. I've got something ready all hot for your supper down below. A plenty of roasted eggs and some bacon, and some good dough cakes as ever were baked. It's poor feeding for such as you, I dare say, but it's the best we can give, and it's given right hearty." "And so we will partake of it," said Hortensia, rising and laying her hand upon the good woman's arm. "Come, Ralph, let us go to supper. We can employ our time worse, even in sitting thinking sadly here." "Well, thou art a dear, beautiful lady, and there's the very best cider in the country to boot," said the farmer's wife, walking down the stairs by the side of her fair guest. Hortensia did not see the connection between herself and the cider, but she asked no questions, and was soon seated at the farmer's supper table, where, in addition to himself, his wife, and her two guests, were half a score of ploughmen and maid-servants, all very decorous in their behaviour, though simple and rough enough in their manner. The conversation turned naturally enough to the situation of Monmouth and the king's troops, and some speculations were indulged in as to the result of the struggle going on. It was evident that the good farmer was a Tory at heart, although he took especial care to guard the expression of his opinions. "Lord bless you, my lady," he said, in answer to some observation of Hortensia, "there will be no battle. The Duke can't afford to fight such men as he's got before him. That's to say, the Duke, or King Monmouth, as they call him, and I can't tell, of course, which is right, but he's strengthening himself in Bridgewater, they say, and I know he sent for a great number of our lads round about to help to cut brines and throw up dykes. He'll soon be obliged to give them all up, I've a notion. But nobody can tell. After all, war and love are the two most uncertain things that are, and I do not know which is the worse for my part." "Love," said Hortensia, smiling, "for besides being bad in itself, as you say, it often leads to war, which is another evil." "Lord bless you, my lady, love's a very good thing in its way, when it's young and fresh," said the farmer's wife, with a merry laugh. "It's not like beer, the better for being kept, that is true, but all those sweet liquors grow sour when they get stale, and so love's no worse than the rest of them. Isn't it so, father?" The jolly farmer shook his sides with a hearty laugh, but replied, with a better compliment than courts could afford, "Such as thou never get stale, my dear old girl, for there's a sweet spirit in the heart of thee that won't let a drop in thy veins grow sour, and the longer thou art kept, the better." The conversation served somewhat to cheer, but still both Ralph and Hortensia were anxious for the return of Gaunt Stilling, and Lady Danvers would not consent to retire to rest before information was received of what was the course to be pursued in the morning. After the supper was over, they went up again together to the room above, and seated themselves by the window, while the good farmer's wife followed them with a single lamp, and sat making stockings, and every now and then saying a word or two, calculated, as she thought, to keep their spirits up. Ralph and Hortensia said little, but gazed on the scene before them, with the stars twinkling faintly above, and the wide expanse of Sedgemoor nearly veiled in mist, looking like a dim, uncertain sea. "Ay, we none of us can rest to-night," said the old woman, and then, after a pause and 2 or 3 more stitches, she continued, "That's because we all feel as if something were going to happen, and something must happen too, very soon, I'm sure of that. They've got too near to part without tearing each other." "It is sad to think of," said Hortensia. "Perhaps tomorrow may bring fate to many hundreds of honest men who ought to be friends and brethren." "Likely, my lady," replied the farmer's wife, and there the conversation dropped. "Farmer Bacon thinks they are going to have a siege," said the good dame, after about half an hour's silence, "but I don't think they'll wait for that slow work." "I should think Lord Feversham would hardly give the Duke time to fortify himself," Ralph answered, and there the conversation dropped again. About an hour after that Ralph said, "Hark! Do you not hear the sound of a horse's hoofs beating upon the hard road or causeway? I dare say it is Stilling coming back." "It must be on Zoyland Causeway," said the old woman, "for all the roads are mere pease pudding. You would not hear the galloping of a whole regiment of horses. The horse is 6 miles off, at least, but the night is still, you see." A short time then elapsed without any further observation, but suddenly Hortensia started and uttered a low exclamation. A bright flash of fire was seen to blaze through the fog toward the centre of the moor, and some seconds after a loud ringing report of musketry. Then, immediately after, flash after flash ran along in a straight line across the moor, extending some 300 or 400 yards, and the peal of the shot was mingled with other sounds, probably shouts of command, or the cheer of troops in the charge. It was clear a battle was going on, that a night attack had been made by Monmouth on the king's troops, and that mighty destinies hung upon the events which were taking place on one spot in the midst of that wild moor. Some 5 or 10 minutes after, a light broke out about 2 miles to the right, steady and persisted, as if a bonfire had been lighted there, but a number of flashes also poured down from that quarter, and then came the sound of many horses' feet beating the hard causeway. The farmer and many of the people of the house came up, warned by the sounds which reached the house, to look out upon the distant battle. All were silent, all were pale with the strong emotions of the moment, and it is not at all improbable that from among the farming men at least many an aspiration went up for the success of Monmouth. Again, at the end of a quarter of an hour, firing commenced upon the left, but it was faint and scattered, and still the heat of the strife was evidently toward the centre of Feversham's position. There the firing was kept up incessantly, rising and falling, sometimes less fiercely than at others, but never discontinued altogether. At length a dull, heavy roar was heard, and brighter, broader flashes were seen. "Those are cannon brought into play," said Ralph. "Ay, that will soon settle it," observed the farmer. "The daylight is coming too. See how grey it is out there." "Heaven have mercy upon those poor men," said Hortensia with a sigh. "Do you not think you hear cries and shrieks, Ralph?" "No, indeed, dear lady," replied her companion. "It is your own bright imagination hears them." "They are heard by the ear of heaven," replied Hortensia, and bending down her eyes, she fell into a fit of deep thought. The farmer's voice roused her. "And now, my lady," he said, "if you will take my advice, you will lie down and take an hour or two's rest, say till 5 o'clock. By that time we shall know how matters have gone, though I myself don't doubt. By that time, too, the chase will be over, and you can get some breakfast, mount your horse with this young gentleman, and ride away quietly, keeping to the rear of the army." "But suppose we should be met by stragglers and stopped," said Lady Danvers. "I have a great dread of those troops of Colonel Kirke's, and there being no one with us to protect us, we should be quite at their mercy if they met with us." "Well," said the old farmer, scratching his head, "I will ride with you till you're out of harm's way, and will take 2 of the lads with us. Not that I should be any great protection, nor they either, for that matter, but I think I've got a secret to keep them quiet. I don't believe they'll venture to hurt me, anyhow. So now go and lie down and rest quietly. There's a dear, pretty lady." "I do not think I can sleep at all after what I have seen," answered Hortensia. "Never mind that, my lady," said the farmer's wife. "It will rest you at any rate to lie down. Come with me, and I will show you the way." Hortensia followed, and Ralph remained debating with himself whether it might not be better for him to place his fair companion under the charge and safe guidance of these honest people, and entreat them to see her unmolested to the house of some relation, than to persist in accompanying her, when his presence seemed but to bring mishap and inconvenience with it. He determined in the end to see her, at all events, safely beyond the immediate neighbourhood of the field of battle, and then to propose his plan to her, and leave her to decide. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. A small party on horseback rode quietly along upon the very verge of Sedgemoor, where the land begins to slope upward. They were still upon the moor, however, which was in those days a moor in reality, for few spots on the eastern side of the Atlantic have undergone a more complete change in the short space of 200 years. A slight elevation of the ground, one of the waves, as it were, of that earth-sea, concealed the travellers in a degree from the field on which the battle had lately been fought. But this shelter was not complete, for the little ridge was irregular, and in some places sunk to the level of the rest of the marsh. Nevertheless, the party pursued their way, unmolested, for more than 3 miles, not hurrying their horses nor putting on any appearance of haste or dismay. Lady Danvers was in the front, with Ralph on one side and the good old farmer on the other, and their spirits and hopes were beginning to rise, from the impunity with which they had proceeded on their last half-hour's ride. They were taking a slanting course somewhat away from the field of battle, and Hortensia fondly trusted that every forward step put her and Ralph further from danger. The old man upon her left, too, was cheerful and light-hearted, and seemed to anticipate no peril or obstruction. Suddenly, however, as they turned a little angle of the ground, they saw 2 mounted men with carbines on their knees, fixed motionless right in the middle of the way, evidently posted there to cut off any fugitives who, after having made their way round the flanks of the enemy's position, might now be seeking to escape by favour of the hollow way. A little confusion occurred in Hortensia's party as soon as the soldiers were perceived, and one of the farm servants, who was riding behind, exclaimed, "Let us gallop away across the hill." "Stay," said Ralph, whose presence of mind generally came to his aid in moments of danger. "Everything now depends upon coolness and propriety of conduct. These men cannot be avoided. We must meet them, and then act according to circumstances." Thus saying, he begged Hortensia to halt for a moment, and then rode on alone, waving his hands to the man who was nearest. He was speedily challenged, and replied at once, "The King, King James." "Ay, ay," said the soldier, "every one called out King James this morning, though many a one hallooed out King Monmouth last night." "We, at least, hallooed nothing of the kind," said Ralph, "for I was prevented from going to Bridgewater by hearing that the Duke was there. At all events, you cannot suspect that a lady took any part in such things, and I trust you will let her pass quietly, as every good soldier ought in a woman's case." "I can't let anybody pass, man or woman," replied the soldier gruffly. "My orders are strict to stop every one, and have him examined by one of the superior officers. You must stay where you are, and so must every one of your party, till we make the signal from that bit of a mound. Take care that you stay quite still, and do not attempt to move away, or my companion will fire in front, and I will fire upon you in flank." "We will remain in perfect quiet where we are," answered Ralph in an indifferent tone. "But one thing let me add, that we would greatly prefer to speak with one of the generals, who probably might know us, than with an inferior officer." "That's as it may be," answered the man. "I saw the general himself there just now. Perhaps he may look back, if he's not gone too far. Well, you go back and stay with the rest." Ralph returned to his party and communicated what had taken place, evidently greatly to the alarm of Hortensia. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid," said the old farmer in a cheerful tone. "I've got a secret that will tame them, especially if they bring us one of the colonels or generals." But Hortensia's fears were roused for Ralph. "I am not in the least alarmed for myself," she said, in a low voice. "But indeed, Ralph, you are in a situation of great peril. Will it not be better for you to turn your horse and try to make your escape the other way?" "No, no," he said. "I should only bring suspicion on you, and probably be taken before I had ridden a couple of miles. Besides, dear lady, I am wearied with this continual uncertainty, and, in truth, I think I have fully as good a chance of passing unobstructed in this direction as in any other." Hortensia hung her head, and his answer did not seem fully to satisfy her. But no great time was allowed for thought or consultation. In less than 5 minutes the head of a considerable party of military men appeared over the hill, and riding at a quick pace, they were soon in the little ravine leading to the spot where Hortensia and the rest were waiting. Preceding them by a step or two came a man somewhat above the middle height, of distinguished aspect, and a countenance which, though not absolutely handsome, was expressive of high mental qualities, if there be any truth in physiognomy or phrenology. The panoply of war had evidently been thrown aside since the battle, and he was now dressed in the ordinary costume of a gentleman of the court, with the exception of the large jack-boots and long heavy sword, with which no mere courtier would have liked to encumber himself. He gazed with a keen, shrewd, penetrating look upon the party as he rode up, but when within about 5 paces he seemed suddenly to recognise one of their number, and doffing his hat he spurred on up to Hortensia's horse, saying, "Dear Lady Danvers, can I believe my eyes?" "Yes, indeed, Lord Churchill," she answered with a well-pleased smile, for she well knew the courtesy of that great but heartless man. "And, to tell you the truth, I have some cause to be very angry with you, for you have been art and part in the offence, I fear, of forcing me many a mile out of my way, breaking my carriage to pieces, and very nearly getting me in the midst of a battle." "Serious offences indeed," said Churchill with a laugh, "but how have I had any share in these terrible acts?" "Why, the simple fact is, I have been trying to pass toward Wells with this gentleman who is escorting me," said Lady Danvers. Churchill pulled off his hat with a low bow toward Ralph, and a keen look at his person, and Hortensia proceeded, "I could not effect my object, however, for I always found some of your troops in the way, and I was not a little afraid of them." "Nay, nay, what a satire!" exclaimed Churchill. "We should have treated you with all courtesy, as if we had been knights of old." "No satire, but only truth, General," replied Lady Danvers pointedly. "The first we met with was Colonel Kirke's Tangier regiment, and his men, we heard from every tongue, were plundering the whole country and abusing everyone who fell into their hands." Churchill's brow contracted, and he muttered, "This is too bad. That man ought to be punished. I hope you did not suffer insult or injury at his hands." "No, but I escaped only by turning down a narrow lane," answered Hortensia. "There my carriage was broken to pieces, as I have said, and I was obliged to mount a horse and get away as fast as I could. What has become of the carriage and its contents, my maid and my servants, remains yet to be seen." "I grieve exceedingly that you have suffered such inconvenience," replied the officer, "and I can only compensate for it by ensuring that you shall be safely and immediately escorted to Wells, or anywhere else you think fit to go within reasonable distance. But who are these 3 gentlemen behind?" he continued in a louder tone, "in such exceedingly contrary attire?" "Why, General, don't you know me?" said the good farmer, riding up. "I saw you at my lord's headquarters yesterday morning. There it is, all about it. I am Josiah Bacon, and I think that ought to pass me and everyone with me." And he held forth a scrap of paper which he had produced from his pocket. "I think I do remember your face," said Churchill, taking the paper, on which were written the following words: "These are to certify that Josiah Bacon, a true and loyal subject of our sovereign lord King James II, has voluntarily furnished 18 horses for the service of the Royal Artillery, and to require all faithful lieges of his said Majesty and officers in the army under my command to suffer the said Josiah Bacon to pass and repass the several posts and stations upon his lawful business or the King's good service. Feversham." Below was written, "I hereby prohibit any soldiers or officers being quartered in the house or the premises of the above-named Josiah Bacon, and require all men in the King's name to give him aid and assistance on every lawful occasion." "Good," said Churchill, when he had read. "But who are these 2 men behind?" "They are only 2 of my lads," replied the farmer. "You see the way of it was this, General. Her ladyship there and this young gentleman came to my house yesterday afternoon, wanting to make their way to Bristol, or Bath, or Wells, or any of those places, but in a great fright about your soldiers, for Kirke's lambs had scared them. They had a servant with them then, and while we took them in and did the best for them, they sent the man on, Stilling I think they called him, to see which way they could get on in safety." I heard them with my own ears. So this morning, you see, after watching the battle last night from the windows, and heartily did we all pray for the king's success, they determined to go on, when they heard you had won the victory. But, being still a little bit frightened about stragglers from the army and such like, they got me and these two fellows to come with them, and show them the way, and take care of them." Hortensia had seldom, if ever, so much wished a long speech at an end, but Churchill listened with exemplary patience, and when the farmer had done, inquired, "Do you assure me, upon your loyalty, Master Bacon, that these two men are actually your farm servants, and that they took no part in the battle last night?" "Upon my soul and conscience, they never were out of the house, and have been with me for the last 2 years," replied the farmer. "Well, then, you can pass," said Churchill. "Will you ride on with them, Lady Danvers?" "Come, Ralph," said Hortensia joyfully. But Churchill interposed with a grave look. "I beg your pardon," he said, "but I must ask this young gentleman a few questions before he proceeds with you." He paused as if he expected her to go forward, but Hortensia kept her hand tight upon her bridle rein, and the general then proceeded, saying, "May I inquire who you are, sir?" "A very unimportant personage, my lord," replied Ralph. "Not so, I should suppose, from your bearing, sir," interrupted Churchill in a courteous tone, "though not so important as I at first believed. You are about the same height as the Duke of Monmouth, and I fancied, when I first saw you, that I had caught the bird for which we had been beating the bushes all the morning. I perceive my mistake, but may I ask your name? You must be of the court, I think, but I have not the honour of recollecting you." "My name, sir, is Woodhall," replied Ralph at once. "Your Christian name?" asked Churchill. "Ralph Woodhall," answered the young gentleman calmly. "Then I fear, sir," rejoined the general, "that I must request you to accompany me to my quarters, and deprive Lady Danvers for a time of the advantage of your escort. I will take care, however, that your place is properly supplied, and that she shall suffer no inconvenience." "That is all I could desire," replied Ralph; but Hortensia demanded, fixing her beautiful eyes upon Churchill's face with a look earnest and intense, "Does he go as a prisoner, my Lord Churchill?" "Not exactly a prisoner, dear Lady Danvers," replied Churchill, "but as my guest for the time." Then, seeing a look of doubt and grief on Hortensia's face, he added, "The truth is, then, and I must not conceal it from you, that I have heard at the quarters of Lord Feversham, the commander-in-chief, that orders have been given for the apprehension of a gentleman of the name of Ralph Woodhall, on some charge, I know not well what. I do not apprehend him myself, because I am not a constable or a messenger, but I feel it my duty to stop him in obedience to the intimation I have received." "Then the offence with which he is charged is not a military offence," said Lady Danvers, "and if so, there can be no need for Lord Churchill to make himself a constable for the occasion. I beseech you, my lord, as you must well know that this gentleman has had no share in this most unfortunate rebellion, to suffer him to pass on with me, for I fear that I have been greatly the cause of his having been placed in this situation. Had he not undertaken to see me safely to Wells, he would have been many miles from this spot at the present moment." "Dear Lady Danvers," said Churchill, with that captivating grace which so peculiarly distinguished him, "you have been now at the court of England nearly 3 years, I think, where few pass unassailed. You have retained an unblemished reputation, and your honour is too high and pure for envy even to attempt to cloud it." The colour rose in Hortensia's cheek, for she thought he was about to censure her travelling with Ralph, and point to the effect it might have upon her fair fame. But Churchill turned his speech quite in a different manner, saying, after a momentary pause, "You esteem this reputation highly, dear Lady Danvers. Not the softest or tenderest persuasions would induce you to swerve from the line of duty, or do one act that could tarnish your fair fame. The honour of a soldier must be kept equally unsullied. He must be as well prepared to resist entreaties as any beautiful lady in the land, and, be the temptation what it will, keep his conduct beyond all imputation. Was not this so, I fear I should yield to you at once." Hortensia seemed still about to remonstrate, but Ralph besought her not to do so, and then spoke a few words in a low tone to the general himself. Churchill made a sign to the escort which had accompanied him, spoke with an old officer who rode forward, and then some changes took place in the disposition of his little force. It was all done very rapidly, and while the troopers were cantering in different directions, the general once more advanced close to Lady Danvers, saying in a low tone, Do not be apprehensive about this gentleman, dear Lady Danvers. Doubtless no harm will happen to him. I believe the charge against him is something concerning a duel not quite regular in its forms, but in these days such events are never treated severely when the first effect of them upon the public mind is past. We will endeavour to keep the matter back as long as possible, and there can be no doubt of the result." "Will you promise me, Lord Churchill, to do the very best you can for him, and on no account to give him up to Colonel Kirke?" asked Lady Danvers, in a voice trembling with emotion. "I give you my honour of both," replied Churchill, "and I think you need be under no alarm." At the same moment Ralph approached, and, taking Hortensia's hand, he bent his head over it, saying, "Farewell, dearest lady. God bless and protect you ever." And without waiting for a reply, he turned his horse and cantered away. Hortensia saw that as he rode, two of Lord Churchill's soldiers joined him, the one placing himself on the right and the other on the left. Without a word to Lord Churchill, for her heart was too full to speak, she urged her horse forward on the road she had been previously pursuing. The moment after, the old officer who had spoken with Churchill, accompanied by 2 or 3 troopers, followed and took his place by her side, saying, "Lord Churchill has commanded me, my lady, to see you 10 miles on the way, or further should you require it." Hortensia merely bowed her head in reply, and at that moment she would have given much for a veil or mask, for the tears were streaming rapidly down her cheeks. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. The insurrectionary war was over, but far the most bloody part of the whole tragedy was about to begin. There is certainly a degree of madness in the vices and crimes of the human race, a something beyond a mere spirit of evil, a something that hurries us out of the pale of reason and teaches mankind to commit, even deliberately, acts which the right use of intellect would utterly forbid. We are all fond of the idea of glory. We feel our hearts glow at the recital of gallant actions. The splendour of great victories, the sound of triumph, and the shouts of military success excite our imagination, and warm the hellish part of the blood in our veins. But what becomes of reason? No one has been fonder of such illusions than myself. No one has felt a deeper thrill in reading of feats of chivalrous daring, or listening to tales of great renown. But let the reader put such achievements to the same test to which I put them a few years ago. Let him take a picture of a great battle, where the fancy and skill of an accomplished painter have done the best that could be done to heighten the interest and conceal the horrible details of the scene, where the dust and the grime and the convulsions are omitted altogether, where the languor of the dying and the prostration of the dead are made to group in fair flowing lines around the feet of the trampling horses and the charging corps, where the blood is used sparingly in contrast with the pallor of the faces to produce an harmonious effect of colouring, and the fiery bursting of a shell is kept in tone by a stream of gore lighted by the flash. Let him not strip it of any of the painter's adjuncts. Let him leave it embellished as far as the pencil could embellish, but let him strip it of all that his own fancy has added, and let him take it and dissect it under the microscope glass of reason. Let him look at the combatants one by one and ask what they are fighting for. The one for a name in history, which very likely he may never attain, and which, if he does, will benefit him in nothing. Another because he is commanded to fight by some king or some leader, spilling his life's blood and taking the life of others at the nod of a man in whose face he would spit if he told him to black his shoes. Another is fighting for pure principles of patriotism, without ever asking himself if the same or even higher ends could not be obtained by any other than the butchering means with which he soils his hands. Others, and by far the greater part, are fighting for from 4d. to a shilling a day, and they fight just as bravely, just as gallantly as the others. The whole, each and every one, are engaged in debasing God's image, breaking God's law, and taking from others the ethereal essence they can never restore, the great, the mighty, the inestimable boon of life, for objects and purposes which 200 years after, if not utterly forgotten, will be found to have changed but very little the course of events, or influenced the world's history. But take each of those figures separately, those dark, livid things lying on the ground, and think what has befallen him by this great achievement. That fair-haired youth lying there was the hope of a mother's heart, the only one dear to a widowed bosom, the support of her age and of her sickness. His last thought, as he felt the life-blood welling away from his side, was his poor mother. And he saw before her, with the prophetic eye of death, years of wasting grief, neglect, and gnawing penury. And then the workhouse. Then again that stout fellow, somewhat older, with the broad sword still grasped in his dead hand, his fine open brow, his powerful limbs, all show a man who might have served his country and the best interests of humanity well in other fields than this, aye, in better, nobler fields. The last thought of his heart, when he felt the shot, was of his calm cottage in the country, and of the wife and babes he never shall see again. He thought of their future fate, of all the hard chances of life for them, deprived of a husband and a father, and a cloud of doubt came between his parting spirit and his God. Close beside him, slain probably in the same moment, lies the hardened reprobate, unchastised and unreclaimed, loaded with wickedness and sent without a moment's warning or a moment's thought into the presence of offended deity. And there, hard by, the young and unconfirmed waverer, with much matter for self-reproach in his heart, with a sense of wrong-doing, with aspirations for better things, with resolutions for amendment not yet commenced, and he too is sent to his account, without real penitence or heart-breathed prayer, before purpose can become act. There is a burning village in the background, and doubtless there are many others round, homes destroyed, families left destitute, sons, fathers, husbands, brothers slain, weeping in all eyes, agony in all hearts. But this is only one circle beyond the immediate spot, from which that point of glory flow far away on every side, deep streams of misery and sorrow and calamity, to which the transient joy and evanescent brightness of a great victory is but as a falling star in a dark night. It may be said, nay, it has been said, that we must not look at these things too closely. Believe me, reader, that the act or the passion which we dare not look at too closely is evil. It needs no such close examination, for the judgment of the reason is pronounced upon it as it veils itself from inspection. If such, however, be any true picture of the insane sin of war, what must we think of laws and customs and acts, and of the men who committed or made them, by which oceans of blood, shed deliberately on the scaffold, after fierce passion has subsided, have flowed over the page of history, making it little else than one scarlet crime? If it be doubtful, nay, more than doubtful, whether it be a less crime than murder to shed the blood of man for anything but murder, what must we think of death, aye, and torture, being inflicted by one human being on another, not only for acts, but for words and even thoughts? Society must be a bad thing, and a weak one, if it requires to be defended by such crimes as these. Of all periods known in English history, the time of which I write was perhaps the one most foully stained by such abominations. The scene was just opening, the tragedy had merely begun when the Battle of Sedgemoor ended. Law and all its forms were set at naught. Prisoners were slaughtered without trial, as without mercy. The suspected had imposed upon them tasks more terrible than death, and the simple well-wishers of the unsuccessful cause were forced to quarter the victims of tyranny and imbrue their hands in the warm blood of friends, companions, and, we are assured, even relations. The fiend Kirke was busy in his brutal office all day long, and his ferocious soldiery drank deep of blood and revelled amid the carnage of unbridled licentiousness. None escaped him or them upon whom the jealous eye of power fell, who could not pay enormously for life from some store unattainable by his death, and where there was a choice, Kirke always preferred blood. Had Ralph Woodhall been given up at once by Churchill to any inferior officer, or even to Lord Feversham himself, it is more than probable his fate would have been instantly sealed. His presence on the field after the battle might have been judged enough. No investigation, no examination of witnesses would have been deemed necessary, and he might have been condemned and died ere he quitted the verge of Sedgemoor. But Churchill remembered his promise to Hortensia, and fulfilled it honourably. There was also something in Ralph's demeanour which he liked, for, gold and ambition apart, that great general was not insensible to high qualities in others. He was a keen judge of human nature, too, and there was a straightforward frankness in Ralph's dealings with him, from which he argued so favourably that he stretched lenity toward him to the utmost. He conversed with him on his return to his quarters for some time, treated him with every sort of polite attention, and said to him in the end, "It may be some days before I see Lord Feversham, or have an opportunity of delivering you into the hands of those who will ensure you a fair and impartial trial. You have answered me straightforwardly in everything, Mr. Woodhall, and I have not the slightest doubt you are a man of your word. If, therefore, you will give me your parole of honour to consider yourself a prisoner, and not to absent yourself more than half a mile from my quarters, I will free you from the unpleasant attendance of a guard." Ralph's parole was, of course, immediately given, and Churchill continued this liberal course of conduct as far as possible, from the knowledge that the longer a trial is delayed, the more likely is a just, if not a more lenient one, to be obtained. He little knew at the time that the arch-fiend, compared with whom Kirke was indeed a lamb, was coming down with all speed to crush those whom military vengeance could not reach. Rumour, indeed, said that the well-known Jeffreys would be sent into the West, but Churchill fancied wrongly that common decency would impel the court to withhold or restrain this unscrupulous perverter of the law. The general's headquarters had been moved to a considerable distance from East Oyland, and he had invited Ralph and some of his own officers to a very plain and homely dinner, when, toward the close of the meal, a paper was presented to him, which he read attentively. No change of countenance took place, and he merely said to his trooper who brought the paper, "Tell them to wait without." When the dinner was over, however, and the guests were retiring, he beckoned Ralph to a window, and put the paper he had received into the young gentleman's hand. It was an order to deliver him up to a messenger who was charged to lodge him, without delay, in Dorchester gaol. "I fear I must obey it," said Churchill, "and now I will only add as a hint that as soon as I have given you up, your parole to me is at an end. More than one man," he added with a meaning smile, and no very unpleasant recollection, "has found safety and fortune by jumping out of a window." Ralph thanked him gravely, and the messenger and his two followers having been called in, the young gentleman was delivered into their hands. I will not pretend that, had opportunity presented itself, Ralph would have neglected the hint which Lord Churchill had given him, but the messenger was shrewd and keen, the two officers watchful and severe, and in the end of 3 days Ralph Woodhall was lodged in Dorchester gaol, and experienced for the first time the taste of real imprisonment. A low, miserable, damp cell was assigned to him, no food but bread and water, except what he paid for at enormous prices, was afforded to him by the gaoler, and a light was refused him when night fell. It was not indeed intended that this course of treatment should be continued, as he had the means of paying for better accommodations, but it was what a gaoler technically termed in those days the taming of a bird, or in other words, the preparation necessary to make him submit quietly to every imposition, however gross. Thus, in darkness, discomfort, and gloom, with memories and expectations equally painful, he passed his first night in the prison at Dorchester, where, for the present, we must leave him. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. It was still in the midst of summer, but London was yet crowded, although the Parliament had risen. The city was in great agitation, too, for news of a battle and the defeat of Monmouth, the great Protestant leader, whom the Protestant Church had failed to support, the idol of the people, whom the people, or at least all those who were influential among them, had left to perish, had reached London on the preceding night by rapid post from the west. A general gloom hung over the metropolis in despite of the rejoicing of the court, and many a man began to regret, too late, that he had not mounted horse and buckled on his sword when every arm was needful, and every purse should have been opened to support the cause which fully one half of the nation had effected, at least, to advocate for many a long year. But a multitude of those whom timidity, doubts of his right, suspicion of his character, or disapproval of his conduct, had kept from joining the standard of the great insurgent, although truly attached to the cause of religious liberty, very soon had personal motives furnished to them for bitterly repenting that they had not thrown their weight into the scale, while there was a possibility of the balance being turned. The slightest suspicion of having held communication with Monmouth, or the smallest possible evidence of dissenting from the Episcopal Church on any side but Popery, was treated as a high offence. Rights, guarantees, statutes were set at naught, and many hundreds were snatched from their homes and cast into prison, without having committed any other crime than that of entertaining a conscientious subjection to the government and the forms of the English Church. Thus the gloom was increased through the city, nor was it diminished when men found that a sort of trade in accusations was once more about to commence, that the royal bounty was prepared to reward the informer, and that a multitude of harpies round the court were all ready to make a merchandise of clemency, as far as it could be wrung from the hard, cold heart of James II. All was gloom then, although bells were ringing, flags flying, and bonfires prepared, when a young gentleman, attended by 2 or 3 horsemen, rode quickly along what was then known as the Reading Road, and entered the town without slackening his pace. He was impelled by even stronger motives than the reward which had hurried forth the earlier posts, and though he took his way toward Whitehall, it was not at the gates of the royal palace he dismounted. In one of the streets in the vicinity of the court there was a large house to which I have before led the reader, and in one of the rooms on the ground floor, at the moment the young stranger arrived before the door, sat old Lord Woodhall, reading a broadsheet which gave an account of the battle. He had been very much changed by the events of the last few weeks. He was no longer the stout, hale, robust country gentleman which he had previously appeared. He was shrunk and exceedingly thin, and old age was marked upon every feature of his face. He was tall and upright still, for the very fierce and angry feelings which consumed his corporeal frame served to give him an energy and a fire which sustained him with unnatural strength. The middle of a paragraph had been reached, detailing with many blunders and exaggerations the closing scene of the battle, the flight of Monmouth from the field, and the direction which he was positively asserted to have taken, when the door was flung open at once, and Robert Woodhall entered, booted and spurred, and muddy from the road. "News, news, my noble lord!" he exclaimed with a triumphant air. "I have it here, boy," answered Lord Woodhall, rapping the paper with his finger. "Ay, but better news than that, noble kinsman," said the young man with a laugh, and then, keeping up a tone partly jesting, partly serious, he asked, "What did you promise me, my lord, if I put Ralph Woodhall, the murderer of your son, into the hands of justice?" "Why," said Lord Woodhall, with a good deal of hesitation, "I promised I would give you Margaret, as your mother wishes, but I find she does not love you, cannot love you, she says." "Perhaps because she loves her brother's murderer," replied the young man bitterly. The nobleman started as if a serpent had bit him, and exclaimed, "Robert, Robert, do not set my whole blood on fire at such a thought. Beware what you do, sir, beware what you insinuate. Is the man taken? Is he in prison?" "Oh no, he is not," replied Robert Woodhall in a cool, indifferent tone. "I know where he is. I can put him in the hands of justice in 48 hours. In double that time he may escape, for he goes whither he will, and disports himself as a gentleman at large. But what is that to me, if Margaret loves him better than me, if your promise is to be unavailing and your commands to be set at naught?" The old man advanced sternly toward him, took his hand and wrung it hard, murmuring in a low, fierce, emphatic tone, "Robert, you shall have her. But put him in my power, but give him to the arm of the law, and you shall have her, with all my estates, at my death. I say not how soon she shall be yours. She must have time, I must have time, but she shall be yours. I pledge you my honour, and my conscience, and my soul. May God curse me and spare the murderer if I break my vow." "That is all I can desire," answered Robert. "We will not hurry the fair lady, and I think, my dear lord, that I can soon contrive to clear her mind of any love for Master Ralph, if such a fancy has ever crossed it. There are certain tales down there, which, even without all that poor Henry knew, and told her, I believe, of this very honest religious young man's fidelity to her, must soon banish from her heart every trace of affection toward him." "It is false!" cried Lord Woodhall vehemently. "She has no affection toward him. She dislikes you because she knows you to be a libertine and a profligate." "Better that, my lord, than libertine, profligate, and hypocrite too," answered Robert Woodhall, somewhat nettled. "That is true, indeed," replied the old nobleman; "but no more of that. My word is given, and it shall be kept. Now, where is this man, this murderer?" "Down in the west there, my lord," replied Robert Woodhall. "But saving your good pleasure, I must have the management of all this. None but myself must place him in the hands of the officer. I would not share that task with any one for half a kingdom." "Thou art a fine lad, and shall have your way," answered old Lord Woodhall, attributing to regard for his dead son the zeal which proceeded in truth from mere personal hatred. "What is it you want now? How is it you intend to proceed?" "I ask but a letter from you to the Secretary of State," replied Robert, "desiring him to give me a messenger for the apprehension of Ralph Woodhall, and for his safe transmission to Dorchester jail, and you shall have information that he is there lodged by the very next post from the west." "The letter you shall have," replied the old man, "and I will keep my word, let come what may. Seek me pen and ink." The letter to the Secretary of State was accordingly written, and without even asking to see Margaret, Robert Woodhall went on his way rejoicing. At the office of the Secretary of State he was detained some time, for much important business was going on in consequence of the late important events in the West. An intimation given, however, to one of the clerks, that he was the brother of Lord Coldenham, and fresh from Sedgemoor, at length obtained admission for him, and the secretary received him with much courtesy. "Your brother's regiment did good service, Mr. Woodhall," he said. "You were with it, I suppose?" "I command a company in that regiment, my lord," answered Robert, with the colour coming somewhat warmly to his cheek from a knowledge that in reality he had not been in the battle at all, and that by his own fault. "But your lordship's time is precious, I know, and the business I come upon is very urgent." Sunderland fixed his eyes upon him for one instant very steadfastly, and the slightest possible smile curled his acute lip, while he said, "What is this business, Mr. Woodhall? I shall be most happy to serve you." "If you will read that letter, my lord, you will see," replied Robert, and the secretary took and perused it rapidly. He made some difficulties, however. It was not customary, he remarked, to send a Secretary of State's messenger to apprehend one accused of anything but state offences. Common constables or an ordinary officer of police might be employed. "It is not improbable, my lord," replied Robert, who had a vigorous perseverance in his nature, which was not easily baffled, a touch of his mother's strong determination. "It is not improbable, my lord, that affairs of state may be complicated with other offences in this instance. This man was certainly upon the field at Sedgemoor. He is also accused of harbouring, comforting, and defending against the officers of the law a noted dissenting preacher named Calloway." Sunderland still seemed to hesitate, and Robert immediately added, "If your lordship has any scruple, however, it can easily be removed, I think, by an application to the king, who, I know, is extremely anxious that this notorious offender should be brought to justice. I can go to his majesty with Lord Woodhall, and return in a few minutes," and he raised his hat slightly as if about to depart. "That is not necessary," said Sunderland quickly. "I think you have made out a case, but recollect that the office cannot be charged with the expenses unless the young man be taken. Are you prepared to pay them should you fail?" "Perfectly," replied Robert Woodhall, "for I am certain of his apprehension if we proceed quickly. I only trust your lordship will impress upon the messenger the necessity of dispatch." All was soon arranged to his satisfaction, and Robert Woodhall set off with the messenger in 2 hours from that time. A change, which may at first sight appear strange, came upon him as he journeyed. Courage, like all other qualities, is very variously modified in different men, and besides the two great divisions of moral and physical, it has an infinite number of subdivisions. Some men, especially those of great imagination and hypochondriac temperament, are hesitating and even timid in the contemplation of distant danger, but become bold as lions and perfectly self-possessed in the moment of action. Others, and of these Robert Woodhall was one, are exceedingly brave in determination, but somewhat fearful in execution. He had, when he set out for London from Somersetshire, regarded the apprehension of his cousin Ralph with a malevolent pleasure, which made him resolve to see the work done himself, and to have the satisfaction of witnessing with his own eyes Ralph's consignment to a dungeon. He pictured to himself with great delight the anguish of the man he hated, and his removal out of the soft guardianship of Churchill, from which Robert sincerely believed he could and would escape as soon as the hot pursuit after Monmouth was over, to all the horrors and inconveniences of a county prison of those days. All along the road to London he had amused himself with such contemplations. He had gloated over Ralph's anticipated sufferings, and he had pictured each particular scene as it arose. But when he had obtained what he wanted and was riding back with the messenger and his followers towards Somersetshire, he began to doubt and hesitate. Ralph was fiery, and Robert thought him more so than he really was. There was no certainty that he might not resist, and if he did, his resistance was likely to be dangerous. Robert feared, too, that his cousin might speak unpleasant truths regarding him, and he went on in his own mind swelling up objections to any further personal interference, till in the end he determined to put the messenger and his followers so far upon the track that there was no possibility of their missing the game, and then leave them to hunt it down themselves, taking all the credit to himself and avoiding every risk. When the small party arrived at Taunton, Robert was anxious that they should proceed some way further that night, but the messenger, though a resolute and active officer, was a man who loved his comforts, and would only consent to go on after having remained a couple of hours to rest and dine. Robert had no stomach for his meat, for he had heard of the removal of Churchill's quarters, and he was anxious lest the prey should escape him. He wandered out then from the little inn at which he and his companions had alighted, and walked through the principal street of the town, where nothing but signs of gloom and dismay met him on every side, till, standing at the door of a larger inn, he beheld a good portly man in the livery of his family. On inquiry he found, much to his surprise, that his mother was in the house, and that a messenger from her had been dispatched that very evening to Lord Coldenham. In a few moments he was in Lady Coldenham's presence, and she showed as much gladness at the sight of her favourite son as she ever displayed on any occasion. She seemed much surprised to hear that he had been in London, but interrupted him in the course of his narrative to say, "You should not have been absent, Robert, when you knew that Ralph Woodhall was in the neighbourhood. He has escaped the hands of Colonel Kirke, I find, but he must not escape us. There is much depends upon it." She paused and gazed upon him with a fixed, glassy sort of stare, and then added, "He must be taken, he must be tried, he must die. If he escapes you, you will repent your negligence long and bitterly. He is a viper in the path which must be crushed, and you should not have quitted the place till he was in prison." "If your ladyship knew what I went for," replied Robert, "you would approve of my going. You know, of course, that the murderer was concealed in the house of Lady Danvers." "Give him no hard names, Robert," replied the old lady, with a bitter smile. "It signifies not to us whether he be a murderer or not. As to that pretty little bright-eyed doll, Hortensia Danvers, she must not stand in my way. She will find herself overmatched with all her wit. But what were you going to say? Kirke searched her house, but the bird was flown. I know all that." "But you do not know, my dear lady and mother," replied Robert, "that since then Ralph Woodhall has fallen into the hands of Lord Churchill, who allows him to be what he calls a prisoner on parole. That is, gives him every opportunity of flying when he likes. Churchill will certainly not give him up to a common constable, and I went to London first to get a messenger to see our admirable cousin, as you object to the term murderer, lodged safely in prison, and secondly to secure for myself the fruits of my discoveries in pretty Margaret's hand and Lord Woodhall's estates." Old Lady Coldenham shook her head gravely. "There will be difficulties there, I fear," she said. "The old lord's last letter on the subject was as cold as ice." "The difficulties on his part are all removed," replied Robert. I have his promise, sealed by every sort of vow and imprecation, that if I lodge Ralph in prison I shall have Margaret's hand. Any difficulty will lie with her, but they must be overborne." "What has she to do with it?" exclaimed Lady Coldenham. "She must, of course, marry whom her father tells her. His promise is quite enough, and he will not break it." "It is to fulfil my part of the bond that I am now hurrying back," replied Robert, "and as Churchill has no knowledge whatever that I have made any discovery, we shall take him by surprise before he can afford Master Ralph the means of escape. The messenger is here in the town with me, a greedy beast who spends half his time in eating. I trust he has done his supper by this time, and therefore, with your leave, will go and see if he be ready to ride forward. Where shall I find your ladyship when I have fulfilled my task?" "The moment all is safe, send me a messenger," said the old lady, "and if I have the news that he is lodged in the clutches of the law, you will find me at Ormabar Castle the day after tomorrow. But mind he escapes you not. There is more hangs upon his life than you know of, Robert." "He shall not escape," answered her son confidently; "but there is one other man I would fain catch hold of too, if I could do so without burning my fingers. One who has insulted me, and been the chosen companion, servant as he calls him, of this serpent Ralph. I mean old Stilling's son." The colour rose in the old woman's cheek, and she asked sternly, "Let him alone. You have behaved very ill, boy, and your folly will cost me £5,000. How dared you meddle with the old man's daughter? You might have made concubines of all the girls in the village but her, without my caring. But you know not what you have done. Touch not the young man, however. Do not one act against him, as you value all you possess on earth. And now away. See that Ralph escapes you not. That is your business for the present. We may have more to settle hereafter." Robert took his departure gladly, for there was a look upon his mother's face which he knew too well to remain exposed to her anger willingly, and the result of his further proceedings is already known to the reader. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of The Fate. A Tale of Stirring Times by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37. Once more back to London, dear reader, and to the house of Lord Woodhall, near the court. There were 2 rooms occupied in that house, and a little episode going on in each, about an hour after Robert Woodhall's departure. Into each of these I should like to give my reader an insight, but know not well which to proceed with first. Perhaps the one the most completely detached from the story, and having the least influence upon the result, had better be chosen. We will walk upstairs then, and into Margaret's room, where she sits with her door bolted to guard against interruption, and 2 letters before her. She has read one in the hand of Ralph Woodhall, and it has clouded many hopes and cast a deep shadow back upon her mind. It has told her that he whom she loves is a prisoner, and that all chance of escape is at an end, that he must abide a prejudiced trial, and encounter all that the wrath of her own relations can do to destroy him. But as there are drops of bitter in every cup, so there are drops of sweetness in the bitterest chalice. And Ralph's letter has given her the most solemn assurances that he had no share whatever in her brother's death, and that he has loved her ever, and will love her ever, to the last hour of life. He has spoken too of Hortensia, freely, frankly, easily, telling all that she has done for him, and showing the painful situation in which she has been placed by the result of her generous kindness to the son of her mother's friend. That was a great satisfaction to her, for Margaret was a woman, but yet perhaps for the same reason she was not quite satisfied. She would certainly have been better pleased had it been a man who thus befriended her lover. Nevertheless, she felt very grateful, and tried to persuade herself that there was not a vestige of such a thing as jealousy in her mind. The other letter was written in a small woman's hand, more beautiful than was common in those days, and though it was open, Margaret had kept it unread till she had perused every word in Ralph's handwriting twice. She had only seen the first words, and those were so familiar and affectionate that she thought they must come from some well-known friend, though she could not remember the writing. She now turned to it with some interest, and read: "Dearest Margaret, if to have learned to love you like a sister can give me a claim to call you so, I have a right to use these words. I write to you in great sadness, but yet I will not be deterred from writing, for there are many causes which induce me to seek personal communication with yourself, and among the chief of these is the hope of serving you in times of difficulty, and supporting you in hours of trial. One very dear to you, and deservedly so both as a man and a relation, has read me part of your letter to him, warning him that his residence at my house has been discovered, and that danger menaced him there. Do not think that this was a breach of confidence on his part, for it was absolutely necessary in the circumstances in which he was placed. That letter only served to heighten my affection for you both, and increase my anxiety to serve you. You spoke of gratitude toward me for what I did to shelter and save him. I deserve no such gratitude, for I acted entirely from personal feelings. He is the son of one of whom my mother loved as few have ever loved a sister, and therefore I felt that he had as much claim upon me as a near relation. I served him also because I have a deep regard for him, and because I look upon him as injured and persecuted. After I had heard your letter, believe me, I only redoubled my exertions, perilled myself, my fortune, and perhaps my fair fame, to save him. But my own heart is satisfied that I did right, and I did not think that you would judge me otherwise. We set out to seek for some port where he could embark, travelling in my carriage and well attended, but we were met and turned by various parties of contending troops, till in the end my carriage broke down, and I was obliged to fly with him on horseback, travelling with a single servant only. At length, most unfortunately, we were suddenly stopped by a party of Lord Churchill's horse, and he was immediately made a prisoner. I give you all these details because I know there are some about you who may seek to give a false impression of my conduct and his. The inconveniences I suffered I care not for at all. The opinion of the world I care for little, but your good opinion, dear Margaret, I care for much, and it must greatly depend upon that how much you trust me, and how far we can act together to frustrate the designs of those who wish no good to you, and all evil to him who loves you. Believe not a word that they say, Margaret. Believe only that I have acted toward him as a sister to a brother, and that I have done that, ever thinking of you and of his love for you, and seeking as one object to promote your happiness. I will own that when I saw him arrested, I wept for him as bitter tears as I ever shed, and probably exposed myself to imputations which I did not deserve. But be assured that there is no act of my life that I could have wished you not to see, no word that I have ever uttered to him that I could not desire you to hear. And now, dear Margaret, believing this, as I know you will believe it, listen to a few words of counsel from one more world-learned than yourself. Remember that you are surrounded by his enemies, by those who, either from malice or mistake, seek to destroy him, and if they cannot succeed in that, to deprive him of you. Trust them not, Margaret. Receive everything they tell you with doubt. Be firm, constant, and true to the last, for be sure it is the only road to, the only chance of, happiness. Let them not persuade you to anything that can ever put a bar against your union with him. Let them never induce you to give up faith in despair. Far be it from me to urge any child to disobey a parent, but there is a limit to obedience beyond which no parent has a right to exact it, and the less when any command is founded on passion, prejudice, or error. I see before you many a difficulty and many a trial, but still be firm under them all, and if any service can be rendered to you, or any support afforded, fear not to apply to me. Hortensia Danvers. Why, I will not stop to inquire, but Margaret wept when she read those lines. It is now time that we should descend to the room below in which Lord Woodhall still sat after his young relation Robert had left him. He had read over twice the news from Sedgemoor, and was reading it again, when first there was a tap at the door, and then a portly and jovial figure entered, in very neat and bright attire. The black silk stockings fitted the sturdy calves of the leg and the neat ankle to the utmost nicety. Nothing could be brighter than the shoe. The cassock glistened like a raven's wing, and the round, smooth, well-shaven face, beaming with good nature and a kindly heart, was almost as lustrous as the gown. "Well, my dear lord, well," cried Dr. Macfeely, "I have won my bet, I think. Monmouth has been beaten before the 7th of July, and I have won the living that your lordship promised." "You shall have it, parson," said the old lord, whose spirits Robert's news had somewhat cheered, "though you have had as narrow a squeak of it as ever ninth pig had, just escaped the tithe. You should have had it indeed," he added in a good-humoured tone, "even if you hadn't won the bet. You have waited a long time, but you have got a good one now. The presentation was made out the day before yesterday, and you have nothing to do but go down and ring yourself in. The dedimus, too, is made out, and sent down to Giles somebody or other, who will receive your oaths, for, as I told you, you must act as justice, too, in those wild parts. We know better than to put many parsons in the commission in Lincolnshire." "Ay, that is the worst part of the bargain," said good Dr. Maffili. "I wish I could get over that. I never could bear to send a poor creature to prison, I'm sure." "Pooh, pooh," said the old peer. "Go and take the oaths directly, the first thing you do, and my word for it, you will be as hard as a flintstone before a 12-month is over, committing any lad who steals a cabbage or nooses a hare as readily as you will give a text on a Sunday. If you look in that drawer, you will find all the papers." Dr. Maffili got them out with great reverence for the papers, and great joy at his new situation. He was a man destitute by no means of imagination, and it is inconceivable what apple trees he planted in the orchard, and how he ploughed the glebe. When he had got the precious documents in his pocket, however, which made him, with the consent of the bishop, no very difficult thing in those days, rector of the united parish of Bridlington-cum-Saddletree, and justice of the peace in the county of Dorset, he did not forget another errand he had in hand, though it was rather a delicate one. "I thought I saw Master Robert Woodhall pass me in the street," he said, after having thanked Lord Woodhall again and again. "Has he been here? I thought he was in Somerset." "Ay, he has been here, and brought me good news, doctor. He has tracked out that villain Ralph, and before the month is out I hope he will be hanging as high as Haman." "Ay, now," said Dr. Maffili, with some hesitation, "that's just what I wanted to talk about. I can't help thinking, my lord, that your lordship is mistaken about Master Ralph. I don't think anything on earth would have made that young man draw a sword upon your son. Besides, I have letters from his father, and from the good Dr. , the vicar of the parish. They both say that they are sure he did not do it, nay more, that it was impossible, and moreover—" "Is the man mad?" exclaimed Lord Woodhall, starting up from his seat with a look of indescribable fury in his countenance. "Or would he drive me mad? Was not the challenge sent, man? Did he not say that he would come? Was not the hour appointed? Was not my son killed? Will you persuade me that my poor boy is still alive when I saw him cold and stiff and white in his bloody coffin? Of what would you persuade me? Henry was killed. At night without witnesses. Ralph Woodhall killed him, and I will have vengeance." The last words were uttered with a shout, and the old man's face was contorted with passion. But Dr. Maffili, though not very clerical in all his habits, was roused, and felt himself at that moment the minister of the gospel, and he replied in a solemn and warning tone, "Vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord." And the next moment he stood in the hall, and then taking up his hat and cane, he quitted the house. A little more than a week after the period of which I have just been speaking, Dr. Maffili stood in his small rectory house a few miles from the town of Dorchester, and looked about him with evident complacence. There was a boy in deep mourning, about 15 years of age, standing by his side, and the house was completely furnished, plainly but very neatly. The doctor was in high good humour. Everything was somewhat better than he expected, the glebe good and largely measured, the house solid and wanting no repair. The small tithes as well as the large were his, and some of them had come in, so that he was not likely to want butter and eggs in a hurry. There was a prospect, in short, of pleasant abundance before him, and, what is still better, blessed independence. At that moment he did not care a rush for the whole world. "Well, my dear boy," he said to the boy, "what does your mother ask for the whole of this?" "She says she thinks, sir, £200, replied the boy modestly. "Pooh, pooh!" cried Dr. Maffili, with some little acquired feeling of parsimony hanging about him. 150 is quite enough." "The furniture, the cart, and the garden things cost my poor father 400 not 18 months ago," replied the boy with a sigh. "Aye, but they have been used a good deal since," replied Dr. Maffili, without looking at the lad. "Well, sir, you must have them for what you will give," said the late rector's son. "My mother is very poor, and there are 8 of us, but she says she could not bear to have the things sold at auction. It would break her heart." "8 of you? God bless the poor woman!" exclaimed the good doctor, turning and looking at him full in the face, down which was rolling a large tear. "She shall have the 200. I didn't think there were 8 of you." "Not if you think it above the value, sir," said the boy. I dare say not," said the doctor hurriedly, with a gush of warm blood coming to his smooth face. "Besides, I can spare it very well, my man. I have been a great economist, you see, and when I made 2 pennies I always put by 1. That's the way to thrive, young man, and to keep yourself from getting out at elbows. I have never wanted a whole cassock or a clean shirt since I came across the herring pond. I won't say much for what was between the 2, but that was neither seen nor felt. I can spare it quite well, I tell you, so not a word more about it. The bargain's struck, and tell your mother, my dear, that I will come down and see her to-night, and if I can help you on with your Latin and Greek, I'll do it, and perhaps communicate a touch of the genuine dialect into the bargain." The boy went away well satisfied with his father's successor, and Dr. Maffili sat down and took some dinner, prepared by a clean country servant, regretting that he had got no wine in the house to drink his own health on the first day of his residence. He then leaned back in his chair to indulge in an afternoon's nap, a habit which he had lately cultivated a good deal. His eyes were just closed, and 2 or 3 deep inspirations showed that his effort had not been unsuccessful, when the door of the room shook by the opening of the outer door, and the next moment a stranger stood before him. Dr. Maffili started, rubbed his eyes, and gazed at the stranger, who was a young man of powerful frame, but somewhat gaunt and haggard in appearance, with a wild, somewhat wandering eye, and a broad but knitted brow. "What do you want?" asked the doctor, without rising. "Are you a magistrate?" asked the stranger. "Yes, by God's blessing, I am justice of the peace," replied the good doctor. "What do you want with me in that capacity? I thought you wanted to be married, or buried, or christened, for you look in a perilous state of mind, young man, and I don't know which would be most appropriate to your case." "The second," answered the stranger sternly. "Christened I have been, by better hands than yours. Married I shall never be. Buried I shall soon be. But where have I seen your face before?" "'Pon my soul and conscience, I can't tell," replied the doctor, with a sly twinkle of the eye. "In no place, I hope, where I should not have been. It's Ireland, perhaps, you're thinking of." "Not I," cried the stranger. "Lincolnshire, if anywhere. But that must be a mistake." "Devil a bit of that," answered Dr. Maffili, "for if you ever saw me any place in the whole world, barring Ireland, it's just as likely it was in Lincolnshire as anywhere else, for I never lived there a bit longer than I could help, and that was 3/4 of my whole time, seeing that the old lord was so mighty fond of the hall, and the foxhounds, and all that, to say nothing of the good wine, which was a sore temptation to his carnal nature, and to me too, it must be acknowledged. The Lord have mercy on us both, and send us more of it." "I have it now," replied the stranger. "You are the fat chaplain who came over with him and passed a week at Coldenham." "I never tasted worse stuff in my life," said Dr. Maffili, with a bitter remembrance of Lady Coldenham's wine. "And as to fat, there's a leg, boy. Where will you match that?" And he stuck it out from under his cassock, adding in the same breath, "I can tell you what, that visit to Coldenham, what between the sour wine and the sour woman, took 2 as good pounds of beef off that same identical leg as ever were cut out of an ox's rump. I thought he'd never plump out again." "You were reckoned a good man, I think," said the stranger, in the same wild, grave tone. "Good, to be sure I was. Did you ever see anybody who was not good, bloom and blossom like a rose? I always loved everything that was good all my life, a good bottle above all. I wish I had one now," he added in an undertone, "though I don't object to punch when nothing else is to be had, but the devil a drop of rum is there in the house." "Well then," said the other, taking a paper from his pocket, "I want you to swear me to this deposition." Let me see," cried Dr. Maffili, stretching out his hand. "Not one word," replied the stranger sternly. "It is all written in my own hand, properly drawn up, for I was bred to be that beastly thing, an attorney, and all I wish you to do is to swear me to the truth of what is contained in this paper, and to attest my signature of it." "Lord bless you, I'll swear you fast enough," cried Dr. Maffili. "I've seen a good deal of that done in my day on both sides of the water. Heaven help us, where's the Bible? Sally? Sally? There's a pretty forget. Sally, is there such a thing as a Bible in the house? The old parson must have had a Bible. If not, there must be one in the village." "Oh, I've got one, your reverence, up in my box," replied the servant. "Reverence," muttered the doctor. "Bring it me, there's a good girl. Here's a gentleman wants to swear a little." "Bring a light also," said the stranger. "A light at noonday!" exclaimed the worthy divine. "What does the man want with a light?" "To seal this up when I have done," answered the other, with an imperturbable countenance. "Then you may just as well blow the candle out," said the worthy doctor, "for there isn't a bit of sealing wax in the whole house so big as a boy's marble." The servant had in the meantime disappeared, but soon returned with a light and the Bible. Her reverend master then sent her for pen and ink, and when all the preparations were completed and she had quitted the room again, he once more held out his hand, saying, "Come, don't be nonsensical. Give me the paper. I don't want to read a word of it. To tell the truth, I wouldn't for anything less than half a bottle, but I must write at the top, 'Personally appeared before me, Peter Maffili, Justice of Peace, etc.' "I have done all that for you, except the name," replied the other. "Put it in there," and he held the paper before the parson while he wrote his name. "Now then, get over the swearing," said Dr. Maffili. "Take the book in your right hand and the paper in your left. Mind your thumb, boy, when you kiss the book. The cover's not over clean, but it's as good as your own, I fancy. Now, we'll be serious, if possible. It's an awful job, swearing. You know the nature of an oath, I suppose?" "Better than you do," answered the stranger fiercely, "for you have taken many an oath that you have broken to God, if not to man." And then, in a clear and audible voice, and without any prompting, he proceeded to swear to the truth of every word that paper contained, and then signed his name to it in a bold, free hand. Dr. Maffili then attested the signature, exclaiming as he did so, "Gaunt Stilling, now I recollect. Stilling was the old clerk and sexton at Coldenham. Many a chat we've had together. Gaunt was his son, who had been in the Tangier regiment. You are gaunt enough now. Why, what in the name of misfortune has changed you so, lad? Why, I do recollect you, only you look 10 years older. Come, take a cup of ale. There's that in the house, at all events." Gaunt Stilling waved his hand. "You shall have this within 3 days," he said. "It will not be wanted before then." "3 days! I shall be at the assizes in 3 days," said the parson. "You must wait till you receive this," replied Gaunt Stilling, "and then act with it as I shall direct you. The assizes will not be at Dorchester for 4 days at least. The commission was only opened at Winchester on Monday. And now, good-bye. You are not a bad man at heart, I believe. I recollect the sermon you preached in Coldenham Church, and you spoke bold words upon the vices of the great, which did you honour. Do not forget your master's service in seeing justice done to the innocent. Be bold and true to the right. That may cover a multitude of little sins like yours." "Phew!" whistled Dr. Maffili, as if a man were a bit the worse for liking a good bottle and a slice out of the haunch, to say nothing of the fat. "I can prove that it's a crying sin to neglect such mercies. All the fathers held it so, and when I write their lives, I'll make it appear, whatever their doctrines might be." But Gaunt Stilling had waited for no such proofs, and after rubbing his good broad forehead for a moment, Dr. Maffili sank back in his chair again and took a nap. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. The very name of Jeffreys spread terror and despair through the various prisons in the west of England, in which the unfortunate participators in Monmouth's rebellion were confined. He was known to be the unscrupulous tool of arbitrary power. He was known to love blood and to revel in misery. He was probably the only judge who ever disgraced the English bench by openly rejoicing in the power to torture or to slay. He was the terror of the bar, the browbeater of witnesses, the bully of a jury. With a sufficient knowledge of the law to twist it to his own purposes, and make it serve the ends that were dictated to him, with a sufficient contempt for it to set it at naught when it interfered with his designs, with a sagacity and clearness of judgment that were applied only to derive from any case all the arguments it could afford in favour of a prejudiced judgment, with an impudent daring befitting only the brothel or the gambling-house. He feared no consequences so long as his savage instincts could be gratified. He shrunk from no opprobrium so long as it was a means to wealth and power. The news soon spread far and wide that Jeffreys was coming down to judge the prisoners in the West. It was soon followed by intelligence of his having opened the commission at Winchester, of his having tried the Lady Alice Lisle for harbouring 2 unfortunate rebels, of his having violated the first principles of justice and the strict letter of the law, of his having browbeat, insulted, and abused the witnesses, and wrung by threats and violence a verdict of guilty from a reluctant jury. Then came the sentence that she should be burned alive in the public market-place, and then the mockery of mercy in the commutation of the sentence to another kind of death. Dismay spread through all hearts, for no man found himself safe, however conscious he might be of innocence. The safeguards of law and justice were gone. Party prejudices, private malice, cupidity, revenge, caprice, could at any time strike its victim from the judgment-seat, and men learned to fear enemies whom they had contemned and scorned before. If such was the feeling produced throughout the public, what must have been the sensations with which prisoners already accused heard the fatal tidings that Jeffreys was coming on into the West? The savage jailers of the prison in which Ralph Woodhall was confined, men of the basest minds and lowest habits, took care that he should have the whole intelligence piece by piece. As far as personal comfort was concerned, they had consented, for high considerations, to improve his condition. He had a comfortable room in the governor's house, his food was no longer bread and water, he had pen and ink allowed him, and a good and honest lawyer was admitted to him. But the jailers, who loved misery next to money, took part payment for the conveniences they were bribed to allow, in torturing the prisoner with continual thoughts of his coming fate. To say that Ralph gave himself up to despair would give no proper idea of the condition of his mind. He gave himself up for lost indeed, and prepared to meet the worst with firmness, and in this respect, perhaps, a knowledge of the character of his judge was serviceable to him. There was very little uncertainty to be struggled with, the most unnerving of all agonies. He had not to think of chances and calculate probabilities, and vacillate between hope and fear. He had only to prepare. Had any just judge been the person to try him, he would have entertained no doubt, no apprehension, for his full consciousness of innocence made him imagine that his innocence must be clearly established. But with a Jeffreys on the bench, with his known corruptibility, with all the strong influence and great wealth of Lord Woodhall arrayed against the prisoner, there was no chance of an acquittal, and he felt that there was nothing remaining but by an honest and firm defence to keep his name pure for after time, and to make ready to die with manly fortitude. That was a bitter task enough. He was in the bloom of youth, full of the fresh vigour of early manhood, with every capability of enjoyment unimpaired, with the bright, cheerful world unclouded by disappointments, unsullied by vice. All that he had seen of life, up to a few months before, had been calm, cheerful happiness, and he had now to part with all. Hope, too, had opened her garden gates before him, and but a short time previously he had been breathing her odours and revelling among her flowers. All this was to be parted with. The bright expectations of love, the long vista of happy hours ever open to the eye of youth, the high aspirations, the brilliantly painted pictures of fancy, were all to be given up together and buried with him in the dark, cold grave. The strong energies, the warm, chivalrous courage, the firm, enduring resolution, the activity of thought, the might of a strong mind, which he had expected, exercised with honour and with faith, would lead him to distinction, were all to come to an end upon a public scaffold, and a death of dishonour was to close a brief, bright life of honest effort and unstained integrity. For all this he had to prepare, but he did so, and did it well. He wrote to his father, to Margaret, to Lady Danvers, and to Lord Woodhall, and on each letter he put the words, "to be delivered after my death." To all he gave the most solemn assurances, as a dying man, that he had no share whatsoever in the death of his cousin Henry, adding that he trusted to make the facts so clearly appear at his trial that when prejudice and passion should have subsided, there could be not one man who would deny his innocence. At the same time, he declared the conviction that he should be condemned, alluding only generally to the circumstances which rendered that conviction reconcilable with the full consciousness of innocence. His lawyer was active and eager. There was something in the young man's demeanour, in his calmness, in his firmness, in a certain cheerful tone with which he spoke of his coming fate, that touched the good man much. He took more than a mere mercenary or a mere professional interest in the case. Ralph let him do what he could, but he showed considerable indifference to all the legal and technical points connected with his situation. He answered all the questions that were put to him frankly and sincerely, and gave a full and clear account of all the events affecting the case, as far as he knew them, mentioning the names of everyone who had taken more or less part in the transactions which I have recorded. The man of law rubbed his hands and declared that if the evidence of the persons mentioned could be procured, there was no doubt about obtaining a verdict. There was one point, he said, that required some consideration. The trial ought to take place in the county where the alleged offence had been committed. Doubtless, he added, the Crown is prepared to change the venue, and that is done so easily nowadays that any motive will suffice where the Crown is concerned. I should not wonder to find in this instance the pretext is the difficulty and inconvenience of moving you to Norfolk without the slightest consideration of the difficulty and expense to you of moving your witnesses hither. Perhaps, indeed, the trial may not come on, and you may still be sent to Norwich, but even in that case my labours would not have been in vain, for your defence will be fully prepared. Ralph smiled faintly. "You have furnished me with the first ground of hope," he said, "and I am almost sorry for it. In Norfolk I should be certainly acquitted. Here I should be as certainly condemned. But I will not give way to any expectations. Those who have determined to condemn me have taken their precautions, depend upon it, and you may be sure the venue will be changed." "Well, well, it gives us a chance," said the lawyer. "Great men sometimes make great mistakes, and an oversight may have been committed in this instance." At this time he stayed with Ralph, as was sometimes his custom, for several hours, and day had declined into night when he took his departure. The old town of Dorchester was, I believe, not very much less in size at that time than at present. It was always a very prosperous and quiet town, not very much celebrated for any manufacture but that of ale. The streets were then very narrow and tortuous, and the houses opposite to the prison itself were only separated from the outer wall surrounding the old building by a road not 4 yards broad. They were low, mean houses, inhabited by the poorer classes, which have long since been swept away. Under the eaves of one of these houses, when the attorney came forth from the prison gates, he perceived a man standing with his figure clearly displayed by a light in one of the windows, for there were no lamps in the town at that period. It was a rainy night, however, and as the roof projected far, it afforded a shelter. The moment the attorney moved on, however, the man followed him, and at the end of the street overtook and tapped him on the shoulder. "I want to speak with you," he said, in a civil tone. "Is your name Daines? Are you a lawyer?" "Right in both," replied the attorney. "What do you want with me?" "I want nothing," replied the man, "but a lady does. She wants to see you directly, a great lady, too, whom you must have heard of, if not seen." "Who is she?" asked the attorney. "Come with me and you will see," replied the man, and Mr. Daines followed him with the full determination of taking to his heels if his guide conducted him to any place of suspicious appearance. Far from doing so, however, the man led him to one of the most frequented parts of the town, and to the house of one of the most respectable inhabitants, a gentleman well affected also to the reigning family, and in some favour with the powers that were. "Why, this is Mr. Winkworth's house," said the attorney. "Very true," replied the man, laconically, and opened the door, for doors in Dorchester at that time usually remained unlocked till the family retired to rest. "Come up," said the man, and, passing several doors in the great hall through which the sounds of conversation found their way, he led his companion up a broad, venerable staircase of carved oak, and opened a door, saying, "Master Daines, my lady." The attorney entered the room, and though it contained only two persons, he felt dazzled, as it were, not so much by the bright light which succeeded suddenly to darkness, as by the blaze of beauty before him. He paused a moment in his advance, thinking he had never before beheld two such beautiful creatures as those which were seated near the table, with hand clasped in hand. One was dressed in deep mourning, and on the table near her lay one of those black half masks very commonly worn by ladies of that day, and known in France by the name of loup. The other was richly dressed in the style of the court, but even the costume of the day, which by that time was becoming stiff and rigid, could not conceal the beauty of her form. About the one there was a certain wild freshness and youthful grace that was very captivating, while the other, though evidently but a very little older, had a sort of quiet dignity and self-possession in her carriage, which spoke the long-accustomed guest of courts. The lawyer had not much time to observe, however, before the voice of the elder lady said, "Come in, Mr. Daines, and take a seat, if you please." He thought he had never heard such music in his life as the tones which proceeded from those sweet lips, and, advancing to the table, he remained standing, with his wet hat in his hand. "You have seen me before, Mr. Daines," said the lady who had spoken, "but perhaps you do not recollect me." "I cannot say I do, my lady," replied the lawyer, "and yet I do not think I could forget you, if ever it had been my good fortune to see you." "I was a little girl," she answered, with a faint smile. "You may, perhaps, recollect Hortensia Danvers." "Oh, God bless me, my lady," said the lawyer, with a look of delight. "I remember you quite well, and your noble father, and your excellent lady mother. I owed my first success in life to them. What can I do to serve you? Nothing can give me greater pleasure if it be in my power." Hortensia made him take a seat, and then informed him that, having heard he had been engaged to prepare the defence of Mr. Ralph Woodhall, she had sent for him to inquire his opinion of the case, and to offer whatever assistance might be wanted, and she could give. "The case would be very clear, my lady," replied the lawyer, "if we could count upon a fair jury and an unprejudiced judge. I must speak plainly, for the matter requires it. We know that his lordship, who is coming down here, is subject to all sorts of influences, and, to tell you the truth, I discover what I have kept from the young gentleman himself, that no means, however unscrupulous or iniquitous, are neglected by the relations of the dead man to get a verdict against the living one." "Hush!" said Hortensia, with a glance toward her fair companion. "Hush, Mr. Daines! Do not impute such great blame to persons only moved by deep love for one whom they have lost." "Let him speak, dear Hortensia," said Margaret. "Let him speak plainly. It is necessary for you and for me to hear the truth, however bitter it may be." "Indeed, my lady," said the lawyer, "in a matter of this kind, where life and death are concerned, one cannot stop to pick words. If Mr. Woodhall should be tried here, a verdict is very likely to go against him, for the most violent influence is being used to prejudice the minds of juries, and the same influence will undoubtedly be exerted upon the judge." "But can he not be tried somewhere else?" asked Hortensia. "He ought to be tried in Norfolk," replied Mr. Daines, "but the Crown can change the venue, and there is but the remotest possible chance of their neglecting to do so till too late for these assizes. They won't stand upon any forms of law, depend upon it, and perhaps may break through all recognised principles of justice; but nevertheless we may thwart them if they do make any mistakes, though there are few men at the bar who dare to face Jeffreys." "The boldest, the most skilful, the most learned must be retained, at whatever cost," said Hortensia, eagerly. "I make myself responsible for the amount, Mr. Daines, whatever it may be. Hesitate at no expense whatever. Use all the means that may suggest themselves, for, in proportion to the vigour of the efforts made to oppress, so must be the vigour of our efforts to defend." As she spoke, she laid her hand upon Margaret's and pressed it gently, and if there was ever abnegation of self in a woman's heart, it was in Hortensia's at that moment. "This is very necessary kindness, my lady," said the attorney, "for witnesses have to be brought from a great distance, and the little means we have will be consumed in that part of the affair. The fees of eminent lawyers are very great, and my only hope was that old Mr. Woodhall might arrive and bring a further supply. But he has not come." "Let not that stand in the way for a moment," replied Hortensia. "I am responsible to you for any amount employed in this case." "If so," said the lawyer, gazing at her with an inquiring look, "we might try what can be done with his lordship himself. I think it would answer if the sum were large enough." The blood rushed into Hortensia's face, and there was an evident struggle. "I cannot say that," said she. "I cannot tell you to do anything that is wrong. But this I will say, Mr. Daines, do all that is necessary to ensure that real justice is arrived at, and I will shrink from no engagement that you may make for me. Now, can you explain to me some circumstances that I do not understand? It appears even to my eyes, unlearned in the law as I am, that it may be necessary and right to summon myself and all the servants who were with me at the Duke of Norfolk's when the supposed quarrel took place, to give our evidence at the trial. But I find that several other persons attached to my household, who were not near the spot, but resided at Danvers's new church at the time, have likewise received notice to appear. What can be the cause of this, Mr. Daines?" "Rather strange, certainly, my lady," said the lawyer. "But was not the young gentleman at your house for some time after the event?" "He was," replied Lady Danvers; "but I see not how that can affect the question whether he did or did not kill his cousin in a duel, and whether the circumstances attending that duel were fair." "They may think they can prove admissions of some kind," said the lawyer; "but still I will acknowledge it strikes me as strange, and where it is evident that there is an intention to persecute rather than prosecute, one does become suspicious of every move in the game. I will tell you what I will do, my lady. I know something of most of the men engaged in the courts here. Some of them have already given information as to the unfair means which are being employed to obtain a condemnation. I will go and see if I can discover any motive for the proceeding you mention. Can you give me the names of your people who have been subpoenaed?" Lady Danvers wrote down 5 or 6 names on a piece of paper, and at the head of them appeared that of the steward, Mr. Drayton. Furnished with these, the attorney went upon his way, and in the meantime Margaret and Hortensia remained for some time alone, conversing sadly on the subject which occupied the thoughts of both. Other subjects connected with Margaret's own fate and circumstances mingled from time to time with their discourse, and when at length she rose to go, Hortensia repeated twice the injunction to be firm. "While there is life there is hope, dear Margaret," she said, "and though your fate may never be united to that of the man you love, you owe it to him, methinks, never to wed one whom you so justly abhor. What I have told you this night of the character of that man is more than mere hearsay, and I should as soon expect oil and water to mingle as you to give your hand to him. I must not go with you back, for doubtless your father has returned by this time, and I should be no very welcome guest, I suspect. But 2 of my men shall accompany you, although in this good town of Dorchester one might walk alone, I believe, without much risk." "I hope my father has not returned," said Margaret timidly. "I fear he might be angry at my absence. He has become exceedingly irascible since I refused to listen to Robert Woodhall's suit." And the tears rose in her eyes while she added, "He never showed me much unkindness before. Where shall I find my maid?" "We will call her in," replied Lady Danvers, and after having summoned the good woman from another room, she kissed Margaret tenderly, saying, "Hope still, dear girl, hope still." "Ay, hope still," repeated Lady Danvers to herself when Margaret left her. "You may hope, oh Margaret. One of the strange turns of fate may open before you long vistas of happiness. For me the view is closed all round. Well, I can be an anchorite even here." A few minutes after Mr. Daines returned, but it was only to bring the intelligence that he could obtain no information. He seemed even more doubtful and suspicious regarding the circumstances to which Lady Danvers had called his attention than before. "Either the people themselves, who are immediately employed, do not know the motives," he said, "or they will not tell them, and in either case the matter does not look well. There must be motives of secrecy somewhere, and in such a case as this, where simple justice is concerned, that is in itself suspicious. However, my lady, all that we can do is to prepare the defence as carefully as possible. I must send off fresh messengers eastward this very night to hurry our witnesses, for I hear that his lordship is making speedy work of it on the way, and it would not surprise me if he were to refuse even a postponement of the trial, although our defence was necessarily incomplete. He then went on to ask Lady Danvers some questions as to what she could testify concerning the events of that night on which Henry Woodhall's death had taken place, and then left her with a mind but the more depressed from inquiries, the object of which she did not altogether see. She expressed her perfect readiness and willingness, however, to be called as a witness for the defence, and Mr. Daines went away, convinced that she would give her evidence well and firmly. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 39. Those who have remained any time in Dorchester or its neighbourhood will know that within a circle of not many miles diameter around that town there are many spots to be found as wild and solitary as in any part of the island of Great Britain. On the side of Weymouth especially, there are some scenes in the midst of which one might fancy oneself very far removed indeed from the high cultivation which closely surrounds them. In the days of James II., when agriculture as a science had made very little advance upon the knowledge possessed by the Anglo-Saxons, and when cultivation had spread but slowly under the influence of a great many deterring causes, these solitary spots were, of course, more numerous in all counties of England, and it was upon one of these in Dorsetshire, not very many miles distant from the capital of that county, that was built an ancient fortified house, dating probably from 2 centuries before. It was placed upon an eminence overhanging a river, brief in its course, and utterly unimportant till it reached a point about 5 miles from its mouth, where it widened out into a creek or narrow bay of salt water, which afforded a convenient refuge for fishing boats. Near a spot where the first considerable extension of the banks of the stream took place, a sort of sandy bar had formed itself, marking the navigable from the unnavigable water, and it was just at this point that the house, or castle as it was called, had been built. I will name the river the Orme, and from it, and the sandy bar I have mentioned, the house had derived the name of Ormebar Castle. The ground around was covered with smooth green turf, or short but rich grass, disposed in easy undulations, and watered by many a clear and beautiful stream, and such a thing as a hedgerow or a wall was not to be seen for some miles round the enclosure of the park. It was a gloomy-looking building, too, consisting of tall, wide, irregular masses of masonry, put together anyhow, and one could easily see from the outside, from the numerous and very much varied windows, and from the irregular distribution of the chimneys about the house, that in searching for any room within, one might have a real journey to go, in order to reach a door hard by. It was in this curious old building, and amid the solitary scene around, that a little party had met together on the night of Margaret's visit to Hortensia. The kitchen and the hall were well tenanted, better, indeed, than they had been for many a year, for a large household had been transported there from a distant part of the country, and 2 or 3 old servants, who had remained for years in the place, were added to those who had freshly arrived. But in a large, curious, old-fashioned hall above, only 3 persons were seated at the hour of sunset. They were a mother and her 2 sons, and they grouped themselves together near the window, not to watch the passing away of the western light, but upon business which 2 of them at least considered of no light importance. In the midst, on a tall, high-backed, velvet-covered chair, with a footstool under her feet, sat old Lady Coldnam. Her eldest son was on her right hand, looking somewhat listlessly out toward the sea, in a direction where the tower of a little church was just visible over the slope of the ground. His arm was thrown over the back of the chair, his head leaning somewhat on one side, and his whole figure disposed in an attitude of graceful idleness. On the other side appeared his brother Robert, with a very different air. He leaned rather forward than otherwise, with his right hand resting on his knee and his eyes fixed on his mother, as if watching for some oracular word from her lips. At length, as the day began to grow dim, Robert inquired, "Shall I call for lights, madam?" "No," replied Lady Coldenham. "I love this sort of light, and enjoy seeing the stars come out one by one, when darkness resumes her sway over the earth, like a powerful monarch triumphing in stern, proud serenity over some weak and glittering pretender who had disputed his sway. Besides, Robert, it is full as well to talk of all we have to notice under the shadow." She paused and relapsed into silence again, and then, when the sky was nearly dark, she said, "You have done your part well, Robert, and now we must make sure that the blow goes home. You have lodged him in prison as you promised, but he must die." "I think you may leave that to the care of the good old lord," replied Robert. "He is as eager for his blood as a hound for the blood of a deer." "I will leave it to no one with entire trust," replied Lady Coldenham. "Too much depends upon him to have anything risked upon the conduct of a blundering old man, or a heedless, inattentive lawyer." "I wonder what poor Ralph has done," said Lord Coldenham, breaking silence for the first time during a quarter of an hour, "to make you two so bitterly his enemies. One pursues him like a bloodhound, and the other says he must die." Lady Coldenham fixed her large dark eyes upon him with a look of angry astonishment; but the young lord had long been growing somewhat restive, and he repeated, "I wonder what he has done, I say. What is his fault, I should like to know?" "He is his father's son," said Lady Coldenham, with stern emphasis. "I did not know that was any greater crime than being one's mother's son, but rather thought it a virtue," said Lord Coldenham, with a light laugh. "As to the father, I don't see much harm in him any more than in Ralph. He is a very good sort of old gentleman, rather pedantic, it is true, but not much the worse for that. Shrews, pedants, and libertines are, I suppose, necessary evils in our state of society, and as I don't approve of persecuting them, I think I had better leave this somewhat intolerant council and amuse myself elsewhere." As he spoke he rose, but Lady Coldenham exclaimed in a fierce, stern voice, "Sit down, Lord Coldenham." "No, indeed, dear mother," replied the young lord. "I can employ myself better. There is Robert, who is peculiarly fond of either sitting or running. Which was it you did at Sedgemoor, Bob? I'm too active for one and too idle for the other, and so, with your blessing, I will walk." Lady Coldenham eyed him with an expression of anger, surprise, and contempt, which could hardly be described; but the young lord had chosen his part, and, though idle enough in his habits, he was resolute. His mother's look nettled him a little too, and he said, in a cool but determined tone, "In a word, dear lady and mother, I am of age, I think, and master at least of my own actions. I do not desire particularly to be master even of my own house, as long as it has got so much better a master in it. But I will not be here consenting to things that I disapprove and dislike, let it cost what it may." "Hark you, Coldenham," cried his mother, as he moved toward the door, "a word in your ear, if you please." He bent down his head, listening gravely, and the lady whispered something to him, gradually raising her voice till the last words became distinct and audible enough. They were, "and leave you a beggar and an outcast at a word." "Do it," said Lord Coldenham, with the most indifferent tone in the world, and quietly sauntered out of the room. Lady Coldenham shut her teeth tight together, and the violent emotion that was going on within might be seen by the close clinching of her beautiful white hands as they lay upon her knee; but she made no comment, and perhaps was sorry for the words she uttered. They had not escaped the ears of Robert Woodhall, and he might build upon them some strange expectations. But he was wisely silent. Coldenham resumed the conversation, saying, "Let us think no more of that foolish boy's caprices. You are a rational being, Robert. Tell me what you think of this case. Are we certain of getting a condemnation?" "Really, I do not know, dear lady," he answered, and then added, with some emphasis, "that must depend upon the judge and the jury." "They must both be taken care of," said Lady Coldenham, slowly nodding her head. "I will crave an audience of his lordship when he first arrives. He will not refuse me. You must see to the jury, Robert, and if the youth be really guilty, there surely can be no great difficulty in proving him so. Tell me, upon your honour and soul, Do you really think he committed the deed?" "Upon my honour and soul I do," replied Robert Woodhall; and for once in his life he spoke the truth. Nay, more, he carried his frankness further, adding, "But I do not doubt that it was all done fairly. Ralph, I have heard, was reputed the best fencer in his college, and the best quarterstaff man in all Lincolnshire. 3 or 4 passes would soon settle the matter with Henry without any foul play. That letter of Henry's, too, written with his absurd generosity, clears away all suspicious circumstance. That is the worst point of the case against us, for juries are not fond of condemning men for duels where no unfairness is proved." "Cannot the letter be suppressed?" inquired his mother. Her son shook his head, and she went on to ask, "Is it in Lord Woodhall's hands?" "No, in the Duke of Norfolk's," answered her son. "He gave the old lord a copy, but he kept the original." "This is frightful," said the old lady in an undertone. "He will escape us yet. The only chance is with the jury, Robert. There must be 2 or 3 sturdy men found among them who will starve the others out and get us a verdict. Hark! There are horses' feet. That must be the old lord himself. He promised to bring a great lawyer with him, who will enter into our views. But mind, be not too rash. Speak not too plainly, boy, for these men sometimes take fire when their own image is shown them in too perfect a glass, and they assume a fresh honesty but to show us that our thoughts of them were calumnious." "No fear of my being too rash," replied Robert Woodhall. "Besides, I shall apply myself principally to this business with Margaret. It seemed to me the old lord wavered before her steadiness, but I will not be kept in suspense. I will know at once whether he intends to keep his oath or not." "There is business on hand," said Lady Coldham very gravely, "more serious than any pretty painted puppet in the world." "Ay, but the estates, mother," said her son. "True," she answered, "true, the estates." And at that same moment Lord Woodhall entered the room, followed by a man in dark clothing, whom he presented to Lady Coldham as Counsellor Armitage. The conversation was led at once to the predominant subject in the thoughts of all, and was discussed for some time, principally by Lord Woodhall, Robert, and Lady Coldham, who stated briefly but distinctly the new-born fears of failure which her son's previous words had suggested. The lawyer, who had listened attentively, but had spoken little, now interposed, saying, "Do not be afraid, Lady Coldham. We will take care that justice shall be done, and if, through the weakness of a jury, it could not be done in one way, it would be done in another. It matters little for the true cause of justice what are the means employed, so that the end be favourable to herself. We will reach him, depend upon it. Let him attempt to conceal the facts if he will, and if he can. The case of the slaughter once clearly proved against him, we must overcome the scruples of the jury, and if not, it does not much matter." "Does not much matter!" said Lady Coldham with a stare. "I do not understand you, sir." "I am instructed for the Crown, Lady Coldham, and that is the reason why a great number do not understand me," replied Mr. Armitage, with a slight smile at what he imagined to be a jest. "All I can say is, you shall be satisfied, and this good lord too. The young man has evidently committed a great crime, and it shall not be the foolish lenity of a jury that shall save him." "No, I trust there is no chance of that," said old Lord Woodhall. "He killed my son, and I will have justice. Now I have found him, I will never leave him till I have justice. I am an old man to take such a journey as this from London to Dorchester in 3 days, but the spirit that brought me down here will support me to follow him all over the world till I have justice upon his head." "There will be plenty to second you, my noble lord," said Robert Woodhall. "I, for one, cannot rest satisfied so long as this man is with me on the earth, for it is very clear to me now that I shall never have the love of my promised bride so long as he lives." Lord Woodhall was silent, and Robert Woodhall, finding that his indirect mode of proceeding produced no reply, asked boldly, "If she persists in her refusal, what do you intend to do, my lord?" "Keep my word, young man," replied the old lord drily; and then turning to Lady Coldham, he inquired, "Where is your eldest son, madam? I thought to find him here." "Oh, never mind him," replied Lady Coldham. "He is in the house, but can see, with his idle whims, he is more likely to spoil all than to help in anything. He is better out of the way. As to Margaret," she continued, "you must let me see her, my good lord. Women can often find means of persuasion where men fail." "See her if you like, Lady Coldham," replied the old lord, "but it will make little difference. I have pledged my word, and it shall be kept. She must obey. But as to your son, I am sorry he goes not with us in this business. What is the reason?" "Oh, none," replied Lady Coldham. "Old affection for this young man, I believe. Depend upon it, he is better out of our counsels. And now, sir," she continued, turning to Mr. Armitage, "will you explain to me clearly how the case stands? What are its chances, and what remains to be done to make chances secure? Remember, I am accustomed to deal with lawyers, and will not be put off with ambiguities." She had hardly uttered these words, in a stern masculine tone, when a loud voice, rich and deep and full, was heard saying, "Beware once more, I tell you. Catherine, beware!" The three gentlemen looked round, for the speakers seemed to be in the room, but no one was to be seen, and Robert's voice soon called attention another way, as he exclaimed, "Good God, my mother has fainted!" It was long before Lady Coldham could be brought to herself, and for a time those who surrounded her thought she was dead, so still and breathless did she lie, and so cold did her hands become. Lord Coldham was sent for in haste, but he could not be found, and the only intelligence that could be obtained regarding him was, that he had been speaking to a tall old gentleman in the gateway, and that shortly after he had ordered his horse and ridden away. The attempts to recall Lady Coldham to life at length proved successful, but she was in no state to continue the conversation, and the party separated, Robert Woodhall promising to visit his noble relation on the following day. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 40. The court assembled in the town of Dorchester, and the notorious Jeffreys, with his gross, ferocious face, took his place upon the bench. Several trials for treason were entered into in the morning, and dispatched with terrible rapidity. Death! Death! Death was the news brought to the prison every hour, and each man awaited his doom as his character permitted. The court was crowded to suffocation, and most of the magistrates of the county were assembled near the bench. There were several clergymen among them, but one in particular seemed much interested in the course of the proceedings. He was a stout, tall, portly man of the middle age, with bright, twinkling eyes and a smooth, rosy countenance. He moved frequently on his seat, often looked toward the dock and the jury, and sometimes cast his eyes with an inquisitive glance at the paper of notes which lay before the judge, from whom he was not very far distant. At length the case of Ralph Woodhall was called on, and before the prisoner was brought into the dock, the good clergyman I have mentioned approached the judge, and was seen to whisper to him with a paper in his hand. Jeffreys turned round, bent his beetle brows upon him, and surveyed him from head to foot. "I thought it was some Presbyterian knave," he said aloud, "and not a clergyman of the establishment. What do you come here for, sirrah? Like a straw witness to bring off the guilty?" "No, faith, my lord," replied Dr. Maffili with a laugh, and perfectly undismayed by the menacing aspect of the judge. "I came according to my duty as a magistrate, and, moreover, to get your advice about this little bit of paper, and perhaps to drink a bottle with you, or maybe two, after you have done the hanging and quartering, if you should be good-humoured enough to ask me to dinner. We have drank a bottle together before now at the Mitre, when you were a little man, and I not much bigger. I paid for it, too, by the same token. But what am I to do with this paper?" "It's not evidence, knave," thundered Jeffreys, unable to restrain himself under the half-suppressed merriment of the court. "Is the witness forthcoming? Is he dead? Is he buried? Is he gone to the devil by your ghostly counsels? It is not evidence, sir. Take it away, and yourself too, for fear I have the gown stripped off your back. You shall not long disgrace the bench." "Faith, my lord, if I do, I am not the only one," replied Dr. Maffili, walking away. But, ere he had taken many steps, pushing a path through his fellow magistrates, Jeffreys recollected himself a little, and called out aloud, "Here, fellow, you parson, give me the paper, let me look at it." Dr. Maffili seemed to be suddenly stricken with a fit of deafness, and walked on deliberately, but those whom he was passing at the moment heard him say, as if to himself, "Don't I know better? He's just in a humour to tear everything to pieces. Why not this? No, no, I know what I will do." And getting into the court below, he forced his way to a spot just behind Mr. Daines, and spoke to him in a whisper over his shoulder. Mr. Daines in turn whispered to an elderly counsellor before him, who turned round his grave, hard-lined face and said, "Good, we will use it in some way, if need be. The very tendency will have its effect upon the jury." Dr. Maffili remained standing where he was during the whole of the events which succeeded, although his fat sides suffered severely from the pressure of the crowd. The little incident of the sparring between the parson and the judge had withdrawn the attention of the spectators from the dock, and when heads were turned round and eyes bent in that direction, Ralph Woodhall was seen standing between two gaolers. Every one knows the impression produced by a fine person and dignified bearing, even upon a court of justice, and as the young gentleman stood there, his handsome face, athletic form, and calm, resolute demeanour had no slight influence in his favour. He fixed his eyes for a moment or two upon the judge, and let them run round the court. There was no loved face to greet him, no look of encouragement for his support, nothing but a sea of unknown, indifferent faces gazing at him as an object of curiosity. Some forms were gone through, and then at once the counsel for the prisoner rose. Jeffreys would fain have refused to listen to him at that stage of the proceedings, but he insisted, and the harsh judge knew his man too well, his firmness, his quiet, persevering courage, and his profound knowledge of law to resist too far. He was permitted to speak, and at once took an objection to the competence of the court. He pointed out that the venue had not been changed, and that the case ought to be tried in Norfolk. It required but little argument to show that the law of the land was entirely on his side, and that argument was placed in the plainest and briefest form. Jeffreys was furious. He looked over his desk to a little man sitting near his feet, and asked him a question. The reply was in a very low and humble tone, but it stirred up the wrath of the judge still higher. His face became actually purple, and he poured forth upon the poor man's head a torrent of invective, of which the words knave, villain, and pitiful impostor were the lightest ornaments. A vast string of very blasphemous oaths was added, and then, having thus vented his first fury, he consulted for a few moments with the counsel for the crown, whom he beckoned up, and then, raising his great coarse voice as if addressing the whole court, he said, "Look you here now, see what law is, and how carefully it protects the subject. There stands a murderer, a man who should not be suffered to cumber the face of earth 1 hour longer than needful, a bad fellow, always a bad fellow from his cradle, and yet some of the officers of the crown, drunken knaves, I warrant, having neglected, or perhaps been bribed to neglect their duty in a matter of mere form, a thing of no moment. This fellow thinks that he will protract his life for some miserable months to come. He must be a cowardly villain to wish to live on in a prison." "I wish a fair trial by a just judge," said Ralph in a firm, loud tone, which startled even Jeffreys. "Hold your tongue, knave," cried the judge. "We will fit you. You shall be disappointed of your fine project. You may gain a few hours, but no more. You shall be hanged before I quit Dorchester, if I live. See here now, what a fellow this is. There are no less than 3 charges against this man. 1 for murder, cold-blooded, premeditated murder. 1 under the statute regarding conformity, and 1 for high treason. The indictment is ready, but he must have a copy and time to read it. Oh yes, he shall have a copy, but we will fit him." Then, leaning forward a little, he looked full at Ralph's counsel, and said bitterly, "You have gained so much for your man, sir, and you shall not say I overstepped the law. Oh no, sir, you strive to withdraw him from justice, but you shan't succeed." "You mistake, my lord," replied the counsel. "I have no intention of charging you with overstepping the law, and still more do you mistake in supposing that I wish to withdraw this honourable and noble-minded young man from fair trial and justice. Had I done so, I should have taken another course. As the venue is laid in Dorsetshire, and the indictment, on its very face, alleges the crime charged to have been committed in Norfolk, I should have suffered the trial to proceed to a verdict, and then pointed out the flaw in the indictment. But in consultation with this honourable and very high-spirited gentleman last night, I agreed, at his suggestion, to raise the objection at once, in order to show that he shrunk not from a fair trial, but only claimed the same rights as other British subjects. "Silence, sir, silence! Sit down this instant!" exclaimed Jeffreys. "Gaoler, remove the prisoner, and keep him in safe custody. Call on another." Several persons left the court from the outskirts of the crowd, and Dr. Maffili elbowed his way out with difficulty, taking the paper he had brought in his pocket. Tidings of what had occurred spread to various houses in the vicinity, to the great inn, and to the temporary dwelling of Hortensia Danvers; and various were the feelings which the intelligence that Ralph Woodhall's trial for murder had been put off, on account of an error in the indictment, excited in the bosoms of the many persons interested. Lord Woodhall received the news with stern bitterness, and said little, but remained gloomy, dark, and silent, till Robert Woodhall joined him with a very cheerful face. "Well, what think you of this?" said the old lord. "You seem gay, young man." "Because everything is going well, my lord," replied Robert Woodhall. "We have 10 times the chances of getting a verdict against him, as things stand at present, on the charge of high treason, than we should have had upon the charge of murder. Armitage says that he would most certainly have been acquitted, that poor Henry's letter would be quite sufficient. I told you how refractory the jury were last night, and those who know them say that at least 5 of them would have held out for acquittal, even if they had died of starvation. It not being a state case, the jury was badly struck; but upon the charge of treason Armitage declares he is perfectly certain. Armitage says they are condemning everybody, and when once they have got a taste of blood they will go on." "It vexes me," said the old lord, with a dissatisfied look. "He should be hanged for Henry's death, and nothing else. A gross and culpable act of negligence has been committed, and the clerk, or whoever he is, should be discharged and punished." "Counsellor Armitage declares it is very well as it is," says Robert, adding, with a laugh, "he vows that he saw the flaw and would not notice it, because he knew we should fail of conviction. But I don't believe he did see it, or even looked at the indictment. The charge of treason, however, will succeed, depend upon it; and if it should not, by any chance, we have still another left to go upon with a better chance of success." Lord Woodhall, however, was still dissatisfied, and would not be convinced that it made no difference whether Ralph Woodhall was condemned for another offence or for the murder of his son. He drew a distinction which Robert Woodhall, only anxious to destroy an enemy, could not at all perceive. Knowing how impossible it was to move him in any opinion which he had once taken up, he at length left him, but did not even ask to see Margaret, for he knew there was little to be hoped from an interview at that moment. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 41. It was night when, in a large airy chamber of the great inn, where Lord Woodhall had taken up his abode on his arrival in Dorchester, Margaret sat side by side with Hortensia, who had quietly entered the room a moment before. The faces of both were pale from anxiety, and from thought fixed intensely upon one subject. It was the day of Ralph's trial for high treason, and both were well aware, Hortensia more especially, that Ralph had never had any share whatever in Monmouth's rebellion. They had not met till then, during the whole day, and each had looked upon the charge somewhat lightly, and entertained but small doubts that upon that at least Ralph would be acquitted. As the day passed on, however, and messenger after messenger brought tidings from the court to each, their feelings had become very different, and they were startled and astounded by the evidence which was produced. It was proved by Hortensia's own servants that Ralph had come to Danvers's new church during her absence, that he had been found in her park in close communication with a notorious rebel, then actually levying war against the crown, one Thomas Dare; that very shortly after this Dare appeared in Taunton, and raised the people of that town in favour of Monmouth, and that he boasted publicly there that he had assurances of Lady Danvers's tenantry joining the Duke. This was enough to shake Hortensia's confidence, to agitate, to terrify her. But another messenger had followed soon after, bringing her the news that 2 of her servants had sworn to the fact of Ralph having had a long private interview with Monmouth in her house during her absence, and that Mr. Drayton himself had sworn to the same. Then she heard that 2 more of her people had deposed that, on leaving Ralph at the door of her house, the Duke had turned to him, saying, "Remember my commission, I trust to you," and that Ralph replied, "I will not fail your grace." Hortensia herself, though she easily conceived the words to be innocent, did not understand to what they could apply, and she evidently saw the chain which bound the victim being drawn tighter and tighter around him. Then came the evidence of his having been on the road to Axminster when Monmouth was actually in combat with the royal troops, and then of his having been taken on the very field of Sedgemoor. She knew that many a one had already been condemned upon evidence slighter than this, and her heart failed her. The summing up, too, of the judge had been brought to her with tolerable accuracy, and she perceived how skilfully he had pieced out the evidence against the unfortunate prisoner, not only indulging in violent abuse of him, but attributing to him much to which none of the witnesses testified. Ralph's defence had been simple and straightforward. He told the facts just as they had occurred, plainly and straightforwardly. He pointed out that the Duke of Monmouth had come to Danvers's new church with a considerable body of men, whom he had no power of opposing, even if he had been personally cognizant of them being in rebellion. That the Duke had left with him a sealed letter for Lady Danvers, which, he believed, had come from the young Baroness Wentworth, charging him to deliver it as soon as possible, and that the words which had passed between them at the door referred solely to that. At all this Jeffreys scoffed in his summing up, declaring it to be a trumped-up story which would not deceive an oyster-wench. It was clear, he contended, as clear as anything under the sun, that Ralph had held friendly communication with the rebel and his agents, had agreed to assist him, and had endeavoured to induce Lady Danvers to take part in the same criminal proceeding. Doubtless, he said, the young knave entrapped her to go to Axminster for the purpose of entangling her with the insurrection, so that she could not draw back. Either her ladyship's good sense or her good fortune, said Jeffreys, kept her out of the scrape, but with that we have nothing to do at present. The case is against this young felon in all senses of the word, guilty beyond a doubt of 1,000 different crimes. He then hypocritically declared he left the case entirely in the hands of the jury, though he could not have any doubts as to the verdict they would bring in. Poor Hortensia! Despair took possession of her when these tidings were brought to her solitary room. She did not fail to perceive how the evidence might be made to bear against herself, but she gave that hardly a moment's thought. Her whole mind was fixed upon the fate of Ralph, and after pondering gloomily for a few minutes, she started up suddenly, saying, "I will go and see her, let the old man behave as he will." And calling her maid, she hastened away to the inn, where she now sits with poor Margaret, not exactly alone, for the two maids are there, standing at a little distance, and entering partially into the feelings of those whom they served. Old Lord Woodhall had gone forth several hours before to the court, for his disappointment at the result of the first charge against Ralph had but stimulated his eagerness, and he could not rest satisfied without watching the progress of events. When once there, the interest increased upon him. He was torn, it is true, by various contending feelings. He could not see the gallant young man, whom he had loved only less than his own children in former years, stand there in the dock defending his life with calm dignity and firmness, without feeling emotions he strove hard to crush. But when he thought of his own brave, high-spirited boy, and persuaded himself that Ralph's hand had killed him, returning affection was changed again to gall and bitterness. The interest was but the deeper, however, from this contention. He stayed out the examination of all the witnesses. He stayed out the prisoner's defence and the judge's summing up, and now, with the greater part of the auditory, he was lingering still in the court to hear the verdict of the jury, who had retired to deliberate. The time was one of anxious suspense to all, but to none more terrible than to Margaret and Hortensia. From time to time they would send out a maid to inquire, or one of Lady Danvers's servants would put his head in and say, "No verdict yet, my lady." Hortensia bore it all firmly, and apparently calmly, though her anxious eye and pale cheek belied the tranquillity of her manner. Poor Margaret could hardly bear up at all. Often the tears would not be restrained, and the long protracted suspense kept her only under increasing agony. At length there was a noise and bustle of confusion in the street, and a hasty step was heard running up the stairs. The moment after the door opened quickly, and Mr. Drayton himself appeared. His face was sufficient answer to all inquiries. It was pale, haggard, ghastly, and full of deep grief. "Speak!" cried Hortensia, "speak!" "Condemned, madam," replied the steward solemnly, "and partly upon my testimony. But indeed I could not help it. I only told the truth." The words had hardly passed his lips, and Margaret's head had fallen forward on the table, with her eyes deluging her fair hands with tears, when Lord Woodhall entered the room with a slow and somewhat feeble step. He was a very much altered man. His eyes were fixed upon the floor, his look grave and sad, his whole aspect downcast and sorrowful. Oh, how often does fruition bring to strong passion ashes and bitterness! He was sated. The fierce desire of his heart was gratified. The man upon whom he sought vengeance was condemned to a terrible death. The awful words rang in his ear. He saw the gallant youth stand firm and unshaken while they were uttered. He saw him wave his hand as he left the dock, and say as calmly as if he had been going to his rest, "Farewell all. Remember I die innocent. Remember." Remorse and pity had touched the old man's heart. For the first time he doubted the guilt of the man he had persecuted, and as he sank into a chair, his first words were, "Poor Ralph!" Margaret's ear caught those friendly sounds, and springing up with a wild gesture of entreaty, she cast herself at her father's feet, exclaiming, "Oh, save him! Save him!" The old man shook his head sorrowfully, and replied in a very low tone, "It is in vain, my child. I cannot even interfere to save the slayer of my son." "Oh, he did not! He did not!" cried Margaret vehemently. "It is all false, a device of that traitor's. Ralph would have died ere he injured Henry." "You have been deluded, Lord Woodhall," said Lady Danvers, wiping her tears from her eyes; "and if the trial for murder had taken place, you would have seen that your poor young kinsman is innocent. I can give testimony as to the impossibility of his ever having drawn his sword against your son, for I know where he was, and can account for every moment of his time, from 9 o'clock of that fateful morning till the deed was done. Lord Woodhall, if you had any share in bringing about this condemnation, now exert yourself to the utmost to save this young man's life, or I will, ere 2 days are over, lay before you such evidence of his innocence as shall fill you with horror and remorse until the last day of your existence." "Can you so?" asked the old man, gazing at her. "Is it so doubtful as that?" "It is not doubtful in the least," replied Hortensia, almost sternly. "He did not do it. It was impossible for him to do it. Stay with him, Margaret. Cease not to plead until you have wrung it from him. I have heard some of the doings in this case, and know how much influence he has exerted and can exert. I will away at once to another quarter, and see what can be done there. When I return, I will bring with me those who can show your father where Ralph Woodhall spent every moment of his time on the day of your brother's death, which he did not pass with me. They are now in the town, though they would have come too late had he been tried 3 days ago." Thus saying, she hurried away, followed by her maid, and on the stairs passed Robert Woodhall with a look of contempt and horror which she could not hide. The young man doffed his hat and smiled with one of those meaning serpent looks which often accompanied with him a sense of triumphant cunning. He walked on to the room in which Margaret and her father had been left together, but merely opened the door and looked in. Then, seeing her at her father's feet, he bowed his head slowly to Lord Woodhall and retired. The sight of him made the old man start, and he gazed round vacantly for a moment, as if looking for something. It was some resource he looked for his mind was greatly troubled. At length some sudden scheme seemed to strike him, and he grasped his child's hand in his. "Margaret, my child, Margaret," he cried, "you can save him. You can save all, him, me, all of us, if you will. I have promised your hand to your cousin Robert. I have pledged him my honour and my faith. I have imprecated the curse of heaven upon my head if I do not keep my word. Now, Margaret, now give your consent. Promise to be Robert's, and I will do my best to save this young man." Margaret started up and gazed upon her father silent with a look of icy horror. "Oh God!" she exclaimed at length, "what is it my father imposes on me?" Then she raised her hand to her brow and pressed it tight, as if to still the throbbing of her brain. "You will do your best to save him?" she said, gazing wildly in the old man's face. "I will save him. He shall be saved," exclaimed Lord Woodhall vehemently. "If not, your promise shall be void. Do you consent, Margaret? Consent, my child, consent. Your old father beseeches and entreats his child to save him from dishonour and from remorse, and this young man from death. Margaret clasped her hands together, and raised her eyes on high, as if praying to heaven for help. But then she placed her right hand in her father's, and said in a low, sad, solemn tone, but with every word marked and distinct, "On that condition I do consent, but give me time, you must give me time," and she added in a lower tone, "to die." "You shall have time, ample time. Thanks, my dear child," said Lord Woodhall, kissing her. But when he withdrew his arms again, Margaret fell senseless on the floor. The maid, who had been in the room during the whole scene, ran hastily to her mistress's aid, and poor Margaret was removed to her own chamber, still in a state from which it was cruelty to rouse her. "Send for a doctor, bring her to herself," said the old lord. "I will away as speedily as possible, and see the judge. He has blank pardons in his pocket, they say, ready signed, which he tosses about among boon companions in a drinking bout. I must find him forthwith, though doubtless he is now at his revels. Tell her where I am gone. That will please her." Thus saying, he sped away, and when Lady Danvers returned about 3/4 of an hour after, with a young man and an elderly woman, she found the room vacant. Inquiring further, and leaving her 2 companions behind her, she sought out Margaret's chamber. The fair, beautiful girl was lying on the bed, as pale as death, and with her eyes still closed; but Hortensia could see by a tear which trickled through the lids, and gemmed the long, dark lashes, that she had been recalled to sense and suffering. Her maid was now with her alone, and making a sign to Lady Danvers not to speak aloud, she advanced, and said in a whisper that her poor mistress was better, but that the least effort made her fall into a fainting fit again. In the same tone she communicated to Hortensia all that had occurred. "Poor girl," said Hortensia, clasping her hands together, "what hast thou done? They have been very cruel to thee. Thou hast done all to save him thou lovest, but at the expense of peace and happiness, and perhaps life." It is probable Margaret heard the murmur of her voice, but she stirred not in the least, and Hortensia quitted the room in deep sadness. Chapter 42 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne, Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 42. A large table was set in a rich and costly room, and round it were seated a number of persons very dignified in station, but certainly not at that moment very dignified in demeanour. At the head of the table was an elderly gentleman, well fattened and of rubicund face, which had evidently lost none of its roses by the accessories of the meal. This was Mr. Mayor, entertaining the judges at supper. On his right hand sat Lord Chief Justice Jeffreys, with his wig a good deal on one side, a curious sort of tightness about one corner of his mouth, and a depression of the other corner, as if he had been slightly affected by palsy. There was a merry leer in his eyes, however, and a robustious jollity about his whole appearance, which contrasted strangely with his savage and ferocious look upon the bench. Yes, it did afford a strange contrast, but yet it was nothing compared with the harsh, jarring discord of his light, licentious levity at the table, when closely opposed to the savage cruelty which occupied the morning. There he was, laughing and drinking and jesting and singing immediately after having condemned 60 of innocent men to death. Judges, like undertakers, I believe, get hardened to the idea of death. "How many are you going to pardon, my lord?" asked the worthy mayor, with a half-suppressed hiccup. "That depends upon their circumstances, Master Mayor," replied Jeffreys, with a broad laugh. "That young man, I hope," said the good-natured magistrate. "I mean the Mr. Woodhall who was convicted of seeing Monmouth before the rebellion broke out. His case was not half as bad as the rest, and he seemed a fine young fellow." "His case will be worse before Saturday night," said Jeffreys. "A knave, an errant knave, sir. Why, they tell me his father is not worth 500 a year. Was there ever such a knave? By God's wounds! The son of such a knave ought to hang for having such a father. and the father ought to hang for having such a son. Ha! What is this? Say, I am supping. I will not be disturbed. I have done work enough for one day, and cut out work enough for a few others." "The lady says she must and will see you, my lord," replied the servant to whom his last words were addressed, and who the moment before had slipped a note into his hand. "Ha, ha! A lady!" cried Jeffreys, with a leer round the table. "We must see the lady. Is she young, fellow? Is she pretty?" "Quite beautiful, sir," replied the man. "And such a dress!" "'Twill do," cried the judge. "Show her into a private room, quite private, and I will come to her anon. I must steady myself, gentlemen, I must steady myself. I'll even drink a cup of water. That is the most steadying thing I know." And after a moment's thought, Jeffreys rose and walked out of the room coolly and straightly enough, for it required an infinite quantity of strong drink to produce anything more in him than a sort of boisterous merriment, in which he strangely forgot all dignity and propriety. As the reader has probably by this time supposed, the person whom he found waiting for him was Lady Danvers. She was accompanied by her maid, however, and 2 of her men were stationed at the door of the room. "My lord," she said as soon as he entered, "I am glad to see you. You have condemned my young friend Ralph Woodhall this day. I come to intercede for him." "All in vain, my lady, all in vain," said Jeffreys, glancing his eye at the maidservant. "Found guilty by a jury, he can expect no mercy." Hortensia had spoken very calmly, and she knew the man too well to let him see any agitation. "Why not?" she asked in the same quiet tone. "If his guilt were proved, which you, my lord, know quite well it is not, and which I deny, still he would be very much less culpable than any of the others whom you have condemned. You must, and of course will, pardon some, in mere compassion to the executioner. Is it not right, then, to choose the least guilty? Alice, go to the door and stay with the 2 men. Shut the door, remember." Jeffreys grinned, for he saw that Lady Danvers was now coming to the point. "I do not mean to say," he answered, "that this young man's guilt is quite as atrocious as that of some others, but—" "The levying of a severe fine," replied Hortensia, "will meet the justice of the case better than execution." "That may be, ma'am," said Jeffreys, "but the law says death." "One is bound and justified to evade the law in the cause of mercy, where law is too severe," replied Hortensia. "You have, my lord, I understand, received from the king, with a view to such very cases as these, a number of pardons signed in blank, in order to prevent a waste of time in referring to him. Now I can see, by what you admit, that you judge this young man is worthy of one of these pardons, and the only question is, what is the fine you think sufficient? If the strict letter of the law prevents you from commuting the sentence openly to a fine, the money can be paid quite privately, justice be satisfied, and yet no deviation from the law appear." "Madam, they should send you ambassador to the hardest-headed court in Europe," said Jeffreys, with a laugh. "The worst feature, however, of this case is, the young man is too poor to pay a fine. There is nothing to levy upon." "Oh, I beg your pardon," replied Hortensia. "There are the purses of his friends, and let me tell you, my lord, he has many not only rich but powerful friends. The Duke of Norfolk crossed the whole country 4 days ago to give evidence on the trial for murder, and remained in Dorchester till that part of the matter was settled." "Ay, that's the worst of the whole business," said Jeffreys. "Were it not for that, we might content ourselves with levying a fine of 10,000 or 20,000 pounds." "Nay, nay," exclaimed Hortensia, "say 5." "10 at the least," said the judge, "10 at the least," and he shook his head decidedly. "Well, 10 be it," replied the lady. "Do we understand each other?" "Not quite," replied Jeffreys, "for what's the use of saving his head from treason if it is to be touched for murder? Besides, it's only fair to tell you, putting all roundabouts aside, that the king will have Lord Woodhall satisfied in this matter. His son has been killed in a duel of a very irregular kind, and the old man is furious." "Not so furious as he was," answered Hortensia. "His son has been killed, but not by Ralph Woodhall. The case would have failed against him, my lord, for there is evidence in this town to show that it was impossible he could have been on the spot where the duel took place for at least 2 hours after the occurrence." "I thought there was something of that sort in the bottom of it," said Jeffreys. "But what then? He will have to be tried for that, and these things are uncertain, my lady. If such evidence is laid before Lord Woodhall as to make him see clearly that the young gentleman is innocent, and he desires to desist from the prosecution, and even joins in our application for pardon in this other case, and if the same evidence convinces the Attorney General that there is really no case to go to the jury, is there no means? Oh, yes, replied Jeffreys. Mr. Attorney can enter a nolle prosequi at any stage of the proceedings. But do you think that the old lord will really sue for his pardon? I saw him last night, and he was as fierce as ever. He did not know anything of what he now knows, or will know in a few hours, replied Hortensia. His heart is already melted, and if it is clearly proved to him that Ralph is in truth innocent, he will be the first to apply to the Crown himself for a pardon. A change came over Jeffreys's face, and he muttered between his teeth, "We must stop that. That would never do." Hortensia saw how her words affected him, and she hastened to take advantage of the impression. Leaning a little forward, she spoke a few words to Jeffreys in a whisper, to which he replied in the same tone. Then she put some question to him again, and he answered aloud, "Oh, to my man Silas Jones. He was once a Presbyterian knave, but I have converted him into an honest churchman. He dare not finger anything that belongs to me, so pay it to him." "And he will have the pardon ready?" said Hortensia. "Ay, ay," answered the judge, "by 9:30 in the morning. But remember, my lady, I must have Lord Woodhall's approval." "That shall be done," answered Hortensia, for she had good hope that, even if the old lord remained obdurate, the judge, having been brought thus far, might by the same means be brought one step further. "Farewell, my good lord," she added, when about to retire; but Jeffreys extended his hand, saying, "Let me kiss that lovely hand, divine Lady Danvers." She repressed the inclination to shudder, and gave him her hand, over which he bent his head with a look of maudlin admiration. "That is a lovely ring," said Jeffreys, pointing to a remarkably large diamond which she wore upon her middle finger. Hortensia immediately took it off and presented it to him, saying, "Take it, my lord, and wear it in remembrance of this interview, in which you have been induced to show mercy, and whenever you look upon it, let the remembrance produce the same result." Jeffreys took it reverently, and placed it on his fat little finger, but I very much fear that it never reminded him of mercy with any result. When Hortensia was gone, he returned to the table, and sitting down by the mare, soon turned the conversation with the good-natured magistrate to the subject of Ralph Woodhall. For I must pass over all the jests that took place with regard to his interview with a lady, and the allusions to the diamond ring upon his finger, which he rather encouraged than otherwise. Mr. Mayor again urged his remonstrances in regard to Ralph Woodhall, saying, "I do really, my lord, wish you would think of that case." "Well, well, I will," replied Jeffreys, "at your request, Mr. Mayor. But if you get me to take compassion upon him, your worship will be the first mayor that ever moved George Jeffreys." "Had you not better respite him, my lord?" said the mayor. "Ay, that can be done to-morrow," said Jeffreys, "according as I determine. It won't do him any harm to have one day of hanging, drawing, and quartering. My life for it, he'll be seeing his bowels in the hands of the hangman all night long. But I'll think of it, Mr. Mayor, for your sake. Now another glass, if you please, and that shall be the last, upon my honour, the last but 4. Armitage, you are as dull as a swine to-night. There's a pardon for you, and that fat Presbyterian knave whom you convicted this morning of buying arms to supply the rebels. The fellow is an armourer by trade, but that makes no difference. He had no business to buy arms when there was rebellion in the land. He's rich, man, he's rich, and if you understand coining, you may know him into 500 or 1,000 gold pieces, with the effigy of his blessed majesty upon them." The servant again came in, and whispered something over the back of the Lord Chief Justice's chair. Who? exclaimed Jeffreys with a scowl. "Lord Woodhall, my lord," replied the servant aloud. "Oh, ask him in, by all means," said the mayor. "On no account whatever," said Jeffreys, rising at once. "This is private business, and I fear me much that it is to move me against your request concerning that young man, Ralph. God help me, how we poor sinners are torn to pieces by opposite applications." "Attend to mercy, my lord, attend to mercy," said the mayor, but the judge was half-way down the room by this time. Jeffreys was learned in the art, in which statesmen of our own day are not unlearned, of making one favour serve 3 or 4 applicants. When Lord Woodhall, therefore, urged his request that Ralph might be pardoned, Jeffreys made innumerable difficulties, and seemed at length to yield only at the old nobleman's most pressing entreaties. He insisted, at the same time, that Lord Woodhall should undertake to express to the Attorney General his full conviction that Ralph had no share in causing the death of his son, and request that he would enter a nolle prosequi when the case came again for trial. There would be no pretence for pardoning him in this case, said Jeffreys, if we were to have another trial next day, and hang him for murder. Waste of parchment, my lord, waste of parchment. Lord Woodhall agreed to all that he demanded, and obtained in return a respite for Ralph before he left this admirable Lord Chief Justice. He went away with a heart wonderfully eased. 24 hours before, he could not have imagined that he should have felt anything like satisfaction at saving the life of Ralph Woodhall, but now his feelings had taken a very different turn. Everybody says he did not do it, he thought. The Duke of Norfolk says it was impossible. This Lady Danvers, too, and the parson, all of them. I do not want to wrong an innocent man, but I will find out the murderer yet, and have vengeance upon him. Well, well, if Ralph is innocent, and I begin to fancy it may be so, he'll marry Lady Danvers, and Margaret will marry Robert, and we might all be happy again, but for the want of poor Henry. Poor old man, how completely he had forgotten, or how little he must have ever known, the feelings and passions of youth. The indifference of old age to those things of the heart which make the brightness of active existence is one of age's greatest evils, considered as a stage of mere mortal life, but is, perhaps, a good preparation for parting with mortal things to enter upon life eternal. Thus musing, as I have shown, Lord Woodhall approached the door of the inn, over which a great lantern was burning. When his foot was upon the step, a man came out and was passing, but he suddenly stopped, gazed at the old lord, and exclaimed, "Ah, persecutor of my unhappy boy, is that you?" "Hush, man, hush!" cried Lord Woodhall, grasping old Mr. Woodhall's hand. "I have been in error. You are in error now. I am not persecuting your son. I have a respite for him in my pocket now, and the promise of a pardon." Old Mr. Woodhall staggered back and would have fallen, but one of Lord Woodhall's servants caught him and took him into the inn. An agitating scene followed, and Lord Woodhall, who was by nature a good-hearted and kindly man, rejoiced greatly that the life of his own cousin's son was not to be sacrificed. A short time passed in loose and rambling questions and answers, and at length Mr. Woodhall rose to go, saying, "I must see him, my lord. I must see him at once, for he must think that his father has forgotten him, and left him to his fate. I was detained upon the road by accident, but now, my lord, I may carry him good news. Is it not so?" "You may assure him that he is safe," said the old nobleman. "Here, take the respite with you, man. That will be the best comfort you can give the boy." And taking it from his pocket, he put it in Mr. Woodhall's hands. Engaging one of the horse-boys of the inn to guide him through the streets of a strange town, Ralph Woodhall's father found his way to the gaol, and rang the great bell which hung at the gate. A moment after, a little panel, just large enough to frame a man's head, was drawn back, and the face of a gaoler appeared behind an iron grating. "What do you want?" said the man. Mr. Woodhall explained his business, and demanded to see his son. A rude and abrupt refusal was his only answer. He insisted, and demanded, at all events, to see the governor of the prison. The gaoler, however, said sullenly that the governor was absent, that the visitor was behind the hours, and that he should not have admission. Mr. Woodhall then tried money, but, strange to say, even this proved in vain. The man refused it with real or affected indignation, and seemed about to close the wicket, when Ralph's father announced that he had a respite with him for the prisoner. "Then hand it in here," said the gaoler. "I suppose this means that he will be pardoned." "Undoubtedly," returned Mr. Woodhall. "Therefore there can be no objection to my seeing him." "I won't break through the rules for anyone," said the gaoler, doggedly. "The gaol is crammed full, and our orders are strict." Sad and disappointed, Mr. Woodhall handed in the respite, calling up the boy who had accompanied him to witness its delivery, and desiring the gaoler to announce the good tidings he bore at once to his son. The man promised to do so, but the moment he had retired into his lodge near the gate, he threw the paper upon a shelf with a laugh, saying, "Well, lay thou there. Thou shan't stop me getting my £50. Devil take the judges, they won't let a poor man earn anything. They pocket it all themselves. I wonder how much this cost. A great deal more than I get, I dare say." His words may seem somewhat mysterious without explanation, which can only be given by entering one of the prison cells, and displaying what had been passing within about half an hour before. Ralph Woodhall was sitting alone, about an hour before the judge had passed sentence upon him, with his limbs heavily fettered, and a still heavier weight upon his heart. Strong resolution had borne him through the terrible scenes which had lately passed, but all the bitterness of parting with life at the very period of early joy had been tasted in that last solitary hour. Suddenly the door opened, and a turnkey came in. He carried in his hand a small instrument, and closing the door carefully behind him, he put it in Ralph's hands, saying in a low tone, and pointing to the fetters, "Work away and get them off. Leave them and the saw behind you." Ralph gazed at him with astonishment, saying, "What do you mean?" "Haven't I told you?" said the turnkey. "Hark ye, at 1 in the morning be dressed and ready. However hard I locked that door just now, you will find it open then. Walk out, turn to the right along the passage, and you will come to a door. It will be open too. You will find a man beyond it who won't see you. Don't you see him. Walk straight on till you find another man who'll go on before you. Follow him as far as he goes. There you'll find a horse and your people, and when they've paid the other 200, you can ride away." He waited for no reply, but turning away from the prisoner, quitted the cell, taking more than ordinary care in locking the door behind him, and making a good deal of noise about it. On the following day, at about 10 minutes before 10 o'clock, when a good deal of bustle and excitement was visible in the prison, in consequence of the preparations for bringing the prisoners for trial rapidly into the court, the deputy sheriff presented himself at the gate and demanded to see Mr. Ralph Woodhall, announcing, with an important air, that a free pardon under the broad seal had been received by the high sheriff, and was then in his possession. "Quick work, Master Deputy," said the turnkey, who was standing beside the porter. "Condemned yesterday at 7, sentenced at 9, and pardoned this morning before 10. But come along, you'll like to give him the news yourself, I dare say, for you may get something for your pains. He doesn't want the stuff, and has been paid well enough, considering. We haven't been in this morning yet, for he said he'd like to sleep till 12, seeing he'd had a hard day's work of it yesterday." Thus saying, he led him away along the passages of the prison to one of the condemned cells. When he put the key in the door, however, it would not turn, and he exclaimed with a great oath, "Why, it's unlocked!" So it proved, and the cell empty. Nothing could exceed the horror and consternation expressed by the turnkey. He called the watchman who sat in the passage, and insinuated that he had unlocked the door and let the prisoner escape. The watchman repelled the charge with every appearance of indignation, asked how he could unlock the door when he hadn't the keys, and vowed he hadn't left the passage a minute, except when he went to call the doctor for John Phillips, who had fallen into a fit and was screaming like a madman. "Ay, he must have got out just then," said the turnkey. "How he picked the lock I don't know. I locked it fast enough last night, I'm sure." "I saw and heard you," said the watchman. "Ay, he's been well supplied from outside," said the turnkey, pointing to the fetters which lay upon the floor of the cell. "You see he has filed the irons right through." The sheriff's deputy was not altogether satisfied, however. The governor was called, a search was instituted, and a rope ladder was found thrown over the wall of the prison yard. As a pardon, however, had been received, the governor wisely thought that the less said about the matter the better, and the sheriff's deputy, who was his friend, agreed to take the same view of the case. Their plans were somewhat deranged, indeed, by the arrival of old Mr. Woodhall in the midst of their consultations, but with great presence of mind the deputy sheriff asserted boldly that the prisoner he inquired for had been set free upon pardon, and had departed more than an hour ago. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne, Rainsford, James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 43. On the night after Ralph Woodhall's trial for treason, at the end of a lane, which at that time ran at the back of Dorchester Gaol, stood a man holding the bridles of 2 horses over his arm. From time to time he looked forward toward the prison, but more frequently kept his eyes fixed upon the ground. At length his sharp ear caught the sound of steps, and shortly after the figures of 2 men appeared advancing at a quick pace. The watcher did not move from the spot, but put his hand on the hilt of his sword and ascertained that it moved easily in the scabbard. The 2 men he had seen came forward rapidly, and when quite close one of them said, "Stilling?" in an inquiring tone. "The same, sir," said the man. "Here, fellow, here are the other £200 for you. Look at it and count it if you will." The third man took a bag which was held out to him, withdrew the shade of a dark lantern, and by its light examined what he had received. He soon saw that the contents of the bag were gold, and after weighing it in his hand, seemed to be satisfied that the count must be about right. "I dare say it's all fair," he said, "but I cannot stop to count it. Good night, sir, and good speed to you. You will be far enough by this time tomorrow, I hope." "That he will," answered Stilling, and drawing one of the horses forward, while the gaoler closed his dark lantern and hurried rapidly away, he continued, "Let us mount and be gone, sir. We ought to be 10 leagues at sea before daybreak." Ralph sprang upon the horse's back, and in a few moments he and Gaunt Stilling were riding away from Dorchester at full speed. The latter led the way, and very little was said by either for somewhat more than an hour and a half, when Stilling turned to his young master, saying, "We are beyond pursuit, I think, sir. 20 minutes more will bring us to the boat's side. All is ready and arranged, and they but wait for us to put off." "I have much to thank you for, Stilling," replied his master, "but you must have had some assistance from others. Who has furnished you with the means to bribe these men?" "Faith, no one furnished me with anything for that purpose," replied Stilling, "but Lady Danvers's steward gave me £500 to make all smooth at Bridgewater when we were going there. I had no scruple in using it now, as I knew she would wish it used, so I paid these knaves £350 to let you out, and hired a good lugger for another 100. New questions and answers succeeded, and Ralph found that the cause of Stilling's never having returned to the farmhouse at the edge of Sedgemoor, when sent to obtain information, was very simple. He had fallen in with some men of the Tangier regiment, and had been carried to the quarters of Colonel Kirke. That worthy officer had thought fit to detain him, strongly suspecting that he had some design of joining the forces of Monmouth. "I do not mean to say," continued Stilling, "that I had not a strong inclination to do so, for there was one good stroke I would fain have given in that battle. However, Kirke could prove nothing against me, except that I had made my way straight to the quarters of the king's army, which didn't suit his purpose. Otherwise he would have had as much pleasure in hanging his old comrade as any of the poor rebels whom he butchered. He was forced in the end to let me go, and the first thing I heard was that you were in Dorchester jail. I took what measures I thought necessary regarding the first charge against you, but I was quite unprepared for the second, and marvellous well they got it up, so I had nothing for it but to do my best to get you out after condemnation, which, knowing well all the people here in Dorchester, was no very difficult matter." Less than half an hour more brought the 2 horsemen to the seashore, at a spot where the coast was low and sandy, and after riding along for some way, they came upon a small group of fishermen's houses, where lights were still to be seen, and several persons moving about. At some little distance from the shore was a large lug sailboat of some 40 or 50 tons burden, and Ralph and his companion were instantly accosted by 1 or 2 of the fishermen, who urged them to hurry their movements as the tide was going out. Neither was inclined to make any long delay. Ralph sprang to the ground at once. Stilling gave the horses to one of the men, with injunctions to do with them as they had been directed before, and both entering a little rowboat which lay at the beach, were pushed off by 2 of the fishermen who accompanied them, and were soon safely on board the lugger. A favourable breeze was blowing, the large heavy sails were speedily filled, and away the boat went, bounding over the waves, directing her course right toward the coast of France. It might render the narrative more interesting, perhaps, if I could recall any hairbreadth escapes or marvellous passages in the voyage, but alas, there were none such to chronicle. The wind was perfectly fair, the water slightly agitated, but not stormy. No king's vessel appeared to give chase to the little craft, and the only objects they saw, except sea and sky, until they reached the French coast, were several other large fishing boats like their own, and, just about daybreak, one man of war in the far distance, with all sails set, but steering away from them. She looked like a phantom upon the waters, with her hull below the line of vision, and her sails figured faintly on the distant sky. Toward the close of the day they reached a little French port, and doubtless it would not be very interesting to the reader to hear all the little difficulties that beset them in making their way to Holland, or how they overcame them. Suffice that they were overcome, and that Ralph and his companion crossed the frontier line in about a fortnight after they had quitted England. They made their way as rapidly as possible to Amsterdam, the Hague not being a place quite safe at that time for refugees from England. Having passed all his early life at college or in the country, Ralph Woodhall only found one person in the city with whom he had any acquaintance. This was a dry, melancholy young man, who had been at Cambridge with him for some time, but had abandoned the Church of England and adopted the views of the most extreme Calvinists. He was kind in his own way, and Ralph was in need of kindness, but the views of this fellow collegian were so different from his own that there could be no great companionship between them, and certainly the young dissenter's conversation was not at all likely to lighten the load of care for any man. Gaunt Stilling, on the contrary, found numerous acquaintances among the English who had taken refuge in Amsterdam, but both Gaunt Stilling and his master had too many dark and gloomy chambers in the palace of the Breast to be willing to admit many to their intimacy. Ralph Woodhall, on his arrival at the Dutch capital, it must be recollected, was in no degree aware that a pardon had been obtained for him in regard to the crime of high treason with which he had been charged, nor did he know that Lord Woodhall, satisfied with his innocence, had ceased to pursue him for the murder of his son. Condemned for the offence which he had never committed, liable to be tried the moment he returned for another of which he was equally innocent, and moreover charged with a third, which was little less heinous in the eyes of the court than murder or treason, he saw nothing before him but a long and hopeless exile, the loss of all bright prospects, and the vanishing of all his dreams of love. At the same time, gnawing care preyed upon him. It may easily be supposed that he carried no great sum of money with him. Almost all he possessed had been expended in the prison. The £50 which remained in Gaunt Stilling's hands from the money given by Lady Danvers was nearly exhausted, and coming want stared him in the face. Many an anxious consultation did he hold with Gaunt Stilling as to what was to be done in the circumstances in which they were placed, and but little comfort did he get from the servant, of a kind that could still be at all available. Stilling's reply always was, "Oh, you will have money soon, sir, from England, and so shall I. I have taken care to let the people know where we are, and they won't leave us destitute. Your father will take care of you, and I have friends who will look out for me." "But I cannot and will not bear to be a burden upon my father," replied Ralph. "I must seek out some employment here, in the service of the state as a soldier, or in any other capacity for which I may be suited. Methinks I will go to the Hague and see the Prince of Orange. I can show him that I have had no share in this mad insurrection of Monmouth's, and prove my innocence pretty well of all other crime. I have letters also for several gentlemen at the Hague from the Duke of Norfolk, and doubtless they will use their influence to obtain for me some employment." "Wait a little, sir, wait a little," was Gaunt Stilling's reply. "We shall hear something from England soon. There is news that must be sent to me, and that speedily. In the letter that brings them we shall most likely hear more of those in whom you take an interest." He was not wrong in his anticipations. 10 days had hardly passed when several letters reached Amsterdam for Ralph, and 2 for Gaunt Stilling. Ralph's intelligence was joyful on all points but one. The letters conveyed to him information that a full pardon had been obtained for him on the charge of treason, that a nolle prosequi had been entered by the Attorney General in regard to the charge for murder, and that Lord Woodhall was fully convinced, from evidence that had been laid before him, of his innocence of the death of Henry Woodhall. But it seemed, from the tenor of all the letters, that a charge still hung over his head of having comforted and assisted a nonconformist clergyman, and attended a dissenting conventicle, which might subject him, if he returned unadvisedly, to lengthened imprisonment. Several passages in these letters were somewhat obscure, for his father, by whom one was written, did not seem to be aware that he had made his escape without any knowledge of the pardon, and Hortensia, who wrote to him likewise, though she appeared to have comprehended at once how his flight to Holland had been effected, alluded to the painful and unhappy circumstances in which he was placed in terms which he thought hardly applicable to the mere chance of his being tried for a very inferior offence. A third letter, which surprised him much, was from his cousin, Lord Coldenham. It was written in a frank but not cheerful vein, congratulating him on his escape from death, but urging him strongly to return to England immediately. It assigned no motives on the part of the young lord himself for pressing this point so strongly, but the concluding words of the letter were, "For the sake of your own best interests, Ralph, for the sake of your dearest hopes, come, and come directly." The effect of the intelligence he received upon his mind was to render him thoughtful, but not sad, and he was still hesitating in some degree how he should act, for his father's letter contained a remittance which enabled him to act freely, when Gaunt Stilling joined him with an expression of countenance which puzzled the young gentleman a good deal. His brow was contracted with a heavy frown, but his eyes were bright and sparkling, and there was a quivering sort of eagerness about his lip at every word he spoke, which betrayed no inconsiderable agitation within. "Well, sir, what news?" he said abruptly. Ralph gave him a summary of the intelligence he had received, and the man laughed rather wildly, saying, "Ah, is that all? Better news than mine." "I am sorry to hear that you have had bad tidings," replied Ralph. "I hope they are not of a very serious character." Family matters," answered Gaunt Stilling, walking twice up and down the room. "The old man is ill, and well he may be. A bad complaint, sir. A broken heart." "I have just been pondering, Stilling," said Ralph, "whether it would be better or not for me to return to England at once. My cousin, Lord Coldenham, urges me strongly to do so, and if I can we can go together." "Let me go first, sir," said Gaunt Stilling, quickly and eagerly. "You shall soon hear more from me, or of me, more than all the rest have told you, I'll answer for it. As for myself, I must go, and this very day. See what there is written to me." And he put in Ralph's hand a letter containing the following few words: "Come back instantly. You are wanted here at once, for the great work which must be done at length. I have refrained too long. I will hesitate no longer. Mortimer." "This is strange," said Ralph, returning the letter. "Not so strange as some tidings in this letter, sir," said Gaunt Stilling, striking lightly the other he held in his hand. "However, before I go, let me ask you one question, sir, which is of more importance than you may think. I am very bold, but you will pardon me. Are you to be married, as men say, to Lady Danvers?" "Not the most remote chance of it," said Ralph. "Have you, too, Stilling, been deceived by appearances, the deceitfulness of which none could judge better? Neither Lady Danvers nor myself ever dreamed of such a thing. She knows my heart too well, Stilling." "Thank you, sir, thank you," said Gaunt Stilling warmly. "And now, good-bye." "But is there such great haste?" said Ralph. "I would fain have an hour or two's time for consideration as to whether I had better accompany you or not." "Better stay where you are, sir," replied Stilling, "for the present at least. I would not stop 1 hour after having received this letter for more than King James could give. I owe this man, sir, a deep debt of gratitude, which must be paid in whatever way he chooses." "Besides," added Ralph, "I am deeply your debtor, Stilling, and would fain do something, however little is in my power." "Never mind that, sir," said Stilling, slowly inclining his head with a very significant gesture. "All debts, to me and from me, will soon be paid. Fare you well, sir. May God speed you better when I have gone from you than you have sped while I have been with you." And without further leave-taking, he turned and quitted the room. There was something very remarkable in his manner, a sort of sharp, wild abruptness, which, in all the variations of his mood, and they had been many, Ralph had never remarked before. He mused over the matter for a moment or two, but we are too apt to look upon the signs of suppressed passion in others as matters of no moment, not seeming to comprehend that where emotion is so strong as to carry with it a sense of the necessity of concealing it, the very temporary resistance with which it meets only seems to concentrate its power, and it bursts forth at length in act because it was denied expression in words. After thinking over the character and conduct of Gaunt Stilling for a few minutes in silence, Ralph dismissed the subject from his mind and returned to other thoughts. He wrote to his father, to Hortensia, and to Margaret, without much hope indeed of finding an opportunity to forward the letter to her in safety and with secrecy. He wrote, too, to Lord Woodhall, repeating his assurance that he had never drawn his sword against his cousin Henry, and buoying himself up with false and flattering hopes that Margaret might still be his. To Hortensia and his father he judged it necessary, from the ambiguous expression in their letters, to give a detailed account of his escape, as far as it could be done, without committing any of the persons engaged in it, and assuring them both that he had never heard of the pardon till the morning on which he wrote. Lord Coldham's letter he reserved for further consideration, and a gleam of peaceful hope seemed to break upon him once more, after so many had passed away, overshadowed as soon as seen. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 44. Ormbar Castle presented a gay and festive scene, such as had not been beheld within its walls since the time of the first Charles. A number of the neighbouring nobility and gentry had been invited to pass a few days there, in a sport already beginning to fall into disuse, although it had been revived for a short time by the favour of Charles II. A mew had long been attached to the castle, and the hawks of Ormbar were famous throughout the country. The merry monarch himself had even considered the present of a couple of pair of well-reclaimed birds of that breed as a great gift, and a grand hawking party at Ormbar was sure to attract all that was gay and graceful in the county. Two facts were remarked as strange by the guests: that the young Lord Coldham was not present at the castle, for which various unsatisfactory reasons were assigned, and that Margaret Woodhall, publicly announced as the affianced bride of her cousin Robert, though in the castle with her father, and appearing occasionally at meal-time in the hall, shared not in any of the sports or amusements which were going on, and when seen came with a pale cheek and a sorrowful brow, self-involved in her own thoughts, and smiling not at the gayest jests or most pleasant amusements. She seemed to take no interest in anything. She hardly appeared to notice aught around her. She looked like a person walking in a dream, and that a sad one, and vain was every effort to call her attention or to awaken her interest. Lady Coldham for several days seemed to take no heed of this conduct, let it pass as if it were undeserving a thought, but at length, one day, as Margaret sat alone in her room, the imperious woman entered, and seated herself with an air of proud disdain. "I come," she said, "to inquire what you mean, my pretty cousin, by your treatment of my son." "Me, madam," said Margaret, gazing at her with a look of abhorrence, "I have no particular meaning in my conduct." "Then I wish you would have," replied Lady Coldham bitterly, "and a very different meaning from that which every one puts upon your demeanour. I wish you would mean to please your promised husband, to show him some sort of courtesy, if not respect." Margaret was roused. "Respect!" she said. "What should I respect in Robert Woodhall?" "You should respect him whom you have promised to marry," said Lady Coldham. "You should respect the house from which he springs." "My promise to marry him," replied Margaret, with cold calmness, "was cruelly wrung from me in a moment of the greatest agony. It is sufficient that I keep it, without exacting more. He could not make me more than his slave. Knowing that I abhorred him, he persisted in a suit which he ought to have felt could only make me abhor him more. Obtained from my poor father, by what means I know not, a solemn promise that I should be his, instigated my father to take advantage of the most terrible circumstances to obtain a pledge from me. And now, Lady Coldham, my father will redeem his vow. I will redeem my pledge. My hand shall be his. The estates, which he covets more than my hand, will be his likewise. But ask nothing further. My heart can never be his. My esteem, my respect, my love, he can never obtain." "Impudent girl!" exclaimed Lady Coldham. "This to his mother?" "Ay, to anyone, to everyone, to all who question me on the subject," answered Margaret. "I am no longer the timid child whom you once knew, to quail at your presence, and to shrink from your proud eye. You and yours have taken from me all hope and all fear. You have strengthened me by misery. You have made my life valueless. Death a blessing to be coveted, and not far off, I trust. My father has brought me here, Lady Coldham, against my will, but I trust at least that the privacy of my own chamber will be allowed to me." "Good, mighty good!" cried Lady Coldham, with a scornful laugh. "Now mark me, Mistress Margaret Woodhall. We will tame you a little. You seek, I know, to put off this marriage till the latest possible hour. But as we find that kindness has no effect upon you, we will try sterner measures. We will not allow you to trifle with us. The marriage shall take place soon, immediately." "That will be as my father shall decide," replied Margaret in as calm a tone as before. "I have always held that a man, doomed to die, shows himself a coward if he attempts to put off his execution for a moment. You have made me brave, Lady Coldham. You cannot frighten me." "Ha, ha!" said the old lady, rising with an air of triumph. "Lucky that no compulsion will be needed," and she passed majestically out of the room. Well might she triumph, for the object of her visit to Margaret was attained with less difficulty than she had expected. No opposition had been shown to a speedy marriage, and she hastened to Lord Woodhall to tell him that his daughter consented. The old man could hardly believe his ears, but the assurance of Lady Coldham was strong, and she told him, with a slight gloss, what had passed between her and Margaret. Robert Woodhall came to her aid, seeming to understand his mother's schemes almost by intuition. Between them both, they soon obtained Lord Woodhall's consent that a very early day should be fixed, and preparations were immediately begun. Margaret bore up well when the public eye was upon her. She quailed not, she wavered not, no tear was seen to dim her eyelids, not a word of opposition did she utter. Her character seemed to be entirely changed. The frank, simple, timid girl, blooming in rich health, and agitated by manifold emotions, was now the cold, grey, firm, decided woman, pale as monumental marble, and unmoved by any of the passing things of life. A petrifying hand had touched her, that of despair, and she was indeed no longer the same. Robert Woodhall saw it all, understood it all, but he had no pity, he rejoiced. Margaret was more alone than ever. She seldom, when she could avoid it, quitted her own room. She left to others all preparations, and only stipulated that the marriage should be performed by the good Irish clergyman who had been for so many years her father's chaplain, who had known her mother, and been the friend of her childhood. She knew that he had many faults, but she knew that he had many virtues too, and she thought that his familiar face would be a comfort and a support to her. She was sitting alone one day in a little chamber communicating with her bedroom, while all the family and guests were absent on some gay occasion at Dorchester, when her maid announced to her that Dr. Maffili had come to visit her. Bring him hither," cried Margaret, with the first appearance of eagerness she had displayed for many a day. "Here we shall not be interrupted, and I want much to speak with him." In 2 minutes more, Dr. Maffili, with his portly person and buoyant step, swung into the room, and taking her hands in his, exclaimed, "Ah, my dear child, my dear young lady, that is. I am glad to see you again, but not to see you looking so. Bother it, Mistress Margaret, they have worried all the colour out of your cheeks. They used to bloom like a couple of roses on a summer's day, but now they are like lilies in the shade. Well, man's a curious beast. I would not have had a hand in withering those roses to be Archbishop of Canterbury." "The stem on which they grew will soon wither too," said Margaret, sadly. "The tree is dead at the heart, doctor, and can never bloom again." "Don't say that, Mistress Margaret, don't say that, my dear child," cried the good parson. "That's just what I came to see you about, with just the least possible hope that one way or another, what between representations and denunciations, oh, that I were but a Roman Catholic and believed in transubstantiation, wouldn't I curse them from the altar and put a great seal upon them? But, as I was saying, I do think something might be done, though what the foul fiend, the man, intends to do, I don't know, for your father seems to me like a rock, and as to Robert Woodhall, he's mischief itself, and the more he thinks he vexes you, the more he'll do it. Couldn't you get up early one moonlight morning, my darling, and just make a run for it? There's a young man on the other side of the water who would be glad enough to hold you to his heart, and I'll go over and marry you to prevent mischief." "Hush, hush, hush!" cried Margaret, clasping her hands wildly. "Oh, forbear, my good friend. No," she continued, "my father has called down the curse of God upon his head if he does not give me to Robert Woodhall. I have consented in order to save poor Ralph's life, and I will be honest. I will keep my word, though it kill me." "Ay, but wasn't that word cheated out of you, my darling?" said the parson earnestly. Did they not persuade you that poor Ralph had killed your brother Harry? If they did, I can show you in this paper here that it was one of the biggest lies that ever was told. I may show you the paper, dear Mistress Margaret, for though it was given to me in confidence, sub sigillo confessionis, as I should say if I were a Romanist, God help the benighted people and the king at the back of them, I was permitted by the letter to bring it forward if they tried Ralph for the murder, and to show it to you if need be. Now I say I can prove from this—" "No need, replied Margaret, laying her hand upon his arm. "There is only one thing you can do for me, and that I wish you much to do. I have never been deceived in regard to Ralph's innocence of my brother's death. I have always done him justice. But I want you to tell him, Dr. Maffili, I want you to tell him hereafter," and the tears rolled plentifully down her face, "that Margaret loved him to the last hour she was permitted to love anyone on earth. At the altar I renounce all earthly love. The ceremony might as well be my funeral as my marriage, for it consigns my heart to the tomb, and leaves my spirit only to seek its Maker. Thank God, I have wept again. I believe these tears will save my reason." The good clergyman wept too, wept like a child, but in the midst of his tears he kept feeling in his pocket till he brought forth an unsealed letter, from the midst of which he took out another paper. "But what answer do you mean to give to this man?" he asked, totally forgetting that poor Margaret knew not who the man was. "He's a strange creature, and deals with the devil, I've little doubt. I spent a couple of hours with him one day, and he told me all manner of things. A learned man, too. I was his match in Latin, but he beat me to mud in Greek, and as to Hebrew and Arabic, Lord ha' mercy upon us." Who? cried Margaret. "Do you mean Mortimer?" "Oh, ay, just Mortimer," answered the parson. "Mortimer's his surname, and Devil, I suppose, is his Christian name, though not a very Christian name either. But here, see what he writes to you here, for I take it for granted it's intended for you, because he told me to give it to you." And he spread out the inner paper before Margaret's eyes. "Misguided girl," the paper ran, "you have nearly destroyed your own happiness for ever, for want of truth and confidence. Did I not tell you to be true and faithful to the last, and your happiness would be secure? Write me down an answer to these questions. Do you still love him whom you loved first? Has your heart never swerved from him through vanity, lightness, or caprice? Was it solely to save his life that you consented to wed a man whom, if there be any honesty in the heart of woman, you are bound to hate? Answer at once, and answer truly." "Here's a pen and ink, darling," said Dr. Maffili, bringing the implements for writing from a distant table. "I'll take it upon me that you can answer all the questions handsomely enough, and the man says something about a hope in his letter to me, though how the devil he found me out, or his little spalpeen of a boy in blue and silver either, I can't tell. He can't have an optic glass that would look all the way from Lincolnshire to Cerne Abbas, to say nothing of the corners it would have to look round." "I will answer truly, at all events," replied Margaret, "be there hope or no hope," and taking the pen, she wrote rapidly, "I love him ever. No feeling of my heart has ever swerved from him. It was solely to save his life that I consented to wed a man whom I do hate. That is all true, so help me heaven at my utmost need." "There, Dr. Maffili," she said, "give him that. But it is all in vain. You know the marriage is appointed for next Friday." "Friday!" said the doctor. "That's an unlucky day, my dear. I never knew any one married on Friday in all my life." "There never before was such a bridal," said Margaret. "Unlucky! Oh, Dr. Maffili, if they chose the most unlucky day in all the calendar, they had hardly found one black enough to fit my wedding. I will not be married in mourning," she said, "for it would grieve my father, but I will have no bridal finery. I will not affect to rejoice while my heart is dying." "Well, I think it would have been but civil," said the doctor, "to have let me know about the Friday." "Doubtless you will hear of it to-day," replied Margaret. "Originally the day was fixed for the Monday after, but something seems to have affected Lady Coldham strangely, and she has urged my father to curtail even the short space allowed. To me it is indifferent what is the day of execution. Doubtless Jane Grey shrunk from the block and axe, as I shrink from the altar and the ring. But she met her fate firmly, and so will I. Hark! There is a halloo in the fields. They are coming back. Take the paper, but I say I have no hope. that my fate is sealed. Remember to tell Ralph what I have said, and bid him think of me as one dead, for to everything that makes existence life, I must be dead from the moment the ring is put upon my finger." After a few words more, Dr. Maffili left her, and in less than a quarter of an hour the house, so lately silent and solitary, was full of gay sounds and heedless laughter, jarring painfully with the thoughts of the melancholy tenant of that solitary room. Indeed, it seemed as if the whole party, with the exception of Lord Woodhall, had determined to leave the poor girl to her own imaginations. No one came to console her or support her, no one even attempted to cheer her by conversation, or to withdraw her from her sad and lonely state. Her father did come to see her, and strove to speak cheerfully, but there was a silent reproach in his daughter's deep gloom, which sent him ever away with a heart depressed, and a consciousness that he had destroyed the peace of his only remaining child. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 45. There were horses and carriages at the door of Ormbar Castle. The courtyard was crowded with servants in all kinds of livery. Lady Coldnam had resolved that the marriage should not want witnesses, and every one of noble blood in the county had been invited. One or two, who had been there the preceding week, asked, as they arrived, whether Lord Coldnam had returned, and though the answer was no, they did not much marvel, for Lady Coldnam was so completely monarch in her own family, that no one could expect she would make any alteration in her arrangements for the pleasure or convenience of a son. The great hall was thrown open on that inauspicious morning, and richly decorated with evergreens and the few flowers which still lingered after the year's brighter part had passed away. Not less than 40 or 50 people were assembled in that hall, but none of the family yet appeared among them, with the exception of Robert Woodhall, who had entered the room, remained for a few minutes, and retired again, explaining that some deeds and other writings had to be signed in the small room hard by, where Lady Coldnam usually received her guests. It is to that room which we must, in the first place, turn our eyes, before we relate what occurred afterward in the hall when the party was setting out for the wedding. It was a handsome and beautifully decorated chamber, nearly square, with a high ornamented ceiling of black oak. It was called in those days the little withdrawing room, but it was at least 30 feet in length, and 7 or 8 and 20 in width. A large table was placed in the middle of the room, and at it was seated old Lady Coldnam in a large armchair. She was richly attired, and looked in her stern dignity like a queen upon her throne. She had become awfully pale, however, during the last few weeks. The delicate blending of colour in her cheek was gone, and the flesh looked not like marble, but wax. Old Lord Woodhall was seated near, with a nervous, anxious, apprehensive expression of countenance. 2 or 3 lawyers were further down the table, with a number of parchments before them. Robert Woodhall and 2 of his gay friends, somewhat older than himself, loose, debauched men, with that weak, supercilious expression of countenance which almost always gathers upon the face after a life of promiscuous licentiousness, stood at a little distance from the table on Lord Woodhall's right, while Margaret appeared behind, near a window, leaning heavily on the arm of Hortensia Danvers, the only bridesmaid she had chosen, and whom she had persisted in choosing, notwithstanding a cold sneer from Lady Coldnam, and some opposition on the part of the poor girl's father. Hortensia was in a blaze of beauty, and magnificently attired. Her bright eyes were flashing with light, her brow slightly contracted, her beautifully chiselled nostrils expanding like those of a proud horse, and her fine arching lip quivering with feelings of indignation that hardly could be repressed. Her arm passed across her waist, and her hand rested upon poor Margaret's as she leaned upon her, with a fond and comforting pressure. But her eyes were turned forward toward Lord Woodhall and Lady Coldnam, and seemed to express wonder as well as disgust. Behind her and Margaret stood their 2 maids, and the faithful old attendant of the unhappy bride often put her handkerchief to her eyes, which bore marks of many tears. Some conversation took place between the persons seated at the table regarding the contents of the documents before them. There were some points which Lord Woodhall seemed not to comprehend easily, and which the lawyers did not explain clearly. At length, however, after some minutes had passed in question and answer, the old lord seemed to grow impatient. "Well, give me the pen," he cried. "It does not much matter. I dare say it is all right." And in a bold, dashing manner, which hardly covered the trembling of his hand, he wrote the word Woodhall. "Now, my lady," said one of the lawyers, addressing Lady Coldnam, "you will have the goodness to sign this paper, and your son will sign below." A slight shade of hesitation seemed to pass across Lady Coldnam's face, and though she took the pen and dipped it in the ink, she held it suspended for a moment ere she wrote her name. The noise, perhaps, of the opening door, which was a little behind her on the left, hurried the act, and the paper was signed. Robert Woodhall had already advanced to write his name after his mother's, and had received the pen from Lady Coldnam's hand. But at that moment Lord Coldnam himself came forward and put his brother aside, saying, "Stop a moment, sir." His tone was so stern and decided that Robert drew back, and Lady Coldnam fixed her eyes upon her eldest son with an expression of fierce but yet apprehensive inquiry, as one may see a chained eagle, when menaced by a child's cane, gaze at him, ready to strike, yet watchful for the blow. "Nonsense, Coldnam, no trash just now," cried Robert Woodhall, with an affected laugh. "Trash, sir!" said Lord Coldnam, in a stern and bitter tone, which he had never assumed in his life before. "Do you suppose that I would jest even at a moment like this? I ask you, madam," he continued, turning to his mother, "is this to go on? There stands a poor girl, driven by hard usage to marry a man whom she detests. This marriage has been hurried rapidly forward for fear of the appearance of certain unpleasant impediments. Though I wrote from a distant part of the country, it would seem either that it was not understood how much I knew, or that it was believed I could not get here in time, or that I was supposed to be so base and mean as to conceal facts detrimental to myself, which could be beneficial to others. I am here, madam. Those who have so judged me are mistaken. I ask you again, is this to go on?" "Yes," said Lady Coldnam between her closed teeth, grasping tightly the arm of her chair. "Yes, serpent!" "It shall go on, so help me heaven!" cried Lord Woodhall. "I have pledged my honour and my word, and no power on earth can shake me. She shall be his if I live 3 hours longer. I will not live perjured and forsworn." "Yes, generous brother," said Robert Woodhall, "it shall go on. That I will maintain with my voice and with my sword." "Your sword," said Lord Coldnam, with a bitter sneer. "Those who rest upon that had better ask Sedgemoor of its glory. But tell me, sir, what name are you going to sign to that paper?" "My own, of course," replied the young man. "And what is your own?" asked his brother. "Forbear, forbear!" shrieked Lady Coldnam. "Forbear! Have you forborne?" said her son sternly, and then, turning to Margaret, he took her hand kindly, saying, "Margaret, my dear cousin, I ask you, shall this go on? I tell you, you are in no degree bound to that young man; that he is not what he seems; that he stands before you there, a lie. Speak one word, and I will end it all. I tell you, you are not bound to him." "I am bound by my promise to my father," replied Margaret in a low, still, solemn voice. Lord Woodhall's face had been becoming redder and more red, and as his daughter answered, he exclaimed, "And I say she shall marry him, be he who or what he may," and he added a fearful oath. "Well, then, without there," cried Lord Coldnam, raising his voice high, and the door was immediately partly opened. "You cannot go in there, sir," said a voice in quick accents without. "We are ordered to keep every one out but the family." "Out of my way, knaves!" said a loud, rich, powerful voice, which echoed round and round the room. "Learn that I am master here," and at the same moment the door flew wide open, and 2 of Lady Coldnam's servants were cast headlong into the room. Following them, with a firm, calm step, and a brow stern and gloomy, came a man of some 60 years of age, above the ordinary height, powerful in frame and dignified in carriage. He was richly though somewhat darkly attired, and in his hand he carried a large roll of paper. All eyes turned in that direction, and Lady Coldenham's with the rest. She uttered no word, no scream, but a low groan escaped her, and her eyes closed. A multitude of questions were asked, and sudden exclamations uttered. "Why, that is the old man we saw in Lincolnshire!" cried Robert Woodhall. "God bless my life! Why, I recollect you quite well, Sir Robert," said one of the old lawyers sitting at the table. "Who are you, sir?" demanded Lord Woodhall, almost fiercely. "That woman's husband," replied Mortimer, pointing to Lady Coldenham. "Otherwise Sir Robert Hardwicke of Ormbar Castle. Take her away. She has fainted, as well she may, at the sight of one who has forborne too long." "But you were supposed dead," said the lawyer who had before spoken. "She married under a false impression. She thought you had been killed by the Moors on the coast of Africa." "She knew that I was a slave of the Moors," replied Sir Robert Hardwicke, "and she amused me with hopes of ransom for 3 long years after she had married Lord Coldenham, as these loving letters will testify. Then, indeed, she thought me dead, for I discovered the fraud, and suffered the tale of my death in captivity to go forth." "Then I am Lord Coldenham!" exclaimed Robert, with a disgusting laugh of exultation, "for I was born more than 4 years after my mother's marriage." "Not so," replied Sir Robert Hardwicke, seating himself in the chair from which Lady Coldenham had just been removed. "Your mother's marriage was a fraud, and as such invalid altogether." "We will have proof of that," said Robert Woodhall. "Were these letters not proof," answered the others gravely, "the fact of her having a monument erected to a man whom she knew to be living, and having buried therein a wooden figure, pretending it to be a corpse brought from beyond sea, would, methinks, be sufficient. I tell you, sir, and I tell all, that you are simply Robert Ratcliffe, the natural son of Catherine Ratcliffe, Lady Hardwicke, by the Earl of Coldenham. Now let us see whether Lord Woodhall will marry his only child to you or not." "He promised her to me without reservation," cried Robert vehemently. "He did it for services I performed to him, unconnected with my birth. He took God to witness. He pledged his honour and his faith." "And I will keep them sacredly," cried Lord Woodhall, after an instant's hesitation. "Margaret, there stands your husband. Let us end this scene. The clergyman is waiting. The guests are all prepared. Shuffle those parchments to the dogs. My heiress can build up a new family. It was not his fault if his mother played the fool." Margaret pressed her hand upon her brow, for a momentary hope had risen up in her breast, but to be extinguished. Lord Woodhall, however, grasped her arm, saying, "Come on." "Leave her with me, my lord," said Hortensia sadly. "You go on with him. We will follow." "Come on then, Robert," said the old lord, taking the young man's arm. "Sir Robert Hardwicke will leave you and your wife's eldest son to finish as you please the fine scene you have arranged this day. This one, at least, I will take care of." "So be it," said Mortimer; "but methinks in courtesy I must grace the wedding, seeing it is so joyful a one. Lead on, my lord, and if the bride comes living from the altar, we will still feast the gay company here, in this place, where one happy marriage was celebrated some 30 years ago. Lead on, my lord, I say." "I will so," replied Lord Woodhall sharply. "Come, Margaret, follow close behind." Thus saying, he walked on with Robert Woodhall, throwing wide the door which led into the great hall beyond. Margaret followed with a faint step, and a hand which Hortensia felt trembling on her arm. Lady Danvers whispered to her eagerly, and her last words were, "At the altar, at the very altar. He has no claim. Your promise is not to him. You promised to wed Robert Woodhall, not this man." But still Margaret moved on. The gay company in the hall separated, making a sort of lane as the bridal party passed, and several voices said, "Health and happiness to the bride and bridegroom." But the cheek of Robert Woodhall, which had been flushed with excitement, turned deadly pale a moment or two after he had entered the hall. What was it produced the change? And why did his eyes stare so fixedly forward? There was nothing in the way to the hall door but an old man and a young one; but that young man was taking a step forward, and the old one tried to hold him back in vain. "Robert Ratcliffe, you are a knave, a liar, a villain, a cheat, a traitor," said Gaunt Stilling, approaching close to him and striking him a blow. The ladies scattered back in terror, the gentlemen gazed in surprise without interfering, and Robert, after an instant's hesitation, laid his hand upon his sword and drew it. The moment it was done, Gaunt Stilling's sword was crossed with his blade. Lord Woodhall and Robert's brother beat up the weapons ere 2 passes had been exchanged; but as they did so, Robert Woodhall fell back upon the pavement, and then Gaunt Stilling thrust his sword into the sheath, and dropped his hands by his side, for anyone to take him who would. The confusion that succeeded was indescribable. Some rushed round the fallen man and raised him up, gazing on his face, or striving to staunch the bleeding of a small wound on the right side, which would have seemed of no great importance had not the torrent of gore which poured from it told how deep the avenging blade had gone. Those who gazed upon his face soon saw the attempt to keep in the flood of life was vain. The unhappy man's eyes rolled in his head, but they were meaningless, lifeless. Their motion was merely convulsive, as probably were also the gasping efforts he made as if to speak. Others rushed upon his slayer and seized him roughly, while Stilling's father approached slowly and exclaimed, "Oh, my son, what have you done?" To the latter he answered sternly, "Avenged my sister, old man, avenged her whom he deceived, and wronged, and killed by falsehood. The serpent, whom your weak compliance with his mother's fraud warmed into venomous power, stung your own child to the death, and your other child has crushed him." Then turning sharply upon those who had laid hands upon him, he shook them off, saying, "What need to seize a man who seeks not to escape, who is neither ashamed of the deed he has done, nor afraid of its consequences? Stand back and let me look upon the villain." And striding forward, he gazed upon the face of Robert Woodhall, while the dead man's brother supported the flaccid form partly on his knee, and Sir Robert Hardwicke held his hand upon the pulse. "Ay, young rebel," said Gaunt Stilling, looking sternly in his face, "I warned thee, but thou wouldst not be warned. Thou hadst timely notice to forbear. Thou hadst timely notice to keep thy word with my poor Kate. But thou must wed a great lady, must thou? Thou must have the broad lands of Woodhall. Thou must leave Kate Stilling to die of grief and shame, after having poisoned her mind against her father and brother. But I warned thee long ago, and thou didst contrive, too, to make me take the life of thy noble cousin, believing that one who bore the name of Woodhall was bold enough to fight his rival manfully, and not to put the peril upon another. That is the only thing I regret in life. You stare," he continued sharply, turning to one of the guests. "Do you suppose that, standing here and seeing him be there, a piece of carrion, with his soul fresh flown to another world, whither I must soon follow to stand before the same judgment seat, that I feel the least regret, remorse, or shame for having sent him thither? No, man, no. I am proud of the deed. Society is my debtor. God has taken vengeance by my hand, and only timely did it come. Look at that lady there," and he pointed to Margaret, who stood trembling like an aspen leaf hard by, trapped to his snares by the most deceitful artifices, loathing him, yet bound to him by lie-obtained promises, on the point of sacrificing happiness and life itself rather than break her plighted word. Look at that old man," and he pointed to Lord Woodhall, "whose heart would have been one everlasting curse, a core of fire in his bosom, if he had been suffered to drag his daughter to the altar to unite her fate to that reprobate. These I have saved by that one blow, but not only these. All you around me owe me much. From such a pitiful villain as this, from such a dark and secret plotter, who did his blackest deeds by other men's hands, no heart is safe, no home is sacred. Hark you, Robert Ratcliffe, I come after you very speedily. Prepare to meet me before the throne of the great Judge, the God who judges the heart, and knows whether mine has been upright and honest, even in this last deed. To him I appeal my cause. Let him judge between me and thee." He spoke so vehemently, with such a rapid flow of words and sternness of aspect, that no one even dreamed of interrupting him. All seemed horror-struck, paralysed, as it is called, by the terrible event which had just taken place and the strong passion of the young man's demeanour. At length, however, Sir Robert Hardwicke spoke, letting drop Robert Ratcliffe's hand lifeless from his own. "Thou speakest to the dead, unhappy young man," he said. "For many years thou didst my bidding well in everything. Alas, why didst thou not obey unto the end? But it was thy fate. In vain I sent thee to a foreign land. The doom was to be fulfilled. It was my fate, answered Gaunt Stilling, and I thank God for it. Now take me hence, put me where you will. I know what I have to undergo, and I will meet it as a man. This heart may throb as if it would burst, but it shall never quail. They laid hands upon him gently and led him away unresisting. The corpse of Robert Ratcliffe was taken up by the servants and removed quietly to another chamber. The guests gazed strangely upon each other, and those the least familiar with the family began to drop away, one by one, begging to be excused to Lady Coldham. These words of ceremony had been repeated once or twice to her eldest son, who had merely bowed coldly, till one flippant woman added, with an inquiring air, "Though we have not had the honour of seeing her ladyship." "There is no such person as Lady Coldham," said the young man impatiently, and the news was whispered round that Lady Coldham was dead, but that this strange family had been going to celebrate the marriage even while she lay a corpse in the house. There was more truth in the rumour than rumours usually have, for Lady Coldham never woke completely from the terrible fit of fainting into which she had fallen. She once made an effort, as if to get up from the bed on which they had laid her, and one of the servants raised her suddenly, but she instantly fell back and expired without a word. This event had already taken place when her son spoke, but he knew it not, and turning his eyes from the departing guests, he looked round for one who had greatly moved his interest that day. Margaret was seated by this time in a distant corner of the room, with her head leaning on Hortensia's shoulder, and her handkerchief pressed upon her eyes. The young man approached her kindly, while another and another of the guests took their departure in silence, and said, "Be comforted, Margaret, be comforted, my dear cousin, for you are still my cousin Margaret. These are sad and terrible scenes for a young and gentle thing like you, but you have borne yourself nobly and well, and I trust a better Lord Coldham will console and repay you for all you have suffered on his account." Margaret started and gazed in his face. "Ay, Margaret," he said, "in the common course of events, Ralph Woodhall will soon be Lord Coldham, as his father now is. For myself, I am so no longer, and what will become of me I know not. My mother's small property will but be sufficient for herself, but I have my sword unstained, and my heart unburdened, and I too can carve a way for myself in the world." "Young man," said a voice close to him, while a hand was laid upon his arm, "I have not put you to these bitter trials without motive. You are my son, if you will be so, and heir to all that I possess. Your mother I once loved well, till her imperious temper drove me forth to wander over the world. In her ambition she soon forgot and hated me. I became a captive, a slave, a favourite, a rich merchant, as is often the case in eastern lands. The liberty which she would not seek for me, I repurchased by my own industry and skill. This estate of Ormbar, good as it is in these lands, is but small to what I possess. If you have lost rank and station, with me you may find affluence and peace, and I promise you, after all I have seen of your noble conduct in such trying circumstances, that you shall ever find the affection of a parent also." The young man grasped his hand and bent his head, and something like a tear stained his cheek. Old Lord Woodhall had remained nearly alone in the middle of the room. Some of the guests had come up and spoken to him ere they departed, but he seemed hardly to notice or to hear them, remaining with his eyes bent upon the ground and his arms crossed upon his chest. Suddenly something seemed to move him. He strode across the hall with a rapid step, and took Margaret's hands in his. "Forgive me, my child, forgive me," he said. "Henceforth your fate is at your own disposal. Your father will never seek to mar it again." End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 46. In the same cell in Dorchester jail which had first received Ralph Woodhall after his capture, sat Gaunt Stilling on the evening succeeding the events which I have mentioned. He was heavily ironed, but he had a lantern fixed upon the wall at a considerable distance above his head, and by its rays, feeble as they were, he was reading a small book very closely printed. One passage seemed to interest him much, for he read it over 3 or 4 times. It contained a curious and somewhat subtle argument, translated from the Italian, concerning the lawfulness of certain actions according to the circumstances in which men are placed, and it ended in a quotation in Latin of the well-known epitaph of Cardinal Brundusinus: excessi e vitae aerumnis facilisque lubensque, ne pejora ipsa morte, de hinc videam. He was interrupted before he could go further by the entrance of the chief turnkey, who took especial care to look along the passages before he entered, and then closed the door securely behind him. "Has the parson come?" asked Stilling, raising his head suddenly. "No," replied the turnkey, "not yet, Gaunt, but I want to have a little talk with you, and I have brought the light irons, for these are too heavy." "I care not for them," answered Stilling. "What matters it to me whether they are light or heavy? Do you suppose I am going to try to escape?" "No, no, Master Stilling," said the turnkey. "We must have no more escapes." "Ay," said Gaunt Stilling, "yet I could frighten you into opening that door and letting me out in 5 minutes." The turnkey shook his head. "What, not if I could prove you received £80 out of the 350? "You can't prove that," said the turnkey with a grin. "You are mistaken," replied Gaunt Stilling. "Every piece was marked in the presence of a witness, and 5 of them which you spent are easily to be found. There is not one of you, of all the 5 who shared the money, that is not as much in my power as I am in yours. If it depended upon my word, that might be nothing. But remember, there are several others in the business who are now free enough to bear testimony." "But you are too honourable a man to peach," said the turnkey, a good deal frightened. "Honourable!" said Gaunt Stilling, with a scoff. "But no matter. I don't want to escape, Master Blackstone. I can die one day as well as another, and I do not know any day this last 12-month in which I should not have been quite ready to go. Hanging is not unpleasant, they tell me, and, at all events, it must be a great deal better than lying for weeks in a sick bed, and then going out like the end of a candle." "I'm glad you think so," said the gaoler drily. "But come, Master Stilling, give me your word of honour that you will not peach of us. You know it was only at your request, and because you were an old friend, that we did what we did." "You have forgotten the 350 golden Jacobuses," said Gaunt Stilling, with a laugh. "Well, well, I must have a better room, and that to-night. I must have a better light, and that speedily. I must have pen and ink and paper to write with. I must have a bottle of wine and cold chicken for the parson. It's a long time till the assizes, and I must make myself comfortable." The turnkey rubbed his head and thought for a moment, for his predicament was somewhat unpleasant. "The best I can do for you to-night, Master Stilling," he said, "is to put you in the little room in the 3rd ward. It has got a good planked floor and a fireplace. You'll be out of my district, but I'll tell you who has got the keys. It is Jones Barstow. You'll recollect him, I dare say. A green hand, mighty fond of strong waters, which, when he gets enough of them, send him sound to sleep. The governor doesn't put many capitals there, for fear Barstow should let them out. He's such a soft one. But I'll speak with the governor and get it done for you." "Very well," answered Stilling. "Set about it quick, and remember, I shall look to you, Master Blackstone, for everything I want." In reason," said the turnkey, and went his way. The governor made some objections, for although Barstow, being a distant cousin of his wife's, enjoyed his favour, yet he had but little confidence in him, and Stilling had been represented to him as a resolute, desperate fellow, requiring the strictest watch. The head turnkey overcame his scruples, however, representing that the man had no thought of escape, and adding that he seems to think hanging rather pleasant than otherwise. "Wait till he tries it," said the governor, laughing. "However, if you are sure of him, put him there. I don't mind." In about half an hour Gaunt Stilling was in a more comfortable room, and in a few minutes after Dr. Macfeely was admitted to him. "Ah, young man," said the good doctor, "this is a sad pass you've brought yourself to. You go on your way all your life, and then you send for the parson." "Sit down, doctor," said Gaunt Stilling, with a look so much gayer than any which Dr. Macfeely had seen upon his countenance when they last met, that the worthy clergyman was both surprised and grieved. Nor was his mind much relieved when Gaunt Stilling went on to say, "I didn't send for you, doctor, for the purposes you imagine. I dare say you think I am sorry for what I have done, but there you are mistaken, or that I'm afraid of being hanged, and there you're mistaken again." "You'll be hanged as sure as a gun, and no help for it, my dear boy," said Dr. Macpherson. "I'll bet you a bottle of it, and let the longest liver drink it." "I know I shall be hanged," answered Gaunt Stilling, "but what I sent for you for was that you might take down the whole particulars of everything that has happened, exactly as it did happen. I am determined to save judge and jury and lawyers all sorts of trouble, and I shan't give the hangman much either. You've got the paper I sent you. You behaved like an honest man about that, though I believe the law would have had you give it up." "Well, well, perhaps it might," said the doctor, "but the paper didn't tell much, young man. It only said you killed poor Henry Woodhall in mistake, and that Master Ralph was never back in Norwich that night. But not a word did you say about how it all happened." "Well, I'll tell you now," replied Gaunt Stilling. "So take your paper and write down my confession. Then I will sign it, and you shall witness it." Dr. Macpherson seated himself at the table, dipped the pen in the ink, and dated the paper, saying quietly, "Don't make it too long, lad. About the length of a sermon will do." "You shall have a bottle of wine and a chicken when you've done," replied Gaunt Stilling. "The wine I don't mind," answered the doctor, "but as for the chicken, I've no stomach. The sight of all the passages and locks and bolts, and you here in the middle of them, has taken away my appetite. So fire away, my boy, and make haste." "Young Robert Ratcliffe," said Gaunt Stilling, leaning his head upon his hand, "who always passed for the lawful son of Lord Coldham." "There's another pretty affair," cried Dr. Macpherson. "Who would ever have thought that that proud old woman was a—" "Phew! Never mind her," said Gaunt Stilling. "Bad the crow, bad the egg. Put that down. Young Robert Ratcliffe, who passed for Lord Coldham's lawful son, was an insolent, profligate fellow. He had done much mischief in the village, and when I returned from Tangier, I found him often coming to our house and seeing my sister Catherine, poor unhappy girl. I came too late. I warned him off, told him I would not have him there, and gave him fair notice I would beat him if he came, punish him if he wronged my sister. My father had been foolish enough to think he would marry her, because she was handsome and well taught, and he had a hold upon the old woman by knowing her secrets. The young man one day, too, said that he would marry her, and that was the poor girl's ruin. I knew better than to believe such nonsense, and opened my father's eyes at length, so that he was as eager to move her out of the way of temptation as I was, and we agreed to bring her here to our relations in Dorset. My uncle met her half-way, and she was kept secure enough for that time. But her shame soon became apparent, and when I came over from Norwich to see her, there was no longer any concealment. I had promised revenge, and I resolved to take it, but it was needful to wait my time, when, as if good fortune would have it, chance seemed to throw the opportunity in my way. I heard that there had been a quarrel between young Ralph Woodhall, with whom I was, and Robert Ratcliffe, in the ballroom of the Duke's house. I heard that Ralph had dragged him away by the neck from Mistress Margaret when she fainted, and that the villain quitted the room and sent for his cousin Henry. I did not suspect, at that time, that he was altogether a coward, and naturally thought that a duel would follow. That did not please me, for I wanted to punish him myself, and I would have given a great deal to take Ralph's place, for though he is a good swordsman, Robert was fencing all his life, and full of tricks. As I suspected, Robert Ratcliffe's servant Roger came twice seeking Ralph Woodhall. The last time he brought a sealed letter. I asked him if it was a challenge, and he said yes, so I naturally thought it came from the man with whom Ralph had quarrelled. My master was then absent, gone with Lady Danvers to Thetford, but he was to be back long before night, and I managed to find out, one way or another, that the duel was to take place by moonlight, and without seconds. I got hold of the place too, and a quick thought passed through my mind, that if Ralph did not return, I would take the opportunity myself. I answered, therefore, boldly, that he would be at the place appointed, adding below my breath, or somebody else in his place. When the knave was gone, I had a strong inclination to look into the letter, but I had heard Ralph speak so highly about the shame of opening letters to other people that I could not bring my mind to do it. I was uneasy, however, for fear he should come back in time, and I rode after him part of the way toward Thetford. He told me he should certainly be back before night, but they had made so little progress it was not likely. and I found out from the Duke of Norfolk's servants that they did not intend to let him come back, for that the Duke had sent him out of the way to prevent his receiving the challenge. I kept it snug in my pocket, therefore, and returned to Norwich, where I remained in a great fright lest he should come. Night fell again, and at 10 o'clock I was upon the ground. Nobody was there, and sitting down upon a bench, I fell into a doze, out of which a quick step awoke me at length. It was a foggy night, and though the moon gave some light, one could not see a man's face clearly. The man was of the same height, too, as Robert Ratcliffe, dressed much in the same way, and I was hardly awake. His sword was in his hand when first I saw him, and he said, "Come, no words, sir, draw your sword. On my life, you take it coolly." There was something in the voice that startled me, though I knew neither of their tongues well. But as his sword was out, mine was soon out too. We made 2 or 3 passes, and he pressed me hard, for I had a doubt and wanted to be sure. He beat me out from beneath the trees to a place by the side of the basin where there was more light, and then he seemed surprised and lost his guard just as I was lunging quart over the arm. I had no notion I should hit him, but he did not parry, and the blade went through his body. He was killed in a fair fight, however, and though it was a mistake, it was no murder. The knave Roger, Robert Ratcliffe's servant, can tell you more as to how his cowardly master got Henry Woodhall to take the burden off his own shoulders. Dr. Maffili shook his head. "Whoso sheddeth a man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed," he replied. "If this isn't murder, Gaunt-Stilling, I should like to know what the devil it is." "Be that as it may," answered Gaunt-Stilling, "I was only the more resolved to have vengeance upon that villain Robert. I went to seek him at Sedgemoor when I heard he was there, but I was stopped and prevented, and I heard afterward that he has slunk away from the battle. After that," he continued, "I found that poor Master Ralph was in prison, and my heart was torn many ways, for my sister sent for me, and I found her dying. The villain had broken her heart by a letter he wrote her, mocking her claims and making a scoff of her love. She never took heart again, and died a fortnight after the birth of her child. I was resolved, however, that Ralph should not suffer for my deed, if I could help it, and I wrote that paper and brought it to you. I kept myself out of the way, indeed, because I always thought the time for my vengeance would come, and when I heard in Holland that Robert Ratcliffe was going to marry Margaret Woodhall, to gain all his ends and objects, and perhaps in time to become Lord Woodhall, I made up my mind what I would do. I found out Sir Robert Hardwicke, who went so long by the name of Mortimer." "What could make him take such a heathenish name?" asked Dr. Maffili. "There is not a Christian letter in it." "It is but Ormbar turned another way," replied Gaunt-Stilling. "But right away. I did not tell Sir Robert all I intended, though he has ever been kind and generous to me. But he seemed to divine a great deal, and cautioned me to beware. He told me that he intended to claim his own, to bring the adulteress to shame, and dispossess the son of Lord Coldham, giving Ralph his place, because he had loved his mother when she was young. He said that would be punishment enough, and I hesitated a little. I resolved to make sure, however, for I knew him to be soft-hearted, and I went with my father this morning to Ormbar Castle, where Sir Robert had appointed him to come to bear witness. When I saw the villain, however, come out into the hall with Margaret Woodhall to go to the church, my blood seemed to boil up. I had no longer any command over myself, or any scruple, and I killed him. Now don't say a word, good man. There are some offences that the law does not touch. There are some evils that no law will prevent. I have punished the one and have stopped the other. That is my only offence, and I am ready to die for it." "If I put those last words down, they'll twist a cord round your throat to a certainty, Gaunt," said Dr. Maffili. "Lawyers won't have it that there is anything law can't do, and they always hang a man who preaches the contrary." Put them down," said Gaunt-Stilling. "They will make no difference in my fate. Now give me the paper, and I will sign it. You put your name there." "We had better have in another witness," suggested Dr. Maffili, and calling the turnkey, he made Gaunt-Stilling read over the whole paper in the man's presence, and acknowledge its accuracy before he signed his name. The chicken and the bottle of wine were then brought in, but good Dr. Maffili was in no mood for either eating or drinking, and after taking one glass to please the prisoner, he retired, promising to visit him again in a couple of days. Some weeks passed without anything remarkable occurring in Dorchester gaol, till an early fall of snow took place, on the morning after which the room of gaunt Stilling was found vacant. A plank had been taken up in the floor, and extended from the high window, the bars of which had been wrenched out, to a parapet of the doorkeeper's lodge. Thence, for any one to make their escape, a wall some 6 feet high was to be surmounted, and then a leap of 14 or 15 feet into the lane was to be taken. That this had been accomplished was evident by the marks in the snow. The footprints, undoubtedly those of Gaunt Stilling, were traced for some way on the Weymouth road, till the marks of traffic effaced them. He was never actually heard of more, but in the 4th year of the reign of King William III, some portions of a skeleton and a complete set of irons covered with rust were taken out of a deep hole in the River Wey. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 47. 2 brief scenes more, and I have done. The outline of the one probably the imagination of the reader could fill up. The other, however, would require to be pictured more completely. Let me premise that all applications to King James for assurance that Ralph Woodhall would not be prosecuted for the events which had taken place at Thetford were vain, and the king, rampant with his success over Monmouth, only showed a more and more strong determination to persecute all who showed any favours toward dissenters. In vain Lord Woodhall petitioned. In vain the young man's father, now Lord Coldham, urged that his son was a steadfast member of the church, and had only acted from motives of pure humanity. They knew too well what would be the consequence of Ralph's return to England, and both of them at length went over to pass a few months with him in Holland. When at length William of Orange landed on the shores of Great Britain and marched toward London, one of the most favoured officers in his army was the Honourable Colonel Woodhall, and when the crown was placed, by the voice of the people, upon that prince's head, and James himself became an exile, a beautiful and blooming bride sailed gaily over with Queen Mary from Holland, and joined her noble husband at Coldham Castle. She was beautiful and blooming again, with a certain delicacy of complexion, a want of that high and somewhat rustic health which Margaret Woodhall had once enjoyed, gave her husband some uneasiness, especially as her strength did not seem to increase, even in the air of her native land and county. She was very joyous, however, and very happy, and 3 beautiful babes came as blessings to the household. But no happiness can endure long unalloyed. Within the 4 years that followed Ralph's marriage, his father and Lord Woodhall both sunk quietly into the grave, and Margaret mourned much for her father. Her colour became less vivid, except at night, and she often visited the old monuments in Coldham Church, and gazed at several vacant places where there was space for a tomb for 2 more. When people inquired after her health, however, she always said that she was very well, and her husband's eye never but once found a sad look upon her face, except when she was mourning for her father. She was at the moment gazing at her children, and when Ralph bent down his head and kissed her cheek, she put her arms round his neck, and whispered a word or 2 in his ear. "There is one whom I should greatly prefer," she said, in conclusion, "if that should happen. You know whom I mean." "Hush, hush, dear Margaret," said Ralph. "You grow gloomy here. We must change this scene, and in the softer air and brighter landscapes of Devonshire find health and spirits for you." Margaret smiled and said that was not needful. She only spoke of what might be. But Ralph carried out his plan, and ere a week was over the whole family were moving gently toward Devonshire. Suppose 2 more years over, reader, and you see once more Lord Coldham, not yet quite 29 years of age. A lady, a very beautiful lady, is seated in a chair where Margaret used to sit. She is in a travelling dress, and one young child of about 18 months old is pressed close to her breast, and playing among her rich brown hair with its little fingers. 3 others, somewhat older, are clustering round her, and all their young forgetful faces are raised gladly toward her, but the tears are falling rapidly from her eyes, and even her husband turns away toward the window to conceal a drop that has gathered in his own. The next moment he returned and clasped her hand in his without uttering a word, and the lady pointed to the children, saying, "These dear ones do not remember Ralph, and indeed, how should they? But neither you nor I, my dear husband, can ever forget there has been a Margaret. I will do all I can to supply her place, but that can never be completely." "God bless you, my Hortensia," said Ralph, and hurried away from the room. The End. End of chapter 47. End of The Fate, A Tale of Stirring Times, by George Payne Rainsford James. Recording by Lynn T. in Tucson, Arizona.